get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill you. Or better run for some shelter, 'cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up, 'cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill you. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2024 IWWF World U17 Waterski Championships. Coming to you live from the Lakes of Castingstone, right here in Predator Bay, in just outside of the beautiful city of Calgary in Canada. Right there in the background, you can just about make out the skyline of the city of Calgary. When you go along the Bow River, it cuts right through the center of the city, and the Bow River you're looking at right now, and towards the left-hand side of it, facing towards the south, are the Lakes of Castingstone, a facility that was initially completed with its first lake in 1997. They constructed a secondary lake, and that was completed in 2006. And their first major event took place in 2009, the Elite World Waterski Championships, which was gratefully received by all within the water sports, within the waterski community. But we're here this year, 2024, first of a series of World Championship events which will take place over the next 3 years, including 2024. We'll have the U17s this year, and then next year we will have the Under-21 Worlds, followed by the O35 World Championships. And there you see we're taking a path going towards the south of the Lakes of Castingstone. We've already gone through one event yesterday, actually a couple of events yesterday, the slalom and the tricking events. We've already lined up the 12 skier final for the boys of slalom, and we're looking to do the same so far as the trick final is concerned, and also the girls series 3-1 in the slalom elimination round. And then we'll end off today's action with boys series 4 and 3 jumps. And it's one round, top 12 advance through to the next round of the competition. It's a straight-up shootout for our competitors involved in each one of those events. As we move past the boom camera and work our way along. And good morning to each and every one of you. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and glad to be a part of the festivities that represent the 2024 U17 World Waterski Championships here just outside of Calgary in Alberta, a city that is rich in sports culture. They have the CFL team, the Calgary Stampeders. They have the NHL team, the Calgary Flames, and even as far back as 1988, they were the host of the Winter Olympic Games, the games made famous by the likes of the Jamaican bobsled team, Katarina Witt's artistic impression on the ice, and Eddie the Eagle Edwards providing us with someone to root for so far as an underdog is concerned. So if you ever get a chance to watch some of that coverage on YouTube, you'll be pleasantly pleased with what you see there, and how Calgary has grown into a mecca of sports of sorts north of the border and around the world. So with that in mind, we'll continue on with the competition. At around about 8 o'clock, we will go with the U17 Boys Series 2 tricks, and then we'll go into Series 1 tricks, and then we'll go into women. Then we go into girls Series 3, 2, and 1 in slalom, and then we'll end off today's festivities with 2 series of boys jump. This is the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Calgary in Alberta. And when we return, we'll have the first of our events taken to the water next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championship. Now, when we left the action yesterday in the tricking competition, there was your leaderboard, Joe Nakamura from Japan with 48.50 leading off the boys tricking. After series 4 and 3 yesterday, Luke Runciman with 29.10. Then Bryce Smith from Australia rounding off the top 3 with 28.40. And we'll see Josh Venegi from Switzerland there in 4th place. Cristobal Miranda doing a fine job, the young skier from Chile, with 2,700 points, rounding off the top 5 in this competition. So far, so good. So, got plenty of skiing to come, and our lead-off skier in Series 2 will be Sebastian Terp. followed by Ruben Mednick of Canada, then Zach Bainbridge of New Zealand, and Samuel McKenzie also of New Zealand. Then we'll see Pepe Leonhardt of Germany, Harrison Crossland of Great Britain, Noe Osorio from Colombia, Harley Costa from Great Britain, Giuseppe Acquaviva from Italy, Jacob Saddington from Australia, Pablo Alvira from Colombia, and Ettore South from Italy. So there's our ski nautique towboat making its way down the course for its simulation passes, just to make sure that all of the electronic and broadcast equipment is up and running. Time is now 4 minutes to 8, so so there might be a chance that we'll start a couple of minutes early. And I think he's not going to be wasting any time, Sebastian Terp. He wants to get this event up and running as quickly as possible, as he has all the adrenaline coursing through his veins and getting ready to take to the water any moment now behind that beautiful Nautique towboat. You can find out more about the Nautique line of towboats by going to nautique.com. They offer a variety of superior quality inboards. To see the complete line, visit nautique.com today. And once again, for this Tricks event, we will be using the iTricks system, developed with the mind of Donald Connolly. You can go and see that system for yourself by going to itrick.ski, itrick.ski. And here we go. Day 2 of action is up and running. Sebastian Terp from Great Britain will lead off the trickers in this Series 2. The target is anything over 48.50. The current lead by Joe Nakamura of Japan, their sole competitor in these championships. Let's see what Sebastian can do. Looks like it's going to be, judging by the wrap, it's going to be a wake 5 back. But he comes up a little bit short on the 5, but managing to get the Waco for starters. There's the 5 front reverse. A wake back, positional, there we go, and about 6 clicks up to accommodate the flips. Oh, there's the second one. There's the third. He lands that one a little bit better. Yeah, all right. Good skiing there. And his dad is absolutely beside himself. He's in the towboat and managing to get all the way through that run. And now it's just a case of calm yourself down. We've got tow tricks. We're only halfway there now. So there we go. We see Vince Terp in the boat, and we see Sebastian Terp tricking there. We've got a provisional score after the judging element of a little over 3,050 points. Now with the iTricks system, it goes through 3 elements. There's the judging element, which identifies the trick. Then there is the review element, which is going through right now, that allows the officials to go back and review each trick to see if they're eligible to be scored. And then finally, any timing issues will be resolved using the timing element. Already we see 1 or 2 tricks not being given credit, and that's dropped from 3,500 to 2,300 points through the review. And doesn't get much better as we go to the timing issues first, and it looks like it's going to be 1,680 on the opening pass, pending any issues regarding the timing for the opening pass. So looks like the officials are done scoring. Now it's just a case of finding out which trick is out of time. And the score is committed and looks like it's been upgraded to 24-30, 2,430 points. And iTrick judging our first pass in Series 2. So 24-30 there, a committed score for Sebastian Terp. So here we go. Sebastian Terp getting a little bit twisted here with his opening trick. There we go. Toe 5 back. Nicely slid all the way round, and now holding for the toe wake back-to-back. Toe wake front. Couple of sides. They were starting off with the wrap toe side and then the regular toe side. Reverse toe back. Trying to go. Yeah, nicely done with the toe 5 front, and maybe a little bit of a partition spin. But let's see what he can do with the toe wake-o. Launches on that one, takes the fall. But I'm sure his father, who's in the boat, Vince Terp, will be pretty pleased with his progress there. Not only with pass number 1, but being able to get as far as he did on pass number 2. So there we go. So far, looking through the identification phase, the judging phase. And we'll get the points shortly for pass number 2 for our skier on the water, Sebastian Terp. The judges are are identifying the tricks. Now they're reviewing the tricks, and we'll get a point score up very, very soon as we look at the instant replay and see him go through the initial tricks at the beginning with the toe wake back-to-back and the toe wake front. Couple of well-slid side slides. And a little bit of a stop there for the toe 5 front there. I doubt whether that will be given credit given what he did there in order to accommodate that trick. The toe O into wrap, however, it did score. And then he went in for the toe wake O, and he just got a little bit sideways there. Going into the wake, it took off way too early and got caught at the top and was unfortunately not in a position to ride it out. So now we're getting ready for our next competitor. Our next competitor is going to be Ruben Medrick from Canada, individual competitor. Looks like we're committing a score of 1540 or 1,540 on pass number 2 for Sebastian Terp. So that should put his point score somewhere around about 3,500 points when all is said and done, and we'll get that points put onto the leaderboard and update you with that in due course. Now, in the meantime, we have got Ruben Medrick from Canada. All right, looks like we're seeing the first instance of a toe 7 front wrap. You can do 2 tricks out of this wrap. You can either do the toe 7 or the toe wake 5 back, and I think he's probably going to be looking to do the former rather than the latter. Toe 7. There's the toe 5 front, toe O out. Come on, let's keep on going. There's the toe O into wrap, toe wake O. Good launch off there. Toe wake line back. It's running out of time towards the end, and toe wake back towards the end, but a decent looking run there. Slow as she goes for each trick. So it's halfway done, and we'll have a look at the instant replay and see the quality of the tricks that he put out there. That is Ruben Medrick of Canada. As we rock our way through, and we've just seen the score flash up there for Sebastian Terp, 3,970, 3,970 points. That puts him about 80 points, about nearly 1,000 points adrift there from Joe Nakamura, but he is fairly and squarely in second place right now. That's Sebastian Turk from Great Britain. But in the meantime, looking at Ruben Medrick from Canada. Good launch there on the toe Waco, and then the toe wake line back. The ski well over the line and getting plenty of air in the process. So the judges are reviewing what they've identified. And once they've done that, then we'll get a provisional score on pass number 1. So far, 23:20. And now the timing becomes an issue towards the end. That is the third and final part of the system that is used from iTrick. So a little over 2,300 points there on pass number 1. Let's see if he can conjure up something spectacular on pass number 2. I suspect he's going to throw in a flip or two here, but first of all, he's going to do something along the lines of a wake line O. Now, this is a little bit of a blast from the past. No, it's not going to be a wake line O. It's going to be a wake line 5 front. Nails that one. Puts his foot in the water going through this step sequence, and now puts his foot in the back binding. Let's see what he's got through this composite pass of steps at the beginning. And there was about 8 beeps there of additional boost there for his flips for Ruben Medrick. And he lands both of them, and he is absolutely on fire out there. Great skiing there, both stand-up runs for Ruben Medrick of Canada. So they'll be cheering and celebrating in this early juncture in the morning. We saw there Cole Grant, his coach there in the boat, very, very enthusiastic and optimistic of the point score that we anticipate Ruben Medrick getting as a result of the 2 20-second passes that he was able to stand up on. Got a little bit pitted there on the wake line 5 front, but still able to ride it out and continue on through this sequence of step tricks, and then full in the back binding straight away. He had 2 major tricks to do from this point, but he preceded them with wake back-to-backs. Then edge right out. Didn't edge out too far, though. Brilliant little landing there, and then the next one, a little skittish on the landing, but he knew by that time he did everything that he had planned. So Ruben Medrick, 2,060, which means that his eventual point score, if this is accurate, is going to be well in excess of 4,000 points, and that would put him in second place right now, behind Joe Nakamura, who's sitting pretty right now on 48.50, and he's already seen off 2 potential challengers in the form of Sebastian Turk and Ruben Medrick. And our skier from Japan, could he make it through to the boys tricking final on Sunday? We'll wait and see. In the meantime, Zach Bainbridge of New Zealand. Okay, looks like we got a score coming through any moment now for Ruben Medrick, I beg your pardon. There we go, Zach Bainbridge looking good here with these flips there, surface O and an O reverse, but a little bit too close to the wake and fell on that one anyway. But spectacular looking opening pass there for Zach Bainbridge of New Zealand, looking to try and redeem himself after yesterday's performance in the slalom event. And Ruben Medrick with 43.80, 4,380 points. That puts him in second place above Sebastian Terp, who tricked 39.70. Still in the lead is Joe Nakamura with 48.50. As we look once again at Zach Bainbridge of New Zealand's opening the salvo. Fell on the reverse surface, but that was a throwaway trick anyway, so not overly concerned if he fell towards the end of that run with that trick anyway. He'd done pretty much the bulk of his run. Looks like we're getting some points coming through with the eye trick, about 25 or 40. The bulk of his tricks were flips, and almost 2,600 points were produced on pass number 1. There is our schedule for today. Series 2 and 1 tricks in the elimination round. And then we've got the girls with slalom, and then the boys with the initial 2 series of the jump event to round off today's action. Right here at the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships. So our leaderboard right now showing Joe Nakamura with a 48.50. Ruben Mednick is in second place with 43.80. Sebastian Terp with 39.70. Then we continue on with the likes of Luke Runciman with his score of 29.10, and Bryce Smith from Australia rounding off the top 5 as it stands right now. So who will be the first to trick over 5,000 points? Could it be Zach Bainbridge? He's right there on the water. Not bothering to do any toe tricks, going for the ski lines here, keeping that boat speed a little slightly lower than what he did with the hand tricks on pass number 1 with the flips. Just getting a little bit bogged down with some of these moves, and throws in some surface turns towards the end. Just trying to throw everything that he knows he can do, and unfortunately falling about 3/4 of the way into that run. So that is Zach Bainbridge from New Zealand, hoping to get among our leaders right now. Joe Nakamura still in the lead from yesterday with 48.50. Ruben Mednick from Canada with 43.80. Currently in second spot right now, and Sebastian Terp on 39.70. It's going to be a close battle to the top as we introduce more and more skiers in this boys Series 2 tricks elimination round. Just to let you know that we take 12 skiers through to the next round, and for those of you looking to try and get an edge so far as maybe predicting who would make it through to the next round, there are 12 skiers scheduled to go in boys Series 1. So whoever leads out of Series 2 will actually set the bar, and anything beyond that guarantees the next skier after that point a place through to the next round. And there is eye trick, our display up on the screen, and already totaling up 1,850 points prior to the third element, which is the timing review at the end. But the judges will look at the tricks in full speed first of all to identify them. Then they would review it at about 80% speed, and then they go through the final phase, which is the timing, to determine which trick constituted the last one to be performed. If the skier managed to get to that point as a result of his performance. So now our next skier to take to the water is going to be Samuel Mackenzie, also from New Zealand. Beautiful sight here at the Lakes of Casting Stone here in Predator Bay. I'm sure that that Suzanne and Dan Velsik are proud to have created such a fine water ski facility that was constructed and completed in the tail end of the 1990s. Their second lake was built in 2006, and 3 years later they welcomed the world to the Elite World Championships in 2009, a spectacular championship with great performances from the likes of Whitney McClintock-Rini and Angeliki Andriopoulou among the couple of skiers that I remember. Will Asher won the World Slalom title, and Alexei Zernasek with the trick title. Freddie Krueger with the men's world jump title, and Javier Julio scoring big for the men's world overall title all the way back in 2009. But we're looking at the next generation right here as we look and see Samuel Mackenzie just flipping from one side to the next. Oh, it just couldn't get the elevation or the takeoff right with the flip twist from back to front. But he got the majority of the tricks that he wanted to get in that pass anyway, so no big loss. And that is Samuel Mackenzie of New Zealand. Boat returning to pick him up. The boat, the official boat of these championships, the Nautique. The Correct Craft Nautique, celebrating over 60 years in production. The record set in Ski Nautique is the ultimate 3-event tournament ski boat. To learn more about it and other Nautique models, visit nautique.com. Just looking through this run again, looking pretty good with the majority of the wake tricks, including this ski line back, making sure that that the line stays out the water during the ski's rotation over the line. Almost fell there on the initial backflip, but a little bit better there with the second one. He tried the flip twist from back to front, and just didn't quite get the takeoff right, and in the water after that trick on pass number one. Looks like we've got a committed score of 2150 points, 2,150 points as a result of pass number one for our skier on the water from New Zealand, Samuel Mackenzie. We're 4 skiers deep into this boys Series 2 tricking competition, continuing on from where we left off yesterday, where Joe Nakamura of Japan leads the field ahead of Ruben Mednick of Canada with 43.80, and Sebastian Terp with 39.70. Here comes Samuel Mackenzie, second and final 20-second run. Toe tricks, slow as she goes from one trick to the next. A couple of side slides there, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front, and goes with the toe O, out, toe O in. Looks like he's going to go with the toe O. Oh, look at that. Toe wake line back, continuing to trick, and he's going to be pretty chuffed with that. Almost standing up on pass number one, and standing up completely on pass number two of toe tricks. That is Samuel Mackenzie of New Zealand. The Kiwis are bringing in an extraordinarily large field of athletes. Some of them not competing for their respective teams, but using this opportunity here at the Lakes of Castonstone in Canada to give their younger skiers a little bit more in terms of experience. Zach Bainbridge's score of 34-40 points, 34-40. Good enough for fourth place right now as we have a look and see the previous performance for Samuel Mackenzie of New Zealand. Wonderfully spun there with the Toho wrap in and looking good with this one once again, and getting a good launch there, toe wake-o, and then edging back into the wakes again in anticipation for the toe wake line back. Inverted spin, skiing into the wake and then skiing away from it to launch the ski up. And, like I say, pretty chuffed to have made it through pass number 2 of toe tricks. And we'll see how high his point score is going to be as a result of that. All right, on the starting dock is going to be Pepe Leonhardt of Germany as we look to review the tricks that were produced by Samuel Mackenzie so far. In the review phase, it's 22-10 points. And I don't know where the time ended up expiring on that particular run, but Samuel Mackenzie of New Zealand doing a fine job, and we'll get the total points from him very, very soon. And that is in the process of being committed as a final score there for Samuel Mackenzie. Our next skier up is going to be Pepe Leonhardt. We're going to get, looks like we've got a score, but we'll publish it in just a moment after we see Pepe Leonhardt produce his opening pass. Here is the new score. Samuel Mackenzie, 43.60, 4,360. 4,360, that is only 20 points shy of second place is Ruben Mednick of Canada. Ruben Mednick of Canada, 43.80. Samuel Mackenzie, 43.60. But still in the lead with 48.50 is Joe Nakamura of Japan. Pepe Leonhardt looking a little bit ragged here with toe tricks, so it has to be said. He's and he tries the toe wake line back, and his ski went further than he did. I hope the driver and the pin person is able to find the ski, because he's still looking around for it. Pepe Leonhardt of Germany opening up with a surface toe 5 back, and then just trying to keep the toe foot as close to standing leg as possible. But he was starting to fall out the back even with the first 3 or 4 toe tricks, and just slowing everything down to make sure that he gets all the tricks all the critical tricks that he needs. There's the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. And there is the toe wake-o. There's the toe wake back, and here's his approach to his final trick. Leans away. There he goes, and there goes the ski. All right, there we're in the review phase of his toe tricks on the opening pass. 24.80 provisionally so far. It's going to timing, and that should be a formality within the next few seconds as we get ready to commit the score. We believe it's going to be 24.80 around about that point range, which even though he's only halfway through his effort, should put him around about 11th or 12th right now with 24.80. He's still got one more pass to come, and he knows that something in excess of 2,000 points will do his cause a decent amount of good. But if he can go a little bit higher there with the hand tricks to come on pass number 2, then he could he could potentially ski his way into contention and maybe put himself in the boys' tricking final, which will take place this coming Sunday. All right, here we go, folks. Coming in on pass number 2, this is Pepe Leonhardt. There we go, ski line. Oh, and he missed the handle there. With the ski line back, dropping it, and down he goes, Pepe Leonhardt, swimming into the shore. I don't know how much of that performance he did would be in excess of 2,000 points. But I think he realizes that an opportunity to maybe trick in the boys' tricking final on Sunday might have just come undone. There's the 5 front. There's the positional to the back for the 5 front reverse, and working his way through each of these tricks, which is 310 points apiece, and does the ski line back. And he just suddenly got butterfingers right there. You know, he just dropped the handle, was unable to recover from that. We'll get the point score very, very soon for Pepe Leonhardt, as we now work our way towards our next competitor. It should be Harrison Crossland. Looks like we've got a point score of 1,220 points committed. Now we've got those 2 scores committed from Pass 1 and Pass 2. We'll get that totted up. And Pepe Leonhardt, this isn't going to make for good reading for him. Pepe Leonhardt is currently 5th on the leaderboard right now. We'll flash that leaderboard up there after we get done with our next competitor, at least for pass number 1. This is from Great Britain, and it's Harrison Crossland. Looking set for either a Wake 5 back or a Waco. Yes, Wake 5 back there, 310 points. There's another 310-point trick. And he's close to 1,000 points off the first 3 tricks as he goes into his flip sequence. There's one flip. There's the other. Hop into the back. Flip twist back to front. What does he do? Flip twist to front to back. He's got 2 more flips that he can potentially try, but he skis all the way through pass number 1. So he's done all of the flips that he has in his repertoire, including the 3 540-degree spins that he opened up with. So good, solid effort there for Harrison Crossland of Great Britain. All right, then, as we look at Harrison Crossland, we'll see the point score for Pepe Leonhardt, 3,600 points, 3,600 points, good enough for 5th place right now, as we take a look at Harrison Crossland with flips in each direction, 500 points at the very least for each one, and additional points are given for being able to land the flip in the back, or twisting from back to front. So a good, decent run there for Harrison Crossland. The top 5 still shows Joe Nakamura with 48.50, Ruben Mednick of Canada with 43.80. Joe Nakamura, as I was mistaken there, with 48.50. Ruben Mednick of Canada with 43.80. Samuel McKenzie with 43.60. Sebastian Turp with 39. 39.70, and Pepe Leonhardt with 3,600 points. Those are your top 5 at this time. So here we are at the Lakes of Casting Stone, a site that takes up 80 acres, and some of the gravel that was extracted to construct these lakes was taken to a local paving company and used to construct the Deerfoot Trail, one of the main arteries going through the beautiful city of Calgary, and it's an integral component of the Alberta highway system. Named after an Indian Nation runner known for his speed, the freeway is critical artery that facilitates local traffic and regional traffic. And the materials came out from here to build the Lakes of Casting Stone. And unfortunately there for our competitor Harrison Crossland, getting in a little bit deep with one or two of his toe tricks there, but keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Getting a little bit twisted out there with the toe wake back to back, and unfortunately unable to ride out that move. Just not 100% not 100% comfortable with the approach of that trick. He had to spin out of it anyway. He had no option at that point. And Harrison Crossland falling about a third the way through on pass number 2. Going through the review phase, and the timing should be a mere formality. Wasn't able to ski all the way through the 20 seconds that he was given to complete his toe tricks. So it looks like 400 points on pass number 2 there for Harrison Crossland. Falling on the toe wake back to back. As we now work our way to our next competitor, it is No Osorio from Colombia. We'll get the confirmed score for Harrison Crossland. We'll flash that up on the screen in just mere moments as No Osorio of Colombia makes his way around the turn island. So No Osorio, again, is boat speed situated. Send the boat speed around about 27 kilometers. 0 offset on A1. Looking good, looking in... Looking really safe out there with the toe tricks. Keeping the toe foot close to standing leg, and spins out with a toe-o, and does the reverse toe wake back, which he had a hard time recovering from, but a good attempt anyway there from him. That is No Osorio from Colombia. In just a moment, we should get the point total for Harrison Crossland in a few seconds, but No Osorio skiing through the majority of that opening pass of toe tricks. No Osorio from Colombia. Still out in the lead on the leaderboard right now with 48.50 is still Joe Nakamura. Samuel McKenzie currently in second spot with 46.80. Just a less than 200 points adrift, and we're getting the score coming in for Harrison Crossland, 32.80, 3,280. Good enough for 7th place right now, but he probably knows that that score would probably deny him a chance of being able to trick in the boys' tricking final. Going through the leaderboard, we saw that score of 48.50 from yesterday for Joe Nakamura. Samuel McKenzie on 46.80 for second. Ruben Mednick of Canada with 43.80. marginally behind. Sebastian Turp there with 39.70 for fourth. And in fifth right now, 3,700 points for Pepe Leonhardt. We see Harley Costa of Great Britain getting ready to go for his 2 22nd runs, and we'll see him go through his paces in the next few minutes. And looks like we've got a little bit of wildlife adorning the lakes of Casting Stone. Some beautiful vegetation and forestry around here, home to one or two deer. All right, then, here we go. Let's see if Noah Osorio can get through this second and final 22nd pass. Position to the back, wake back to back, and the reverse and surface back to back. So here, I thought he was going to try the 5 front there, but nothing doing there from him. Bulked out on that in favor of being able to do the flips, and unfortunately wasn't able to get past the first one, let alone the complete series of moves that he had planned there. So Noah Osorio couldn't quite get to grips with this second and final 22nd pass. We'll get the point score from him very, very soon, not only for pass number 1, but also the combination with pass number 2. Yeah, lands the opening flip, and unfortunately unable to control the momentum that the ski generated going from left side to right. And that is Noah Osorio. All right, now we are on to the 5th skier from last, the skier number 8 of 12, and it is going to be Harley Costa of Great Britain. So looks like for Noah Osorio, we're still reviewing the tricks that he produced on pass number 1, and 400 points so far during our officials review phase of Noah Osorio's effort. And then when we get to the second pass, we'll have a better idea there with the hand tricks. 850 there, so I'm sure that Noah Osorio will be a little bit beside himself with the scores that are coming through right now, and the eventual total that will be produced as a result of those tricks and the points that were given for them. But whilst we check on the total for Noah Osorio, we're getting ready for our next competitor from Great Britain, and this is Harley Costa. All right, here we go, Harley Costa. Here we go. Selecting about 28 kilometers an hour. Bravo 2. Just going through each of these moves one at a time. Skiing very cautiously here. There's the toe-o in. There's the toe-o out. Toe wake back. And I think that ought to do it there for Harley Costa, managing to ski all his way through pass number 1. Just slow and easy, making sure that all of the critical tricks that he needs for success are there, and are in a position to be worthy of point credit for each one. Starting off with the toe 5 back. And very, very important to keep the toe foot as close to standing leg as possible to achieve ultimate control. There's the toe wake back-to-back. Does he go for the reverse? Not quite. Bulks out on that one, but managing to stay upright as a result and continue on with the remaining tricks that he has lined up. This is Harley Costa. And looking in great shape there for the most part. As I say, tricking rather cautiously. And it pays off there so far as the toe tricks are concerned. All right there. So we got the provisionals with hand tricks, and it's nearly 1,700 points there for Harley Costa. We'll get a better read, a more accurate read after the review period, and go to timing to complete the point score on pass number 1 for Harley Costa of Great Britain. Very clean, those tricks. The judges having a real easy time judging these. So let's have a look and see. Coming in, this is Harley Costa of Great Britain. Just trying to get his tempo up. Here we go. Harley Costa, positional to the back, wake back to back, and his reverse. Surface back to back, wake 5 front. Positional to the back, wake 5 front. 310 points for each of those 5s. There's the third 5. It's nearly 1,000 points for that little sequence there, and he goes for the flips now. Harley, recovers well off flip number 2, surface. There he goes, Harley Costa. Working hard to stand up on pass number 2, but stand up he does. Stout effort there from that young man there from Great Britain. That is Harley Costa. Harley Costa, who's competed extensively throughout this season, has tricked in the high 4,000 point marks on a smattering of occasions. Harley Costa, age 14, from Great Britain, and looked really, really nice here with the wake 5 back. The elevation was there, the trick was there, and the good launch and the good elevation in order for him to get that backflip initially was good. The second one was a little skittish though, but he still had the presence of mind to stay up on top of the water and go for a couple of surface moves, maybe a side slide and the 360. And there you see a beautiful view looking out towards the west here from our vantage point from our drone here over the Bow River. The Bow River, which runs through the city of Calgary, but before it does that, it cuts through the countryside here and giving us the water necessary to produce the lakes of casting stone, just outside of Calgary, Alberta. The Bow River itself begins within the Canadian Rocky Mountains and winds through the Alberta foothills onto the prairies where it meets up with the Oldman River. The two then forming the South Saskatchewan River. First Nations made varied use of the river for sustenance before settlers of European origin arrived, such as using its valleys in a buffalo hunt. The name itself, Bow, refers to the reeds that grew along its banks and were used by the First Nations to actually make bows. Who knew? The Blackfoot language name for the river is Makaban, meaning river where bow reeds grow. Little bit of an insight, little bit of history there about the area here surrounding the lakes of casting stone. the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club and the venue of the 2024 IWWF U17 World Water Ski Championships. All right, they're totting up the points, and over 2,200 points provisionally for the hand tricks of Harley Costa, as we get ready for our next competitor to take to the water. Representing Italy is Giuseppe Acquaviva. Still in the lead is Joe Nakamura with 48.50. Samuel Mackenzie of New Zealand with 46.80. Ruben Mednick of Canada with 43.80. Those are your top three right now. Giuseppe Acquaviva there with the ski line back to open things up there for him. Again elevation, but not quite stability there with the wake 5 back. That is Giuseppe Acquaviva, and that could potentially open up a spot there for an unexpected skier to make an appearance in the 12 skier final. Reminder that we're in Series 2 right now. We've got one more series to come after this. And in that last series, which is Series 1, there will be 12 skiers in that one and 12 skiers advance. So whoever comes away from the initial series as the leader, which so far in this case appears to be Joe Nakamura, then that skier will set the bar for our remaining skiers to ski beyond in order to make it through to the final. So for Giuseppe Acquaviva, 1,090 points provisionally as we go through the judging and the review phase of our iTrick system. From the mind of Donald Connolly comes this new judging system for the tricks that's designed to be a more efficient way of judging tricks, a far cleaner and a far more rapid way of judging the tricks competition. And Giuseppe Acquaviva tricking just a little over 1,000 points on pass number 1. All right, here we go. This is Giuseppe Acquaviva, set in boat speed of 27.7K. And just, again, a little bit too early on some of those moves. Being a little bit earlier contributed to his fall on pass number 1. And unfortunately, it's going to be the same story here on pass number 2. Giuseppe Acquaviva, which leaves us with 3 competitors remaining in the tricks competition in Series 2. And still in the lead is Joe Nakamura with 48.50. Now, falling rather early on pass number 2. It shouldn't take too long for our officials to determine the point score for Giuseppe Acquaviva. 350 points committed on that one, and we'll get the total point score out to you in just a moment. Okay, still waiting on some scores to be published and put onto the leaderboard. No Osorio. We're trying to do one or two things there before we publish that score as we get ready for our third from last year to take to water. Jacob Saddington of Australia. So Jacob Saddington, whose personal best is somewhere in the region of about 4,600 points. He comes to us out of the state of Victoria in Australia. Here we go, folks. This is Jacob Saddington. Ski line back to open up his account. There's wake back to back. There's wake 5 front. His shoulders a little bit over his ski, but still managing to edge through the wakes for the first two backflips. There's a flip twist back to front, and here is the front to back. And just about manages to scrape out the landing there. That is Jacob Saddington there. A little bit of determination goes a long way in this event, and he was certainly determined to stay up on top of the water long enough for him to do a surface O of sorts and just tot up some more points towards the end for his efforts. So looking at these tricks again, there's the flip twist back, and whoa, in the vast majority of cases he would have been in the water, but this time around he hung on and skied his way out of it. And provisionally in the review phase, 2120 points, 2,120 points on pass number 1 for Jacob Saddington of Australia. So now it comes down to timing before we commit that pass to the scoring system. Jacob Saddington, 2,870 points, 2,870 points for Jacob Saddington on pass number 1. Keeping the toe foot close to standing leg in order for him to stay stable. Oh, jumped into that toe wrapping. There we go. And that little bit of instability there, a trick prior probably contributed to the fall that he took as a result. There we go. That's the toe wake-o there for Jacob Saddington, falling about 5 or 6 seconds away from the time's expiration on pass number 2. The toe tricks, pass number 2 for Jacob Saddington. And Jacob Saddington looking good. Looking pretty strong out there, it has to be said. But Towako, a little bit stiff on the landing and nowhere to go but down as a result of that. So Jacob Saddington will swim into the shore and leave the way open for our penultimate skier in U17 Boys Series 2 Tricks Elimination Round. That penultimate skier is going to be Pablo Alvira from Colombia. Jacob Saddington looks like he's going to be awarded somewhere in the region of 1,000 points there during the review phase. They've already recorded the Towako as being a fall, so that will be that will reflect upon the scoring, and the timing shouldn't be an issue here. He fell before the 22nd. Expiration mark. So what you see on the screen as 1,000 points is probably going to be very close to what he eventually gets on pass number 2. But there you go. That is 1,000 points on pass number 2 there for our skier from Australia, Jacob Saddington. Now we go to our next skier from Colombia. It is Pablo Alvira. All right, here we go. We're going to get a point score coming through very, very soon from one of our previous skiers. Is Pablo Alvira. Just going slow, being methodical here, including that reverse toe wake back-to-back. There's the toe wrap in, toe out, toe wake line back. Seems to be rather comfortable out there with the tricks that he produced in toes. Wonderful stuff there for Pablo Alvira. We're pushing out a latest score that's available from our officials, 2280, 2,280. Good enough for 16th place for Noe Osorio. Noe Osorio with just a little over 2280. The next score that we'll be publishing is Giuseppe Acquaviva, and that's going to come up on your screen momentarily. 1,440 there for Giuseppe Acquaviva. We're also getting a point score for Jacob Saddington of 3870. That's good enough for 5th place right now. Just a little ways behind Sebastian Terp, who's still there on 4th place with 39.70. So looks like we've almost got all of our outstanding scores in place. The only ones that we're missing is Harley Costa right now. We're just waiting on that point score to come through to put onto the leaderboard. But in the meantime, we're reviewing the opening salvo tricks for Pablo Alvira from Colombia. 2660. It could come down to timing towards the end to determine if that 2660 holds up to be true, and it looks like it is. 2660 on pass number 1 for Pablo Alvira. Still waiting on the score for Harley Costa. He did particularly well with the 2/22 passes that he produced. So that is the only outstanding score that we're seeing right now, and we'll get that to you very, very quickly indeed. Pablo Alvira on pass number 2 coming in, setting up the boat speed. A little over 30K. And here's the backflip there. Flip twist back to front. Flip twist, just regular backflips there. Oh, and going down hard on his third flip. So maybe just a little over 1,000 points he'll score for that effort there on pass number 2. Just getting real bogged down with the landing on that third flip. Positional to the back. Getting a good launch here. And beautifully spotted there with the landing. Then did a reverse flip. Now he was looking to try and do the reverse of that initial flip. But unfortunately not getting enough height, encasing the wake. The second wake as he went across. So there we go. That's Pablo Alvara of Colombia seeing his potential of making it through to the next round go by the wayside. So we're going to get a score for Pablo Alvaro. It's 3,710, I believe. I'm hearing through the my communication here. Yes, indeed, 3,710 for Colombia's Pablo Alvaro. All right, we're waiting on one more score to come before we send out our next competitor. All right, and Harley Costa's score has come through eventually. It's 4,000 points, 4,000 points dead there, and that puts him in 4th place at this time. Harley Costa, 4,000 points. Currently in 4th place at this time. All right then, now we're down to our final skier in Series 2 Boys Tricks. Ettore, South Africa from Italia. Setting the boat speed at 27k for these tricks. A wake line 5 front is going to open things up for him. Ettore, South Africa, with step tricks to get things up and running. And surface back-to-backs, wake 5 front. There's the wake 5 front reverse. And almost biffs it there with the attempt of the wake 5 back. Lost a bit of time as a result. There's the ski line back. There's the Waco. Reverse Waco at the end, just throwing everything out there that he can think of towards the end as he tries to chase down the lead of Joe Nakamura with 48.50. And it looks more and more likely that our first skier that could potentially make it through to the tricking final could come to us from the land of the rising sun. As we see Ettore, South Africa from Italia. Go through these tricks. Goes with the 5 front now. Things started to go a little sideways here there with the 5 front reverse. Totally missed the line. Actually wrapped himself in that line with his free hand as he was attempting to grab it. That could have been a bit of a dangerous situation on its own. But he lost a bit of time and around about this moment where he did the Waco towards the end. I think he barely got those 2 moves at the end within the 20 seconds of time that he's allocated for that and any pass that he intends to do out there. So there we go. That is Ettore, South Africa. Now we're going to get the score coming up very, very soon. Unless it's already published. Pablo Alvara with a 3,000. Yeah, 37.10. We've pushed that up on the screen. But there is your leaderboard. Pablo Alvara with 37.10 is good enough for 7th right now. Jacob Saddington from Australia with a 38.70. Sebastian Turp 39.70. Harley Costa 4,000 points. Ruben Mednick of Canada with 33.80. Samuel McKenzie from New Zealand with 46.80, and still out in the lead is Joe Nakamura with 48.50. Here is Ettore South Africa from Italy. One trick to the next, just working his way slowly here and looking to see if he can't score over 4,000 points for this effort. Oh, nicely done there with the toe wake line back to back. Does he have anything else? No, he's good to go, and just managing to survive the 2:22 passes. But we'll see if that survival instinct has served him well enough by way of an enhanced point score. So there you go. That is Ettore South Africa, and we now move on to Series 1 tricks. And unless that score from Ettore South Africa is more than 48.50, then 48.50 is the bar going forwards, courtesy of our leader out of the first two series of tricks, which was completed yesterday. That's Joe Nakamura of Japan. So the man from the land of the rising sun is still out in front, and unless the performance that we see here from Ettore South Africa is anything more than 48.50, then Joe Nakamura is currently sitting pretty on the dock side right now, on the shore side, and we'll see if he'll make it through to the next round. And joining me here in Boys Series 1 is my good friend and yours as well. This is Vale Gonzalez. How are you doing?
Hey, Tony. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. So, some good tricking this morning. There were one and two surprises in there as we look at the list, and we're seeing the boys Series 2 starting list just for you to view the trickers that we've had so far. We're going to bring up the boys tricking list from Series 1, and there we go. Jaden Eade will be our lead-off skier, followed by Giovanni Bloyer, then Salvatore Maturana, BG Bigley, Adrian Elias, Francisco Georges, Fletcher Green, Tim Vild, Bautista Amada, Axel Garcia, Matias Gonzalez, and finally Jake Abelson, the 12 skiers in the Series 1. This is Jaden Eade. Let's see what he's got in store for us. He knows that he can easily trick over 5,000 points if he stands up, but it's that point score has proven elusive so far, Vale.
Yeah, I think here Jaden is going for wake fight back. He's going for his overall race. Jaden is a good overall skier, great slalom skier and jumper, so he's trying to get as many points as possible here to be able to be in the fight for a medal in overall.
And here he comes. There's the backflip. Does he do a reverse? No, he just stays on the outside the wake and throws out a couple of simple tricks out there, including the surface O. But it's a mixed motions there on towards the end of that pass from what I see from Jaden. Yeah,
he's throwing down some surface O's and side slide to try to get those in time and hopefully get those extra points. Conditions are good. Wind starting to pick up a little bit. Hopefully stays, and we can have a good day of skiing today.
Yes, indeed, and that's going to be especially critical when we've got the first two series of boys jump a little bit later on in the proceedings, as we look and see what Jaden Eade can do with the backflip. Elects not to go to the wake to try a second one, realizing that he's expended a good amount of time with the tricks that he'd already produced up to that point. So probably wasn't worth his effort in trying to throw out a second flip. But there we go. Looks like we're getting some point scores coming through. We're in the process of reviewing right, looks like 18:40. 18:40 provisionally. Now it goes to timing, and that kind of leaves a lot of points that Jaden Eade is going to have to conjure up there with his second and final 20-second pass. 19:30. That's a little better, but it's still not quite the mark that we're typically seeing from Jaden Eade when it comes down to tricking. Let's see what he can do with the toe pass coming up. I believe it's going to be a toe 5 back. All right, let's see what he's got, Valet.
All right, starting wrap for a toe 5 back probably. Trying to get as many points as possible for the overall medal. He's going for a toe 5 back, some toe back-to-backs, reverse, toe wake back-to-back, with toe wake front, toe wake back, toe front, reverse toe wake back, toe back, toe front, reverse, side slide reverse. And a fall on the last trick probably there. That was probably the limit of the time of the 20 seconds too.
And another one of those skiers that falls on the toe wrapping.
Yeah, we saw a lot of them falling toe wrappings yesterday, toe 5 fronts. Looks like they're just pulling a little bit too hard in the front and having too much rope. And when you're in that position, it's hard to control the rope. So, yeah, unfortunately, he fell on that toe and lost those 200 points.
All right, then. Looks like we're going to get another score coming through in just a moment. Did you pop the score for Tory South Africa? 5,090 he's through. Unless Jaden scores better than that. I don't think it's the case. All right, then, just looking at the tail end of this one, and we got a point score coming through, and it's going to be a significant one as we see Jaden Eade with that instant replay falling out the back with the toe wrapping. And that score coming through very, very soon there for Ettore, South Africa. But in the meantime, we're totting up the points there for Jaden Eade on pass number 2 with 1540 points provisionally. And this is going to be significant because if the point score that we'll publish in a moment is anything to go by, then it could really shake up the apple cart a little bit so far as who could potentially make it through to the boys' tricking final. Judges going through the last little bit of reviewing, and then once we do that, then we'll publish the score for Ettore, South Africa. And it's 5,090 points. That gives him the lead. That takes the lead away right at the very last moment.
Yeah, well, the lead was Joe from Japan. It was the first skier of the day yesterday, and he was in the lead until today. And from Italy, Ettore took care of the lead right now on 5,090 points. It's pretty impressive, 5,090 points with no flips, some wake line nose and wake line back, so that was really cool to see.
Yes, indeed, and skied that very, very intelligently. So, Ettore, South Africa. Now, if Jaden Eade's score does not exceed that, then Ettore, South Africa is through to the next round of the competition, and the bar is still set at 48.50. Let's see what our skier can do out there on the water. This is Giovanni Bloia, representing the United States. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Look at this, keeping the toe foot close to standing leg. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Just trying to go from one trick to the next, not rushing from one trick to the next here.
It was a nice toe wake line back.
Yes, absolutely.
Pretty
I love
clean
that
too.
one. Yeah, clean looking run there, getting good elevation, and you know, he doesn't have to trick spectacularly high so far as the points are concerned. He just needs to be able to ski all the way through his 2 20-second runs, and that will probably do the trick there for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think on the next 10 skiers, if they stand up their passes, they should be making the final. So hopefully everyone can ski good and put a show on for the people here watching and people at home.
Right, you are. So we're seeing Giovanni Bloia, who comes to us originally from the land of 1,000 lakes, Minnesota, and looked good here. The elevation looked pretty clean and crisp. And there with the toe wake line back there, and keeping the toe foot and the toe line out of the water. And then just settles in towards the end and did all the tricks that he wanted to, all the tricks that he needed to. We're going to get a point score for Jaden Eade in just a moment or so to possibly confirm that that a new leader score from Itori, South Africa, is good enough to make it through to the next round. But we want to make sure that we dot all our I's, cross all our T's before we speculate as to who will be in the boys' tricking final. So looks like 27.90 is the point score committed for Giovanni Bloia on pass number 1. 27.90, so he's got maybe about 2,300 points that he's looking for on pass number 2 to get anywhere close to what Itori South Africa has produced.
Yeah, that was a pretty good run. I think hopefully we can see some flips here and have him in the final.
All right, so boat speed setting up for a pass number 2. Giovanni Bloia. They're getting set up on pass number 2. Send the boat speed at about 26, a little over 26 kilometers now, but being given a little bit of boost there from the towboat as instructed by the coach inside the boat. And again a little bit crushed there towards the end. But I think Giovanni Bloia knows that with the point scores that have been published before he hits the water, he's probably very optimistic of being able to do just enough to make it through to the final there, Valet.
Yeah, I think that score should be in the final. That's going to be around 5,000 points, I will imagine. That looked pretty clean and good. 3 flips actually. Unfortunately fell on the back landing. That's 750 points that he lost there, but I think that should be enough, and hopefully we're going to have the result in the next couple seconds.
Indeed. They're just getting a little bit thrown around on the landing there with the flip twister front to back. But I think that expression there probably says it all for Giovanni Bloia. Still waiting on the score for Jaden Eade, and we'll continue to roll here. We're seeing the point scores for pass number 2, 1850 on pass number 2 for Giovanni Bloia, I believe. All right, moving on through to our next competitor. This should be Salvatore Maturana from Italia.
Looks like he's going to start for a hand pass.
Yep, he looks like the speed that is going to be set up for him is going to be consistent with doing hand tricks. And certainly the position that he's in behind the boat would reinforce that. Here we go. Salvatore Maturana.
Well, lots of ski lines. That's a really good start of the run.
Yes, indeed. There's the Wake 5 front there, keeping the handle very close to the small of his back, so he is able to handle pass his way out of that one. And they're tricking at a very high clip there.
Oh. I think that was a good and solid pass there.
Yeah, indeed. And now it's going to come down to how much of his toe pass that he produces as well. But falling there on the flip twist back there, and just a little stiff on the landing, just wasn't able to fully recover and maybe do a couple of surface O's to finish off the effort. But as you say, Valet.
Yeah, I mean, he has over 1,000 points on his first 3 tricks, so I think with that stand-up toe pass, he should be making the final and yeah, skiing tomorrow. Well, Saturday.
All right, so looking good. Don't see too much wrong here with these back flips. There's the flip twist from back to front. Nails the landing. There on the second one, a case in the top of the wake, and that just sends him careening into the water and unable to recover on that one. So that is Salvatore Maturana. Now he's got to just put the disappointment of not being able to get through the first pass out of his mind and focus in on what he's got to do with pass number 2. Having said all of that, though, the first pass for Salvatore Maturana is probably one of the better ones that we've seen point-wise, 33.70, as it goes through the review phase. And the timing, I don't think will be an issue because he fell long before the 20 seconds expired. So what we're in all probability seeing is probably one of the better opening passes that we've seen in this competition so far out of any of the series that we've seen thus far.
Do you know what is the cut for the finals?
All right, here we go, folks. Setting up the boat speed. Salvatore Maturana with about 28.6 kilometers an hour with the with these toe tricks. Toe wake back-to-back reverse, spectacularly landed on that one. There's the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Launches for a toe wake O. Good elevation. Toe wake line O. We see that for the first time. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back-to-back. Does he have anything left in the tank? Yes! He skis his way through, and I think that he knows in his mind that that having gone through his toe pass and getting far enough down on his handle pass, I think he's probably skied his way through to the final.
Yeah, that was a really good run. Pretty clean, and we saw 3 toe wake lines, so I think that's going to be definitely over 5,000 points.
We're seeing a point score for Giovanni Bloyer. It's 46.40, 44,640. Now we're still waiting on the score from Jaden Eade, but I can tell you just based on elimination here, I would suspect that Giovanni Bloyer has put himself into 4th place at this time. But will that be enough to see him through to the next round of the competition? We'll know within about the next 2 to 3 skiers, but I would suspect that as a result of that, Itori South Africa is probably, for all intents and purposes, skied himself on his way through to the final. So we're just trying to make educated guesses here as to who has skied his way through to the final. All right, so we're looking at the provisional leaderboard right now. South Africa there with 5,090 points. A few points back, Joe Nakamura hanging in there with 48.50. Sam McKenzie on 46.80. Giovanni Bloyer on 46.40. And Ruben Mednick of Canada with 43.80. Skier on the water from the United States, B.G. Binkley. Moving around between the wakes, unfortunately, it's cost him a little bit of time going forwards, but he's still upright. He's still on top of the water. He probably knows what he needs to do at the very least in order to put himself in a position to compete in the boys' trick-in final. And just standing up on his toe tricks there will probably go a long way to achieving that aim there, Valet.
Yeah, that was a pretty good run here for BG. I know he's been training at Jack's with Natty, John, Jack, and everyone. I'm sure they're watching right now, so lots of effort from him, and he's a really good skier, good overall skier, great jumper too, so I'm excited to watch him ski in the next tournaments.
All right you are. So we're looking to see the point score for Salvatore Maturana in just a few moments. Still waiting on the score for Jaden Eade to come through the results service.
Looks like the judges are reviewing the pass on the eye trick right now.
Yeah, indeed.
The timing right now, too.
Yeah, they're looking at the timing, and as he stand up all the way through, then the timing does become an issue. So we'll see if it denies him any tricks towards the end of his effort there. 27.60 as now goes to 28.60 as more credit has been put in place of the initial timing there. So 28.60 on pass number one. So looking for something around the area of about 3,000 or so points to put himself in a decent position and maybe make it to the trick final. He's looking for something of over 48.50 in total to supersede Joe Nakamura and place himself in the final at his expense.
There's a second flip there. Flip twisting back. Back to front. Oh, we're going to see a mope.
Yeah, and the first mope we've seen.
Wow.
Yeah, nicely done. Oh, and a little bit late with the spin on the second mope, but I think he might have just done enough to send him through to Sunday's boys' trick-in final. Yeah,
that was a really good run here for BG. I was really impressed to see that mope in there and the reverse, which he fell, but that was a really good pass from him.
All right, so we're down to about 6 or to maybe about eight or so skiers remaining on this list in the Series 1 tricks. And looks like we're going to get a score for Jaden Eade. It's 34.70, and that does in fact confirm. It confirms two things. First of all, it confirms that Ettore South Africa has made it through to the final. We kind of knew that was the case anyway because we've seen one other skier so far in this competition score less than he did. But because of that, that also means that Joe Nakamura is through to the next round of the competition using basis of elimination there, so our very first ski on the water, like how many hours ago would that have been?
Oh, wow. That was yesterday afternoon. So I told you, when I saw him skiing, I knew he could do some front flips, and I know he's a good skier, and I don't know why he was first skier of the dog.
So the sage of boys tricking here is sitting next to me. We've got Valet Gonzalez, had that little bit of an instinct in being able to tell us that Joe Nakamura could have an outside chance of being a competitor in the boys tricking final, and it appears to have been a reality. So well done. So now the point score bubble. The bubble is 46.80, and that is courtesy of Sam McKenzie. Anything above that will see that trickle through to the next round, anything less, and Sam is through to the next round. Skier on the water right now. This is Adrian Elias from Slovakia. Setting up for almost 30k here with Bravo 2, no weight in the boat whatsoever. Looking good. Stomps that one. There we go. Toe wake lino. Toe wake line back to the front and to the back. Toe wake line. Oh, I don't think he. I think he was maybe contemplating doing the toe wake line back to back, but I would suspect that time was pretty much out by the time he would have landed that one.
Yeah, he probably just felt that time was an issue there and just went for a toe wake front and tried to get those 150 points in there. I know Adrian, we saw him skiing Junior Masters and the LCQs earlier this year. Great skier, and it's good to see him skiing good here too.
All right, and Adrian Elias there from the Eastern European nation of Slovakia. Used to be, and I mentioned this yesterday, that for the longest time the only high-level Slovakian skier that we've had for the longest time is Martin Bartalski, but this is the latest superstar from that part of the world.
Yeah, I think he was skiing with Martin before LCQs. I saw him in Arbondale. He came and skied at Scott's and Marion's once at the lake. I saw him skiing at Fluid too. So he was in Florida in May training for Junior Masters, and I'm sure he was with Martin Baltaski.
All right, then. Looks like we got some points coming through on his opening pass of 32.80, 3,280 for that opening salvo there for our skier from Slovakia, Adrian Elias. All right, so Adrian Elias, looks like we're committed to 2,800 points as a result of pass number one. So he's looking for something along the range of about 2,480 points that he needs to get to that area. There we go, going with backflips there. Running a pretty high boat speed here. This is well in excess of 30 kilometers an hour. Flip twist to the back, flip twist, and goes for the mode back to back and crushing over his back leg there on the landing. And there you go for Adrian Elias.
Yeah, I think that was a good run again. That should be making the final. Same as BG, he fell in his second mode, but that was a pretty good and clean first mode. Flip back to back.
Still waiting on a score for Salvatore Maturana. Salvatore 63.80. Salvatore 63.80. All right, then. So we're getting a score for Salvatore Maturana, and it's good enough to send him through to the next round of the competition with 63 for 80, 6,380 for Salvatore Maturana. And that still means that the bubble score is that effort there of 46.80, courtesy of Samuel Mackenzie out of New Zealand. So that is still the bubble as it stands right now. We're waiting on a score for Adrian Elias, and he's just come off the water, and looks like we're getting a score for BG Binkley coming through any moment now. We'll release that momentarily. right then, so number score coming through, and this, it confirms that BG Binkley has made it through to the final as well. 64.90, 6,490, and that actually gives him the lead by 110 points.
There's Francisco Georgis coming up. Great overall skier, which will also be looking for those medals too. So,
all right, here he is. Toe wake back-to-back reverse, surface toe back-to-backs. There we go, toe sides. Toe wrapping, toe wake O, toe wake liner, toe wake line back. I said toe wake back. Oh, and went just a little bit too high and out of control there. That was Francisco Georges.
I'm sure his family is watching from home, from Argentina, so I
can almost guarantee that.
Yeah, I know Toby, Nacho, everyone is watching from home, so hi to all of them, and hopefully he can ski good and bring a medal to Argentina.
All right, then, we've just seen the score flash up there, 58.70, 5,870. That also puts Adrian Elias through to the next round, but it puts him in the top three as well. 58.70 points for Adrian Elias, currently in third spot. So within the space of about 4 or 5 skiers, we've had a complete overhaul of the top three competitors. BG Binkley, the lead with 64.90, Salvatore Maturana with 63.80, and Adrian Elias with 58.70. They're through to the final along with Vittoria South Africa with 5,090, and Joe Nakamura with 48.50. He is through to the next round of the competition, and the bubble score is still 46.80, courtesy of Sam McKenzie of New Zealand.
As you can see, the judges are reviewing that pass, so you can see those numbers changing and being from credit review to no credit. And this is the time that judges are doing their review, and we're going to have the score at any moment right now.
All right, so Francisco Georges, we're committing to a score of 35.20 apparently on pass number 1. Now that the timing has been determined on pass number 1, let's see what he can do on pass number 2. Here we go. This is Francisco Georges. Oh, sliding across the back of the boat. He's going to lose time with that one. He's also going to lose that ski line back as well as he goes in for his flip sequence. He's got to have a very short memory in terms of what he chooses to worry about with the earlier tricks. He goes in for the... there we go with the ski line back. A nice little improvisation towards the end there, Valet.
Yeah, I think that was a good recovery. Smart skiing there. He looks like he took his time to recover and then keep going. We saw some flips, we saw a mope, so I think that should be enough to make the final. That was smart skiing for Fran.
Should be enough. Anything over 46.80 should be enough for any of our remaining skiers to make it through to the next round of the competition. The start looked pretty good there. The positional wake back, and then he goes in for the ski line back-to-back.
Yeah, and then here he rushed a little bit, didn't go over the rope, so then that's where he started improvising a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. He left that trick where it was for the time being, but then he recovered well enough to put it at the end. And in between that and that recovery, he goes for the back flips. Beautifully executed here, just keeping everything on an even keel. A nice skiing there with Francisco Georges. Now, you look at the end of this run. had already tried to do this trick, but he give him a second chance, and he'll knock that ski line back down any time, day or night. So good, solid skiing there as we work our way towards the end. That is Francisco Jorges of Argentina. We now move from Argentina to Australia, and it's going to be Fletcher Green. Looks like we're pretty close to delivering the score for our previous skier, Francisco Jorges, 38.40. Almost committing to that point score. Maybe it's going to be a little bit less depending upon the timing, but if from what I'm seeing on pass number 1 and what I'm seeing on pass number 2 or anything to go by, then this should be enough to send Francisco Jorges through to the next round. There's Fletcher Green from Australia waiting patiently before he's being given the green light from our officials to proceed on. Right, they're just working out the timing issues here. They've just 1 or 2 tricks to review just to see if they're credit.
Probably gonna have the score anytime now.
Yeah, we're just patiently waiting on that score because it's going to be significant because it's going to determine whether Francisco has made it through to the finals right from the get-go, or he could potentially be on the outside looking in if it's anything less than 46.80. So this is a critical moment here for our trickers towards the tail end of this competition. In the boys tricking Series 1. Then after we get done with boys tricking Series 1, then we'll continue on with the remainder of our schedule, which includes girls slalom, I believe, and then we'll go on to boys jump.
Yeah, we're gonna move on to Series 3, 2 and 1 girls slalom, and then going to have 2 series of jump later today.
Right, you are. So just waiting patiently on that score to come through. We should have it within about the next few moments. But the skiers that we've got left, I mentioned Fletcher Green, and after him will be Tim Vild, then Bautista Humada, then Axel Garcia, Matias Gonzalez, our penultimate skier, and Jake Abelson will be our very last tricker to take to the water. All right, then. Looks like we're going to have to wait for a little bit, but in the meantime, we'll step aside and take a brief pause. We'll be back. All right, then. Looks like the next skier has been given the green light to proceed, and that next skier comes to us out of Australia. It is going to be Fletcher Green. All right, we're going to get the score coming in for Francisco Jorges anytime now. But not before we've seen Fletcher Green come into the course for his first of 2 20-second passes. Looks like he's going to be setting up for a handle pass. A 69.90, 66.90 for Francisco Jorges. That puts him not only into the next round, but also into the lead. This is Fletcher Green, 29.2 on the 0 off. Bravo 2, 25%. Oh, look at that Mo back. There's the singular twisting mobs. Oh, he recovers well on that one. Look at him go. Does he go any higher than this? There's regular backflips. I think he's expended his flips now with that front ski line back. Oh,
it's a good recovery there.
Yeah, a little bit of Houdini action there towards the end for Fletcher Green.
That was some nice, really high flips. Really nice front flip too.
And this is going to take the pressure a little bit off his toe pass, because had he have fallen there, then he would have had to have essentially gone from the start all the way through to the finish in toes to put himself with even a remote chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. But let's have a look at this recovery right there. Just dropping his hand in the water, stabilizing himself, and then working his way towards the opposite wake for another flip. And then from here, that was 5, and here's number 6. Boom.
Two-handed front flip too.
Yeah,
Pretty
exactly.
cool.
Yeah, a lot of people perform that trick with one hand off the handle, but he manages to keep both hands on, and that's definitely the more difficult way to execute that trick.
Yeah, here we can see his dad in the boat pinning. He has a lot of experience in the sport and giving everything to Fletcher to ski good at this tournament.
Absolutely. So Fletcher Green from Australia. Looks like he's totaling up some serious points there, even at the initial stage. It's 42.10, 4,210 points. Is about 470 points shy of what he needs to advance through to the next round of the competition. So Fletcher Green doesn't really have to trick that much, but from here towards the end, anything around about 500 points will do that for him. But I'm sure he'll want to try and get as far down this pass as he can. To maybe take the lead and be the last skier off the dock.
Yeah, and a stand-up pass gives you confidence for the next round, so I think he's going to be looking for that, making the finals the first goal, and then, of course, standing up and getting a good score for not only for yourself, but also for Team Australia.
Of course. It's there's certainly a lot of considerations that go into a performance like this. And there we go, toe wake there for Fletcher Green, toe wake back, toe wake lying back. Does he have anything else? No, toe wake front. And I think he had a pretty good idea as soon as he left the dock what it was going to take for him to physically perform and produce the tricks necessary to get through to the final. And I think that performance was measured and targeted.
Yeah, that was a good run for Fletcher, and he's now going to be thinking about that final on Sunday.
All right, that's one thing he doesn't have to seriously worry about too much now. So that is a good little performance there from Fletcher Green.
Yep. All right, Tony, I'm going to be stepping out. I'm going to go watch my brother ski live, and I get a little nervous, so...
Okay.
I'll see you later.
All right. Okie doke, as Val takes a spot away from the announcing booth. We're looking at Fletcher Green go through hit the motions here with his second and final 20-second pass. And just really looks at ease with the tricks that he performs here, including the tricks that constituted the tail end of that run. Certainly a great confidence boost of being able to get all of the tricks that you wanted to on pass number 1, and said that he needed something along the lines of about 400 or so points to make it through, and I think he's done that and is through to the next round of the competition with ease. The next score coming through should be a Fletcher Green. It is 64.90. 6,490. That changes the leaderboard slightly. That actually puts him in a tie for second place with B.G. Bickley, 6,490. Francisco Jorge is still in the lead with 66.90. The bubble score is still in play with 46.80, courtesy of Sam McKenzie. Here comes Tim Field. A little bit early there on the toe wake back-to-back reverse, but he manages to recover well out of it. There we go. Holds onto the line, toe wake O. A toe slide, toe wake line O. Toe wake line back to-back, and coming up the wake just a little bit early and just throwing that toe wake line back-to-back. Maybe within about a second and a half from seeing the 20 seconds of that pass expire. Still some more points are coming in little by little, but we're seeing the cream of the crop rise to the top, with Francisco Georges with 66.90. We've just seen the instant replay of the fall of Tim Field, but I suspect he's not overly stressed about his potential right now for making it through to the final. As long as he does enough of his handle pass, then it should be enough to see him through to the next round. Looking at the score for his toe pass, reviewing a few of the tricks, and we'll see what the committed score is, and then we'll make a calculation, a head calculation as to what he ultimately needs to do out of his next pass in order to make it through to the final. Timing issue right there. That's not going to be an issue, to be honest. He fell about a second or two before the end, and with that, it should be easy enough to commit that 2,580-point scorer to his ultimate score. But he needs enough of the tricks on pass number 2 to put himself in the best position possible to advance. So looking for something along the lines of about 2,100 or so points to advance through to the next round of the competition. There's Giovanni Andronico from Italy at the helm of that towboat. Tim Field's coach, Christophe Duverger, in there. And now let's see what transpires for Tim Field. Looking for about 2,200 or so points, I surmise, based upon what has already been committed to his score in pass number 1. Here we go, coming in. This is Tim Field. A lot of implications here with team scoring and overall as well. Just trying to get himself set up and get his heart rate, his tempo up and running. There's the Mo back-to-back. Here's the Mo back-to-back reverse. Here he goes. Flip twist, no, regular flip. And a flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back, reverse. He's got one more that he can do. Flip twist to the front. Slows the boat speed down. Ski line O. Positional to the back. Wake 5 front. Oh, and he misses the rope on the attempt for the Wake 5 back reverse. Ski line back. And a hand-to-hand Wake 5 back. Missing out on about 2 or 3 tricks towards the end. But I think that might be enough to send him through to the next round of the competition anyway. So Tim Field, while attempting to position himself for a Wake 5 back, missed the line with his free hand and was unable to proceed beyond there. But Good Johnny on the spot reactions there. Kept him on top of the water and kept him in the game so far as being able to execute the remainder of his tricks on that pass. We'll see here. Look, there was the Mo back-to-back. And there's the flip twist back, and then he starts to slow the boat speed right down around about this point here. There's the ski line O, positional to the back, the wake 5 front. And he just plain flat out wasn't able to grip the rope enough to pull it to initiate his spin for the wake 5 back. But there, he was able to stay upright, keep his hand on the handle, and get through that run. That is Tim Wild, our fifth skier from last out, coming to us out of Germany. Right, the second pass, a preliminary score of 49.80. It's been increased to a little over 5,000, so just on that one pass alone, it's enough to see him through to the next round. So we'll get the total score for Tim Wild very, very soon. So now timing is an issue towards the end there. He was able to stand up all the way through. We'll see how things shape up. And we're going to get the score for Tim Wild very, very soon. Bautista Humada of Argentina about to come into the course. We'll add up the score for Tim Wild for both pass number 1 and number 2. Here it comes up on the screen. 76.40. He is your leader. 7,640, your new leader. That's Tim Wild. Let's see. Bautista Humada. There's toe wake back-to-backs there. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in. Launches himself for the toe wake O. Had to check himself there for the toe wake line O. And then toe wake line back, positional toe wake line 5 back. And beautifully executed tricks towards the end there. Bautista Humada selecting 27.4 kilometers on the 0 off. Bravo 1. And a great trick in there from Bautista Humada. Just looking at his moves there from one trick to the next. Very, very light on the water. One of those tricks wonderfully executed there, toe wake line O, and then he stands up front. Toe wake line 5 back, the first we've seen of those today. And then follows up with the toe wake line back-to-back. And it is absolutely scintillating skiing there from Bautista Humada. Now, I'll be intrigued to find out how many points he tricked there on the opening pass. 38.10 in its review stage. Timing is going to be an issue because he stood up all the way through, so we need to go through that element of our judging package here on the eye trick, brought to you by the mind of Donald Connolly. You can find out more by going to itrick.ski, or splasheye.com. All right, let's see. They're still reviewing, and they're still bringing in Bautista Humada into the course, and at the same time. Looks like it's going to be 38.60 on pass number 1. Let's see what he can do on pass number 2. Going for... Oh, no, and he's down! Oh, my word, catastrophe there! gets at least 500 points for the first trick, and he falls on the second one, and that could well have put himself out of contention in terms of possibly making it through to the final. The point score that he needed to exceed was the point score of Sam McKenzie of a 46.80, and anything less, and that skier from New Zealand takes a spot into the next round. We're going to get the provisional point score any moment now. 38 to just a little over 3,800 points on pass number one, and falling on the second trick there, Bautista Humada. And we're gonna have a look at the splash, the eye trick there for toes. 38.10 on the first pass. Now we'll switch from the toes on pass number one to the handle pass on pass number two. He got one trick in, but not the other. Just wait. All right, so Tim Veal at the top of the leaderboard right now with 76.40. Francisco Georges with 66.90, I beg your pardon. And B.G. Bickley with exactly the same score in second spot right now. Actually, B.G. Bickley and Fletcher Green both tied with 64.90. They're in a two-way tie for third right now. Salvatore Maturano in fifth spot with 64.80. Adrian Elias with 58.70. Ettore South Africa with 5,090. Joe Nakamura, our lead skier for much of this competition, out of Series 4 with 48.50. He's through. And Sam McKenzie waiting to see if the score from Bautista Humada has just gifted him a spot through to the next round. We'll get that score in just a moment or so. In the meantime, from France, this is Axel Garcia. Keeping everything flowing here. Axel Garcia looking a little nervy out there, it has to be said. Toe-Wake line back to back. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. Stands up, goes for the toe-Wake line fight back. Look at him go. He is spinning like a top out there. And a fantastic effort in being able to stay upright after all of those tricks in the way that he performed them. That is Axel Garcia. We're seeing right now Matias Gonzalez getting his equipment set up for his go out there. And just to let you know that that the score for Francisco Georges of 66.90 is going to be subject to a video review, but that won't take place until the end of this series one of boys' tricks. Just looking at this once again on the instant replay there for Axel Garcia. Looking in tremendous shape here, especially there with the toe-wake line back-to-back. Just throws that there. Hits the top of the wake with the reverse and stands up forwards and goes there for the toe-wake line fight back. The second time that we've seen that trick performed. Bautista Humada did it a few moments ago. All right, so far so good there for Axel Garcia. 37.40, one of the high scores that we've seen from toe tricks, with the possible exception of Bautista Humada, who tricked 38.10 on the opening pass of toes. So he's there and thereabouts. Timing is going to be an issue because he stood up all the way through, so we need to go through that process as well. as the identification and the review process, and it's committed now as 37-40. So for Axel Garcia to make his way through to the next round, he's basically got to trick somewhere in the region of a little over 1,000 points with the 20 seconds of time that he has allocated to him on pass number 2. This is Axel Garcia. There we go. There's Mo back-to-back. That should be enough, but he will continue to trick. Look at him go. Flip twist front to back. Look at this. Goes for the front flip. Does he go for anything more? Yes, he does. Ski line 5 back. Ski line back-to-back to the front. Ski line Does he go for the ski line 5 front? Yes, he does. He was about to attempt a ski line back, but I think he just done just enough there with the tricks that he produced to ski himself through to the next round of the competition. The question is it enough for the lead? Just looking at these tricks and how he was able to execute them very, very quickly. The front flip there, one-handed. There we go, ski line 5 back. Ski line back-to-back, positional to the front, and then continues on with the ski line 5. The ski line positional to the back, ski line 5 front again. And wonderful, wonderful skiing there, courtesy of Axel Garcia of France. We'll get the score from him momentarily. We'll also get the confirmed score for Bautista Humada as we now work our way to our penultimate skier coming to us out of Chile. It is going to be Matias Gonzalez. And there we see inside the towboat the reaction there from Sebastian Coll, the French team coach, and he's absolutely ecstatic there, having seen his one of his skiers succeed to that high echelon level. Looks like we're going to get hand trick score 63-60. Just on the hand tricks alone is enough to see Axel Garcia through to next round, and then when you combine that with about a 3,700 point total, you're looking at something along the lines of about a little over 10,000 points there from Axel Garcia. And once we total that up, that should confirm that estimation. All right there. So skier on the water coming to you out of Santiago de Chile. Here he is. This is going to be Matias Gonzalez. We're pushing the score for Axel Garcia. It is 10,100 points. 10,100 points. He assumes the lead now from Tim Field. And let's see what Matias Gonzalez can do. Just skiing a little bit cautiously here compared to what I've seen him do in the past. At least on the opening part. Ski line, toe wake line O. Toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back, goes for the reverse, stands up for the front, toe wake line 5 back. Does he go for anything more? Yes, he gets it done, and it certainly gives him plenty of opportunity going forwards. Now remember that Matias Gonzalez, not only a tricking specialist, but also skied his way through to the boys slalom final yesterday. So he's going to be quite busy between now and the end of the event on Sunday if things work out the way that they ought to here. So just looking at these moves, very, very high tempo stuff right from the beginning all the way through to the end of a pass number 1. There we go, toe wake O, toe wake line O, and then getting really, really settled in. And from this point onwards, he knew that as long as he kept the high rhythm and high speed of his run, then he shouldn't have any problems in terms of making it through to ski into the final, provided that he does likewise with the hand tricks that will come up next. And interesting to see that a lot of skiers have thrown in the toe side in between a trick like a toe wake line back to back, and somewhere between that and a toe wake line 5 back. And the toe pass on its own, 5,500 points. That's enough to see him through to the next round of the competition, just on the one pass alone. And 5,500 points actually puts him in 8th spot right now. All right, so let's see what Matias Gonzalez can do on pass number 2. He's already through to the next round of the competition. He will be skiing on Sunday, not only in this event, but also in boys slalom. Selecting Charlie 3, 25% ballast, 27.7 kilometers an hour boat speed. Let's see what he can do with it. Mode back-to-back, good height. Mode back-to-back reverse. Half jack to the front. Now he goes in for the flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the back reverse. He's got one more flip that he can do. That's the front flip. Opens the trapdoor. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Does he have anything more? Ski line back-to-back. Oh, and he goes down there, and he's going to be visibly annoyed with himself. But he always goes out there with the intention of skiing his absolute best, and anything short, he'll be naturally and visibly disappointed. But he will have another chance to trick between now and the end of the competition on Sunday. He's through to the next round strictly on the basis of his pass of toe tricks to get things started. But I would imagine that he tricked somewhere along the lines of about 4,000 points on this pass of handle tricks, maybe a little bit higher. So not quite the 11 or 12,000 point run that we're accustomed to seeing from Matias Gonzalez, but I'm sure upon reflection he'll be pleased enough that he's made it through to the tricking final that will take place on Sunday. That is Matias Gonzalez. Ski line 5 back, one of his tricks towards the end. Ski line 5 front, and then positions up, and just didn't get the elevation or the spin necessary to complete the ski line back to back. A relatively simplistic trick there for Matias Gonzalez to fall upon, and he knows it as well. So now it comes down to our final competitor. It is going to be Jake Abelson. Provisional score is 6,600 points, 6,060 points for Matias Gonzalez's second and final 20-second pass. And a little bit of mental arithmetic will tell me that trick effort is very, very close to 11,000 points there for Matias Gonzalez. As a matter of fact, it's 11,560 points and gives Matias Gonzalez the lead with one competitor left to go. Representing the United States of America, it is going to be Jake Abelson. And just for your information, we managed to get the score for Bautista Humada, and this is significant. 38-10 for Bautista Humada, and that means that Sam McKenzie is through to the next round of the competition, represented New Zealand. So Jake Abelson, current world record holder. There we go, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse. Now he winds it on, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe wake O. Here he goes with the toe wake line O. Stands up, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line 5 back. Nicely done, good elevation, toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back reverse. Does the toe wake front and positional to the back, and wonderful skiing there for Jake Abelson. Good, clean tricking should be very, very easy on the judges so far as being able to identify the tricks first of all and to have them scored. right here at the U17 World Water Ski Championships, the IWWF U17 World Water Ski Championships, right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone in Predator Bay on the south side of the city of Calgary in the province of Alberta in Canada. Now, that's maybe one mode of contention there so far as the scoring is concerned. The toe 5 front, maybe the ski didn't get enough rotation there. But everything else looked pretty clean, at least from my standpoint anyway. And I'm looking at this imagery from an elevated point along the shore side. We have a camera that's mounted about 80 foot above the lake. And that provides us with some glorious, glorious pictures of tricking. So, courtesy of Jeremy Scholl, our drone footage that you see on occasion is provided to us courtesy of Jason Scholl. And looks like we're getting some points coming through for the toe pass for Jake Abelson. Not quite done yet. He still needs to trick a little bit higher with the remaining pass. The timing does become the issue as he got through all of that pass standing up. So if there is a mode of contention so far as his last tricks are concerned, that's where it will occur. 4,800 points on pass number 1. Let's see what he can do on pass number 2. And with 4,800 points, it is enough to see him through to the next round of the competition, but I'm sure he wants to trick a little bit more than that. Over 30K so far as the boat speed is concerned with C3 as the zero offsetting. There's the front flips. There he goes with the flip twist back, flip half jack to the front. What has he got? Opens the trapdoor with the ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. Does he go with the ski line? Oh, yes, he does. Position to the back, ski line back to back. Yeah! You go! You go! Good, solid effort there. Skis into the dock, and that concludes the boys tricking elimination round series with Jake Abelson. Now, the interesting thing here is not so much the tricking record, the world tricking record, but there is another record that he could potentially go for. And that is the course record here, currently set by Alexei Zernasek at 11,850 points. And at this early stage of the competition, it's probably safe to estimate that Jake Abelson is probably tricked in excess of that. Some good, high-level, high-echelon trick skiing. Ski line 5 front towards the end. Stays in the front position, ski line O, positions out to the back, ski line back to back, and from there, he knew he got it. Knew he'd gotten the lead, and we'll wait for the point score to come back. He is absolutely giddy with joy right there. So the the U.S. team delegation there getting into the full spirit of it. Jake Abelson, wonderful skiing, will get the point score at least 68-70 on pass number 2. It's going through the review stage right now. So 68-70 on top of a little over 4,000 points. I would say that at this time it is very, very close to the course record of 11,850 set here in 2009 by Alexei Zarnasek. It's going through the review stage right now, and just looking at Richard Abelson in the towboat, just absolutely. Camilo Espinal, as a matter of fact, in the towboat there, and showing his pleasure of what he's seen out there. And there he just casually walks out of the water, just plops his ski next to his other stuff, and just another day at the office. Right, reviewing the tricks right now. We're at the review stage, and the timing will be checked as well. But we're still in the review stage of 68.70 points on pass number 2. All right, then. Looks like the 48.80 on the pass number 1, 6,800 or so points. So this could be a course record. 68.70, 4,800 points. It's well in excess of 10,000 points. We know that for absolute certain. Now, if this point score holds up at 68.70 combined with 4,800 points, that should give him the course record by 20 points ahead of Alexei Zarnasek. But we will see how the points measure up. They're still in the reviewing stage. They're making sure that they're crossing off the T's, dotting the I's, and making sure that everything is kosher going forwards. But some great trick in there. We saw the score of Matias Gonzalez, 11,560 points, just shy of that course record from Alexei Zarnasek of 11,850. They're still reviewing. They're still checking one or two things here, and they'll also be checking the timing very, very soon. We got the folks here from Team USA that just waiting on the points here. They're having a great time, and they just need to stay patient for just a few seconds longer. We'll get that point score for you fairly soon, I guarantee. All right, let's have a. We'll go through some of the other scores, Mark, whilst we get that score for Jake Abelson. Matias Gonzalez currently in the lead at this moment in time with 11,560. Axel Garcia with 10,100 points. Tim Vield through to the next round of the competition with 76.40. Francisco Georges still under a video review with 66.90. BG Bickley with 64.90, along with Fletcher Green, both tying with for fifth right now. Salvatore Maturana with 63.80. He's through to the next round. So too is Adrian Elias with 58.70. Ettore, South Africa with 50.90. Joe Nakamura, the very first skier in this competition yesterday in the Series 4, he's come through with 48.50. And for all intents and purposes, it would seem that Samuel McKenzie with 46.80, he's through to next round of the competition. We've yet to add one more score into the list. And here it is. 11,670 points, just agonizingly close there to Alexei Zarnasek's course record. That's 11,670 points. That puts him in the lead after the elimination round. So it's Abelson, Gonzalez, Garcia, Vield, Georges, Bickley, Green, Maturana, Elias, South Africa, Nakamura, and Mackenzie. They are through to the next round of the competition from positions 1 through 12. So congratulations to all concerned. They've made it through to Sunday's final. We're now going to go into our next event, which is going to be the girls' slalom for the various series from Series 3 all the way to Series 1. And then we've got the jump in to come later on for Series 4 and 3. There's your schedule right up on the screen. Girls series 3-1, and then boys series 4 and 3 in the jump. You are watching continuing coverage of the 2024 IWWF U17 World Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
So excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to continuing coverage of the 2024 IWWF World Water Ski Championships for the U17s. Now, when we left the action last night in the girls' Series 4 slalom, this is what the leaderboard looked like. Isabel Cosgrove still in the lead with 3 on 30 meters. With Maria Spaventa from Mexico with 4 at 14.25 meters. Sofia Pelkey with 3 at 14.25 meters and a two-way tie with Paulina Torres of Colombia, both on 3 on 14.25 meters. And there you see the remaining skiers on the list that were present during Series 4 yesterday, and we'll continue on to the slalom events for the Series 2 and Series 1 girls. But the previous event that we just saw Jake Abelson trick 11,680 points. 11,680 points. That's 180 points shy of the course record here set by Alexei Zernisek way back in 2009. Matias Gonzalez in second spot with 11,560. Axel Garcia with 10,100 points. Tim Field with 76.40. Francisco Georges with 66.90. B.G. Bickley with 64.90 in a two-way tie for 6 with Fletcher Green. Salvatore Matarana with 63.80. And the remaining results continue on from there. There's still about 15 minutes remaining so far as the review period is concerned, and then we'll be able to be in a position to confirm the results in the tricks competition. But here is our list of slalomers in girls Series 2 slalom. Sophie Lahell from Canada will be our leadoff skier in Series 2. Then Lenny Wetzel from Germany. Juliana Cobo from Mexico. Karen Andai from Chile. Andrea Sordo from Mexico. Daisy Green from Australia. Maddie Hancock from New Zealand. Luciana Rodriguez of Colombia. Mays Jacobson from Denmark. And Visilaki Zupalugu. So I'll have trouble with that last name, trust me, but I'll see if I can get the Visi Sopalu. Okay, getting some messaging through my headphone to get the right pronunciation on that one, but there we go. And then after that, then we'll have a pretty good idea of who the 12 skiers would be making it through to the next round of the competition, bearing in mind that Series 1 has 12 skiers, to the best of my knowledge, in that series. We start off with a girls' Series 3, and then we'll continue on to Series 2, then Series 1, to determine who will be skiing in the final. As a matter of fact, a girls' Series 1, which will be our last of our series that takes place today in the girls' competition, has 9 skiers, and if it is consistent with all the other finals in having 12 skiers, then it would ultimately mean that the top 3 skiers going into the girls' Series 1 would have an automatic berth through to the next round of the competition, because 3 and 9 equals 12. Shocking, huh? All right there. So we got Sophie Lahell from Canada, and just waiting on the green light from our officials, and then we will be up and running very, very soon. All right, and with that in mind, we're going to take a quick break, and once we return, we will have our first skier to take to the water very, very soon. We'll be back right after this.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
All right, continuing on with the coverage right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone for the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championship. So we have 10 skiers in this series, Series 3, then we'll go to Series 2, and then on to Series 1, and whoever is in the top 3 positions after the conclusion of Series 2 would have a spot in the girls' slalom final, which will take place on Sunday, because we have 9 skiers competing in Series 1. But currently, the lead score at this time is 3 buoys on 30 meters, courtesy of Izzy Cosgrove from Great Britain. Right, just waiting and anticipating in the towboat there. We got Valle Gonzalez. I believe our boat driver this time around is going to be Nigel Sparrow. Okay, 52K, 18.25 meters for our first competitor out. This is Sophie LaHale from Canada. All right. Nice glide there on prior to the entry gates for buoy number 1. Sophie LaHale. Nice skiing there. All 6 buoys. So, Nigel Sparrow at the helm of that towboat, as I mentioned there. Valle Gonzalez out of Chile, a member of our jury panel, and helped us out a little bit earlier on with the announcing so far as the tricks are concerned. So, thanks to her for that. Looking at some of the results from Sophie LaHale, and seeing scores in the slalom event that range from about 4 on 18.25 meters all the way down to 3.5 on 16 meters. All of these at 55K, and these results were produced during the last season. Don't have anything much up to date for this season for her, but that kind of gives you an idea of what she's been able to do in the past. So Sophie LaHale from Canada. A little bit long on number 1. 18.25 meters is really going to have to hustle here. Continuing to roll here. Gives herself just enough room to get round all 6 buoys there, and that was on 60 meters. So that probably represents one of her better scores coming into this event. So it looks like it's going to be 14.2. That was actually 18.25 meters at 55K coming back. She started at 52. Just a quick reminder there. 60 meters is going to be the next run for her. Looking in really good shape here on the instant replay for the most part. Almost letting the speed catch her out on 1 or 2 instances, but was able to react back and keep the positive flow going. Here we go. This now is Sophie LaHaye. Entrance of number 1 on 16 meters. Still working. 16 meters having a little bit of trouble here, but managing to take a sweeping turn off buoy number 5 and gets around number 6 there. So it's a 6 buoy count on 16 meters. And based upon what I've seen in the last season, that's got to be one of her better scores compared to the results that I've been able to pull up for her in the 2023 season. I don't know how much she's competed since then, but Sophie LaHaye on 16 meters taking a hard stab there off her number 2 and a good extension around buoy number 3. So if she's this might actually be one of her first opportunities that she's ever had to ski into the 14.25 meter line, and that's the line length that's coming up next for her. She's gone through 52 and 55 at 18 and also 16 meters at 55 as well. So now it's game on for Sophie LaHaye. The current lead is still held by Izzy Cosgrove of Great Britain with 3 on 13 meters. All right. Eyes right. Let's have a look and see what Sophie LaHaye can do on 14.25 meters. If she can get more than halfway down, then it will put her in the top 3. And unfortunately, that's not going to be the case here. So it looks like it's going to be 1 buoy there for Sophie LaHaye of Canada that actually ties her with a previous skier, Barnes Lawton from yesterday. Katie Barnes-Lawton and Sophie LaHaye, both in a 2-way tie for 5th right now with 1 buoy at 11 at 14.25 meters, I beg your pardon. So exits stage left, and that is Sophie LaHaye in this girls slalom elimination round in series 3. We have 9 more skiers in this series, and the first of those 9 comes to us out of Germany. It's going to be Leni Wenzel. .25 meters, 52K, 18.25 meters for Leni Wenzel. And I'm sure that her elder sister, Emily Wenzel, will be watching on rather nervously and seeing what transpires. Emily Wenzel, another who has competed in these U17 championships in past cycles. Oh, and Lenny Wenzel getting in a little bit narrow there on number 3, but managing to recover well enough to continue skiing. Looking good and getting around all 6 buoys at 52K, 18.25 meters. Just to let you know that the minimum starting speed is 49K and minimum starting line length is 18.25 meters. Now our competitors can have a wide array of options so far as selecting their opening pass is concerned. I mean, as long as the speed isn't any lower than 49K, or the rope is any longer than 18.25 meters, anything is fair game so far as the starting line length and speed is concerned. We've had several skiers that actually went in on short line lengths but sub-max speed, and using the zero-based scoring that enables skiers to have a little bit of flexibility so far as what they choose to go in on. Juliana Cobo from Mexico is our next skier to go, trying to isolate herself from the rest of the world as she gets ready to go. So Lenny Wenzel. This is going to be 55K. Whoa, getting in a little deep off number 2 there, but managing to still stay on top of the water here at 55K, 18.25 meters. Lenny Wenzel, who has skied in a couple of tournaments so far this season, has gone as much as 5 at 14.25 meters at 55K, so she's a little ways away from that. 16 meters comes up next for Lenny Wenzel. Yeah, almost overloading there off of buoy number 2 into number 3 and just getting really, really out of sorts. But just controlling her form, controlling her aggression there behind the boat and staying well in front of the course. So there we go. That was Lenny Wenzel on the opening couple of passes. Let's see what she does here and now. And continuing right along, and I've just been able to pull up the messages on the live chat as Lenny Wenzel gets to work here on 16 meters. Now, she appears to be a lot more comfortable with the shorter line length, and maybe a suggestion going forwards is maybe she should start in on 16 meters, but to go in at something like 52K, maybe it'll be to her advantage if she can try that when she gets the opportunity to train again for the remaining tournaments this summer, like the U17 European Championships, which will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC from Rocchetto in Italy in about 3 weeks' time. But we're concentrating here on the U17 World Championship titles right here at the Lakes at Casting Stone, just outside Calgary in the province of Alberta in Canada. And Lenny Wenzel, 16 meters. Yeah, make that one look a heck of a lot easier than 18.25 meters. Getting some messages coming through from a number of folks. Gainer Gadisont asking me to congratulate Fletcher from Goosey. And seeing some other messages come through as well, especially from Australia, who seem to revel in the opportunity of being able to watch live international level skiing at all hours of the day and night. Oh, and Lenny Wenzel on 14.25 meters, just unable to get to grips there, and she scores half a buoy there, half a buoy at 14.25 meters, and that puts her in, I believe, in 8th spot right now. Actually, 7th spot. That puts her behind the two tied scores for 5th place between Kaylee Barnes-Lawton and Sophie LaHaye, who tie for 5th place, who won at 14.25 meters, and slotting in behind them in 7th all by herself is Lenny Wenzel with half a buoy at 14. Izzy Cosgrove is still in the lead after one complete series yesterday, Series 4. We're into Series 3 now. And I tell you what, despite the series that for some of our skiers appears to be really low, let's not forget that Joe Nakamura, who was the very first skier in Series 4 in boys tricks, he is through to the boys tricking final. So it can be done. All right, the next skier on the water from Mexico, Juliana Cobo. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Settling in now. All right, good stuff there. Opening pass, 18.25 meters. I believe that was 55K. Yep, that's the tone of the engine was certainly a dead giveaway between 52 and 55. There's definitely a very, very discernible difference between a boat going in at 52K and a boat going in at 55K. It's just a little bit of a higher pitch from that PCM engine that equips the Ski Nautique towboat, the official towboat of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. And you can find out more about the boat that has superior drivability, amazing storage space, and the lightest ski boat on the market. It is the all-new Ski Nautique. It's award-winning, it's world record-setting, it's revolutionizing the free event world, and you can find out more about it by going to nautique.com. I'm Tony Lyford, glad to have the pleasure of your company, and we're in the midst of Girls Series 3 Slalom. And after we get done with the Series 3, 2, and 1, then we'll go into Boys Series 4 and 3 jump to round off today's action. Then we got one more day of Elimination Round Series on Saturday before we go into the finals in slalom, trick, and jump, alternating between the girls and the boys. Juliana Cobo, 16 meters. A little bit flat-footed into number 3, but managing to still stay on top of the water here, trying to chase down that score there from Izzy Cosgrove. She's gone through 18.25 meters at 55K. And now that is 16 meters at that same boat speed of 55K. Every complete pass that she has from here on in will mean that the next pass will be at a shorter line length. Starting with 14.25 meters on the strength of her run on this particular effort. So looking in good shape there, and allowing the ski to maintain a lot of its speed in the turn, not jamming the ski round and not cranking and yanking as was the technique in past years. Allowing the ski to maintain its speed in the turn is a surefire way of letting the today's ski designs make its turn with a lot more speed. Ski becomes a lot more lighter and a lot easier to control in those situations. Let's see if, armed with all of that knowledge, Juliana Cobo can do something impressive here. Slaloming with Alpha 2. This is 14.25 meters. This is on the water, Juliana Cobo of Mexico. And this is 14.25. A little bit late into number 5 and still there for number 6. Oh, yes, there you go. The first time we've seen 14.25 meters cleared in this series so far. And only one other person has actually gotten through 14.25 meters out of the competitors that we've seen so far, and that's Izzy Cosgrove with a score halfway down 13, and that is the pass that she will attempt coming up next. So some possibilities are opening up here. Juliana Cobo, let's have a look at some of the scores that she's produced already in this within the last season or so. The only records of scores that I've seen come from last season, and she's gotten into the likes of 14.25 meters, has never cleared it. At least according to the information that I have from last season. She may have actually done a lot better in the season 2024, but let's suffice to say that for Juliana Cobo, this is one of the rare occasions that she's made it onto 30 meters, and if she can get off to a good start, then maybe she'll be off to the races and maybe have a crack at Izzy Cosgrove's lead score. There's one, a little on the back of the ski, and unfortunately unable to get much beyond number 1, but it is enough for a second place standing at this time. That is on the water, Juliana Cobo of Mexico. One buoy on 30 meters, and that slots her into second place. We'll see if that is enough to see her maybe become one of our skiers that makes it through to the Sunday final. Now, bear in mind, for our good folks out there watching and making speculations and calculations in their head as to who's made it through to the final, at least based upon skiers that could potentially be in the lead or whatever towards the end of Series 2. There are 9 skiers present in Girls Series 1. So it's not just a case of maybe just the odd one or two being in a position. Anyone that's actually in the top 3 after Series 2 would have an automatic berth through to the next round of the competition. 52, 18.25 meters for Karen Andai for Chile. Getting set up, nice little glide there, 18.25 meters, 52K, setting herself up for Alpha 2. Now, not too long ago, when you set your zero off for a certain setting, you set it once and you weren't allowed to move it for the remainder of the effort. Now, and this has been the case for like the last 3 seasons, the skiers can actually make adjustments to the zero off, whether it's the number, whether it's the letter, and that might well be an option for 1 or 2 of our skiers out there if they've found that the wind conditions or any other element seems not to be their liking, and they need a little bit of boost off the second wake, or maybe be a little bit softer. Then that's something that they could consider making an adjustment for. But there we go. That is Karen Andai. That is 18.25 meters at 52K. And she'll move to 55K on that same line length. Karen Andai from Chile. A good crowd of people there along the shore side, adjacent to the starting dock. Just chilling out there. I don't see any waving or any shouting or celebrating or what have you. When we cut to that camera, they'd better take advantage of it. Anyway, this is Karen and I. Looking good at 18.25 meters at 55K. Just has a real ease about her so far as that slalom technique is concerned. She's eliminated the nerves that she felt on pass number 1 and indeed pass number 2, and now getting ready for 16 meters at 55K. All right, not looking too bad on the face of it there at 55K, 18.25 meters. Trying not to accelerate to too high of a speed, and that's why you see her come up a little bit narrow at times. Very conscious of the fact that she needs a little less speed into a pre-turn in order for that ski to react positively there for her. But then sometimes skiers are set up their skis a little bit differently, so having a little bit more speed in the turn makes the ski lighter and a little bit easier to handle. Each to his own, of course. So 16 meters, Karen and I at 55K. Handle coming in a little bit too soon there, but she's able to compensate for that with a better turn on number 2 and 4. She's still there at 16 meters, just about managing to get the ski outside number 6, and that is Karen and I from Chile. Looking at some of the scores that she's produced over the last couple of seasons, as a matter of fact, she's gotten through 16 meters on a number of occasions and has gotten as high as halfway down the pass of 14.25 meters at 55K. Other tournaments, national championship stop there at Lago Los Moros. She got as high as 4 at 14.25 meters. So suffice to say that if she has gone into 13 meters, it's been on the 1 or 2 rare occasions that she's done so. Nizzy Cosgrove still there in the lead with 3 on 30 meters. Juliana Cobo, 1 on 30 meters. The only skiers that we've seen so far in the girls' slalom elimination series to have gotten past 14.25 meters and put a score into 13. All right, here we go. Let's see what occurs here. 14.25 meters for Karen and I. There's number 1, a little bit of a slide down course, but she's still there on number 2. She's trying to stay relaxed here. Is it working? There's buoy number 4, round number 5. Now she's going to have to hustle and unfortunately ran out of time. So it looks like it's going to be a 4 1/2 buoy score. 4.5 buoys on 14.25 meters. That currently puts her in 3rd place right now. So 3rd place there for Karen and I. That moves her, that vaults her above Maria Sapaventa of Mexico. So Izzy Cosgrove. So 4.5 on 14.25 meters for Karen and I moves her into the top 3. 3rd place ahead of Maria Sapaventa of Mexico. So that's how it's gone so far. And as we continue on, our next competitor from Mexico is Andrea Sordo. And as has been the case for many of our competitors at this stage in the competition, she elects to go at 52K, 18.25 meters. All right, here we go. Andrea Sordo, 18.25 meters at 52K. Looking good, though, for the time being at least. Little bit of air taken from 5 to 6. And looking quite strong and in good form there, as Nigel Sparrow continues to drive impeccably here at this event, the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships. All right there. So we've just seen Andrea Sordo getting through 52K at 18.25 meters. Let's see how she does on the return pass. 55K, still on the same line length. Entrance, number 1. Oh, nice turn off buoy number 1. Good advance on number 2 here. 18.25 meters, 55K. This is max speed at sub-max short line. So there we go. She's gone through 18.25 meters at 55, and we'll see what she can do on the next pass, which is going to be 16 meters for Andrea Sordo. All right, so moving forward, upwards and forward. Andrea Sordo now has a chance to get among the top 10 places at this time. Let's have a look at some of the scores around that area. Andrea Sordo Okay, so Andrea Sordo coming in on 14.25 meters. From what I'm able to understand, she went in on 16. Oh, no, and she collapsed off buoy number 1 into number 2. Just couldn't get her enough of her body underneath the line in time, and has to make do with half a buoy at 14.25 meters. She started it at 52K 16 meters on the opening pass, and looked a little out of sorts there with her coming off the handle into buoy number 1, and just couldn't really get her position back in time. So it looks like it is going to be half a buoy at 14.25 meters. The final score at 55K for Andrea Sordo. And Andrea Sordo is currently in... Actually, the score coming through is actually 1. Apparently, she did hold the handle long enough after number 1 to score the full buoy. So that puts her in a tie with a number of skiers, namely Kaylee Barnes-Lawton, Sophie LaHaye, and Andrea Sordo, all on one buoy at 14.25 meters. All right, skier coming up next, representing Australia. It's going to be Daisy Green. All right, so transitioning from one rope to the next, Daisy Green from Australia coming to us out of Western Australia. We'll see what she's got in store for us with the opening pass. We'll keep an eye on the starting line length as well. One skier has just thrown us a little bit of a curveball in that regard, so we'll see what Daisy Green can do with the opener. Here we go, Daisy Green. All right, one thing I do know, that line length is 18.25 meters. And at 52K, Alpha 2 on the 0 off. Little bit light on the line off buoy number 1, but able to keep herself focused and on time here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. So, good skiing there from Daisy Green. 52K, 18.25 meters. We'll see how far she gets. Current leader is Izzy Cosgrove of Great Britain, taking the overnight lead from the Series 4 girls slalom competition that was held last night. We're in Series 3 at this time, so we still got a long ways to go before we can start guesstimating who would make it through to the next round of the competition. But fair to say, and this does bear worth repeating, that there are 9 skiers in girls Series 1. So any skier that finishes in the top 3 after Series 2 would have automatic berths through to the next round of the competition by that proviso. All right, on the starting dock from New Zealand, Maddie Hancock. She's trying to stay loose and trying to keep things light on the starting dock area. There you go. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Daisy Fletcher. Daisy Green, I beg your pardon. Fletcher's actually a brother. All right, Daisy Green. Let's have a look and see. 18.25 meters. 55K. And makes lighter work on that pass than she did on the previous one. So well done to her for that. So Daisy Green, I'm sure that her grandma, Gaynor Gaddisaunt, is watching. And I'm sure that if Gaynor is watching, she'll hit me up with a message or two on the live chat, which you have access to by going to the TWBC YouTube channel and hitting the subscribe button. Once you hit the subscribe button, you have the ability to communicate with us via the live chat, and you also have the ability to be notified as to the next time a webcaster comes on live, courtesy of TWBC. So check out the YouTube channel of TWBC. You know it makes sense. All right, then, here we go. Coming in, this is Daisy Green. Here we go, Daisy Green. This is 16 meters. Entrance number 1. Oh, there you go. Look at this. This is some good stuff there from Daisy Green. Keeping everything going. And there you go. Great skiing there from Daisy Green through 16 meters. And we'll see what she's up for with 14.25 meters coming back. Now, the way that the wind is shaping up at the moment, the wind direction and intensity are a little bit more consistent this time around compared to yesterday's boys slalom competition. The wind is currently blowing a slight tailwind off the dock, which means that for the even-numbered passes, it's going to be a headwind, and that's exactly the scenario that presents itself for Daisy Green. 14.25 meters coming up. So, keeping an eye on some of the other messages coming through from the good folks over at Gosfield Lake who are keeping a close eye on the positioning for Izzy Cosgrove with 3 on 30 meters currently in the lead. Chasing it down, but needs to run this pass in order to get in around that area is Daisy Green. There's number 1, handle up high. Losing a little bit of angle there off number 2, but she's still there, flat-footed into number 3. Managing to get around. She's still there on 4. She's good to go on number 5. Can she throw the ski outside? Buoy number 6. All right. That is Daisy Green. Almost lost it around buoy number 3, but I tell you what, she came back and came back strong. So Daisy Green out there, she will not go quietly into that good night. And I tell you what, for the first couple of buoys, things didn't look particularly peachy there, but she managed to get control of number 3, get a little bit more angle, and then round number 4, she just absolutely pummeled that turn, and she just kept skiing at 14.25 meters, 55K. And now has a chance of striking for the lead. Her immediate 2 targets, Juliana Cobo with 1 at 13 meters from Mexico. Ultimately, the lead is still there at 3 at 13 meters, courtesy of Izzy Cosgrove. But suffice to say, our third skier so far to make it past 14.25 meters and into 13, and probably one of the better scores that we've seen so far from Daisy Green. Entrance gates, number 1. Little flat off number 1. She'll have a harder time to get around buoy number 2, but she virtually turns round number 2 and gets to the wake, so she scores 2 buoys there. Not enough for the lead, but certainly enough to keep her in contention somewhat. The 14 years of age youngster from Australia, from Western Australia, it's Daisy Green. And just checking up on some of the results that she's had in the past season or so, I'd say that's one of her better ones. The best score that I've seen from Daisy Green, according to the results, is 1 on 30 meters, and she's gotten past 2. So maybe we've just seen a new personal best, courtesy of Australia's Daisy Green. So some great skiing there from Daisy Green, and we'll see her up on the leaderboard in just a moment. Daisy Green scored 2 on the 13-meter line. And there she is, right there in second spot behind Izzy Cosgrove on 3, Juliana Cobo with 1 for third place. Karen Andai with 4.5 on 14.25 meters. And currently in 5th place is Maria Spavetta with 4 on 14.25 meters. All right then, so it's game on. Next competitor up, courtesy of New Zealand, it's going to be Maddie Hancock. All right, let's look at some of the messages. Oh, Gainer Gaddy Sword says, yes, yes, yeah. Grandma coming in with a message or two. And apparently all of the Gaddisaunt family watched in as well. So big ups to you folks over there in the United Kingdom. Checking in and seeing what Daisy Green could do. All right, so let's continue on, shall we? Maddie Hancock at 52K, 16 meters. Settling in now. Maddie Hancock on 16 meters. All right, so Maddie Hancock, 16 meters, 52K. Looking good, looking composed. And certainly from what I see, those that have decided to go in on 16 meters at a reduced boat speed seems to have an easier time adapting to the conditions here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. Although one thing that one has to bear in mind, of course, is that there is a little bit of a minor risk when it comes to going in on 16 meters for the opening pass at sub-max speed, because as is the case for pretty much every boat manufacturer's wake, there is that rooster hump that the skiers hit when the line length is around the 16-meter line, and if you're not prepared for it, it could launch you. And not in a good way. On the starting dock, we see Luciana Rodriguez of Colombia getting ready to go. Our next skier. And then after her, it's Maze Jakobsen. Then Vasiliki Zizopoulou. All right, this is at 55K for Maddie Hancock of New Zealand. Good sweeping turns, good aggression there, and gets the job done on 16 meters at max speed. Now she has cleared max speed. She goes to 14.25 meters. Coming up next for New Zealand's Maddie Hancock. Now let's have a look at some of the scores that she's produced in recent times. Most of these results, in fact, all of the results have come by way of the 2013 season, the 2023 season, I beg your pardon. Has had scores mostly into 13 meters, but bear in mind that as Maddie Hancock transitions from the initial junior divisions to the main U17 division, a lot of the scores that she produced and had a record for were produced with the max speed being at 52K. She's now at 55K. She's had scores as high as 4.5 on 13 meters, but once again, I have to remind you that was done at 52 kilometers an hour. Let's see how she has transitioned from 52 to 55K in the last few months. Here we go. Maddie Hancock, 14.25 meters, 55K. Oh, all over the place here. Oh, my word. And not getting the best of starts, and one or number 2, and was basically playing and skiing to survive there into number 3 and just couldn't get much of anything out of that. So it looks like it is going to be a 3 buoy count, if I'm not mistaken. A nice extension round buoy number 1. Looked okay into buoy number 2, but then she took a bit of a hit there into number 3 and just got launched and was just unable to get her position back long enough to get outside number 4. So it is going to be a 3 buoy count. 3 buoys there for our skier out there. That is Maddie Hancock, and 3 buoys on 14.25 meters at 55K. Puts her at in a 3-way tie for 6th place between Sophia Pelkey and another skier. 3 buoys at 14.25 meters. Paulina Torres of Colombia, Sophia Pelkey, and now also with 3 on 14.25 meters, Maddie Hancock. So now Maddie Hancock in a 3-way tie for 6 between herself, Sophia Pelkey, and Paulina Torres. We're now down to our 3 skiers remaining in Series 3. Third skier from last out is going to be Luciana Rodriguez. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of mechanical trouble here. Apparently, there's some issue with the rope. We'll get that resolved and get ready to bring in Luciana Rodriguez. Right, not exactly the most auspicious start that you can think of, but we'll see what we can do. Hopefully, it doesn't detract from the space needed for that boat to accelerate up to the preset speed, I believe at 52K. Actually 55K, 16 meters. So as we work our way down towards our better seated skiers, you'll find that they'll be more comfortable at 55K at 16 meters. This being one of them. Luciana Rodriguez out of Colombia. So, working our way through this list, we've got Mays Jakobsen and we got Vasiliki Zozopoulou of Greece to end off the Series 3. They'll be coming up next. But at this juncture, we see Luciana Rodriguez getting through the opening pass of 60 meters at 55K. So great competitive action today as we continue to rock our way through this event. right, here we go, folks. .25 meters. She's already at max speed so far as the boat is concerned. So every pass that she completes enables her to shorten the line, and she's gone through 16 and 14 now. Now she's within the realm of the lead score that is currently being held by Izzy Cosgrove. You never know, that kind of score might be enough to see her through to the next round of the competition, and we've already seen the very first skier in the boys tricking competition achieve such a distinction. Out of Series 4, Joe Nakamura is a skier that will be in the boys tricking final, rather surprisingly. Even more of a surprise is that he didn't finish in 12th, finished actually considerably higher than that. But for the meanwhile, this is Luciana Rodriguez coming in on this next pass. It's going to be 30 meters. It's the pass that holds the lead score. All right, here we go, folks. 13 meters. Let's see what kind of start she gets. There's number 1. There's number 2. Here's the lead. That's number 3. She takes the lead with a turn on buoy number 4, which she does, and unfortunately doesn't hold on to get the full four buoys. Now, it could come down to a review or at least a little bit of a second look to determine whether she held on to the handle long enough to get the full 4. I suspect, at least from my personal point of view, that she might have let go of the handle before the center line of the prop wash, directly behind the ski boat. There's number 1 and there's number 2. Now she knew what she needed to do to get the lead. Kind of broke over at the waist and set herself up on that one. There's number 4. Now number 5. Let's have a look and see where that handle got. Oh, that's very, very tight there, at least from that perspective. Might have to take a look at an alternative view to determine whether that was going to be 3.5 or 4. We'll get the confirmed score in a moment, but we do know it is a lead score, by the way. So whether that score is going to be 3.5 or 4, either of those two scores are enough to see her through to the lead. That is Luciana Rodriguez. She's taken the lead away off Izzy Cosgrove as the boat makes its way back to the dock. All right, then. So it looks like there was a review on that score, and apparently the score is going to be the full 4 count. Obviously holding on long enough to score the 4, and has now taken the lead away from Izzy Cosgrove. So we have a new leader. That is Luciana Rodriguez. And just enough time to tell you about one or two of our sponsors for this competition, notably Water Ski and Wakeboard Canada. They're responsible for coordinating, growing and developing towed water sports from initiation to high performance. Responsible for the overall health of the sport in collaboration with our provincial sport organizations. Water Ski Wakeboard Canada leads through proactive advocacy, strengthened partnerships, effective communications, and coordinated leadership. That is one of our sponsors, Water Ski and Wakeboard Canada. Skier on the water is Maze Jakobsen. I believe this is at 52 kilometers an hour. And judging by the length of rope I see, I believe that's going to be 16 meters. We'll double check on that. but I don't see that being on 18.25 meters. But there you go. That's the opening pass for Mads Jakobsen. All right, so Mads Jakobsen in very, very good shape. Getting a good swing from one side of the course to the next on the 16-meter line. Getting broken over a little bit from 5 to 6, but has enough strength in reserve to mitigate any detrimental effects that might have had for her. All right, so let's continue on. Mads Jakobsen, 14.25 meters. Okay, so correction there, 16 meters, 55K. She elected to go at 52, but with a shorter line length. Mads Jakobsen. All right, in good shape there, and gets round all 6 buoys on the return pass of 16 meters. Only this time it was with max speed. She started at 52. She came back at 55. Both passes had the same 16-meter line. As we see another beautiful shot there coming to us from the northern end of. Actually, from the southern end of the facility here at the Lakes of Castingstone, the venue of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, and the venue for this among many tournaments that they have held in the last few seasons, pro tournaments, titled events, either provincially, nationally, or internationally. Solid as you like there. That is Mads Jakobsen of Denmark. All right, here we go, folks. This is Mads Jakobsen. The boat accelerating up to speed. Rocking and rolling. Round number 1. This is 14.25 meters. The boat speed now locked in at 55K. A little bit loose off number 4. Managing to get outside number 5 and long pulls it to number 6. Barely gets through the exit gates. That is Mads Jakobsen of Denmark. Now giving herself an opportunity to maybe strike for the lead, which is now currently held by Luciana Rodriguez with 4 buoys on the 30-meter line. There we see dockside Vasiliki Zizopoulou from Greece getting ready to put her hurting out there on the slalom course. Yeah, getting a little bit broken over off 4 into number 5, but still able to check herself. And ultimately didn't wreck herself. Off 5, off 6, and through the exit gates. There we go. That is Mads Jakobsen. There we see Vasiliki Zizopoulou from Greece. And waiting to see what Mads Jakobsen can do on 13 meters. A little bit deep off number 2, but she's still there on number 3 on 13 meters. Keeping the flow going. Number 5. Does she make it outside number 6? She might have actually done it. There you go. 6 buoys there. At 13 meters, she takes the lead and then some. From Denmark, that is Mads Jakobsen. She's certainly convinced that she got round number 6 on 30 meters, and not too sure if the judges would let her proceed on without a review. But we'll take a look here from the best camera vantage points that we can find. Mads Jakobsen a little loose off number 1, but that's not uncommon on 30 meters, especially of a skier of this level. And then round number 1 and 2 and number 3 getting broken over into number 4, just trying to control the speed and allowing the ski to make it round. Now, this is a good vantage point here for number 5. Takes the hit. Does she make it round buoy number 6? Oh, yes, she does. And through the exit gates, barely. So Mads Jakobsen is your new leader. But with how much of an advantage will she have amongst her competitors who have previously skied, and how long will that stay the lead for? She is our penultimate skier in Series 3. Let's see what she's got. Round buoy number 1 for Mads Jakobsen. There's 1. Oh, round number 2. Stops the ski cold. Gets 2 buoys on 12 meters. Mads Jakobsen. So just as a point of reference, let's have a look at some of her competitions so far this season. Has scored as high as 3 buoys on 30 meters. So we might have actually seen a new personal best courtesy of Mads Jakobsen, at least based upon what she's done on a comparative basis so far this season. So Mads Jakobsen, 2 on 12 meters. So Mads Jakobsen getting the start and getting 2 buoys on 12 meters. And she is absolutely over the moon with that. So Mads Jakobsen on her way back to the dock. Yep. We've had 2 lead changes within about the last 4 or 5 competitors now. Saw Luciana Rodriguez take the lead, albeit briefly. And right after her, Mads Jakobsen proved her mantle by getting all the way through on 30 meters and recording the 2 buoy count on 12 meters for what I believe to be a new personal best there for Mads Jakobsen. So, maximum effort there and reaping the rewards. As we now come down to our last competitor in Girls Series 3. It is going to be Vasiliki Zizopoulou of Greece. Okay, 55K, 18.25 meters for a sole entrant in this series from Greece. This is Vasiliki Zizopoulou. Again, a good hook up here. The line length isn't exactly helping her too much. But it's every person for their own, each to his own, so to speak. And that is 6 buoys, 18.25 meters at 55K. She would advance on to 16. Looking good on the opening pass, just trying to get into a good rhythm here and try and ski just well enough to get round all 6 buoys on the opening pass. As we continue to move right along, let me mention to you two of our sponsors, Shoe Swap Ski and Board. The Shoe Swap Lake Water Ski and Wakeboard Center began operating in 1996, about the same time that this facility was built, with the opening of the ski and board shop in Scotch Creek, based out of Captain's Village Marina in North Shuswap. There are 2 locations, one in Calgary and the original at the Shuswap Lake. Owners Mike Gasley and Andrew Martin, superb supporters for our sport here in north of the border, and we thank those folks very much indeed for their continued support, not only of tournament water skiing at international level, but also at domestic and provincial level here in this part of the world. There we go. We've just seen Vasiliki Zazopoulou getting through the pass of 16 meters at 55K. Looking at some of the scores that she's produced so far this season, has gone halfway down 13 meters at least once during the 2024 campaign. Did that at Stratos Lake in Greece. And let's see what she has in store for us with the pass coming up. Really had to work hard to get through 16 meters, and then now looking at some possibilities here for getting through 14.25 meters. The next line length pass for Vasiliki Zazopoulou of Greece. We've got 2 more series to go. We've got Series 2 and Series 1 in that order. .25 meters for Vasiliki Zazopoulou. Gets it to go around number 4 and number 5, and will also have an opportunity to strike on 30 meters. Only a few people have gotten through 14.25 meters. The likes of Juliana Cobo and Daisy Green, Izzy Cosgrove, and Luciana Rodriguez, and of course our leader, Maze Jakobsen of Denmark. All of them that have made it through 14.25 meters, and you can add Vasiliki Zazopoulou to that list as well. So Vasiliki in the 6th spot so far. So she'll have to wait a considerable amount of time to find out if she's done enough to ski through to the next round of the competition. But she continues to ski. We'll see what she can do on 30 meters. If she can get through 13 and get past number 2 on 12, then it really is game on, because then you'd have a higher potential cutoff point. And don't forget, we have 9 skiers in girls series 1. So whoever's in the top 3 after the conclusion of girls series 2. Oh, a narrow gate there into number 1. Now she's going to have to really work hard here, because she didn't have the initial swing into number 1 to work with. I tell you what, she's continuing to battle hard. And looks like she let go of the handle prior to her getting to the back of the boat before the next set of boat guides. So it is going to be a score of 3 1/2 provisionally, 3 1/2 provisionally, and that would put her in 8th place all on her own. If the score turns out to be 3 1/2, just didn't account for the headwind here on 30 meters. Pulled out way too early, and the wind blew her back almost behind the boat. But she got round as far as number 3. I'll give her credit for that. And then she tried the S-turn and then loaded up and unfortunately wasn't able to pull off the S-turn fully. So it looks like it is going to be 3 1/2. 3 1/2 there for our final skier in Girls Series 3. We'll now go on to Girls Series 2. And as we get ready for girls number 2, we're going to send the boat to the gas dock, get her filled up, and let's have a look at the leaderboard after the series 4 and 3. Maisie Ackerson with 2 on 12 meters, Luciano Rodriguez with 4 of 13, Vasiliki Zizopoulou of Greece with 3 1/2. Izzy Cosgrove with 3 and Daisy Green on 2. The top 5 as it stands right now. 12 advanced through to the girls' slalom final. So we're a little ways away from determining those placements just yet. But you are watching continuing coverage of the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships. And we will be back right after this.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, then, continuing on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Or it might still actually be morning. Well, it is actually barely afternoon, so great sense of timing, huh? I'm Tony Lightfoot, and great to have you here present during the girls' slalom series 3 and actually 4 when you consider the events that took place yesterday. We had Series 4 yesterday, Series 3 so far today, and we're about to go on to Girls Slalom Series 2. We just saw the leaderboard, and there we see we've got the Series 2 Slalom. Now, bear in mind, whoever is in the top 3 after the conclusion of this series has an automatic berth through to the next round, because in Series 1, there are only 9 skiers, so we take 12 through to the final. So there you saw the list of skiers for Series 2, and looks like we've got Andrew Bergman there at the helm of that Nautique towboat. A Nautique towboat courtesy of Correct Craft, doing a sterling job here. And if you are ready to set a personal best this summer, the Ski Nautique is the ticket to unlocking your potential out on the water. Experience the best possible water ski wakes on the market with the record-setting Ski Nautique. Find out more by going to nautique.com. Skier about to take to the water is in the water right now, and we'll see who it is in just a moment or so. Skier on the water is Augustina Martinez. And going in at, I believe, 52K. I would suspect that this will be 16 meters, although I have been wrong in the past. 55K, 16 meters. Oh, getting a little bit out of sorts there off number 2, but managing to calm her nerves down a little bit and get the job done. So, good skiing there. The current World Girls champion is Daniela Kretzmer from Chile, so obviously looking for a little bit of inspiration there moving forward. Augustina Martinez also from Chile, and we'll see what she can do right here, right now. So looking good, looking strong for the most part. Don't see too much wrong there. They're opening past 60 meters, 55K, as she continues to work towards the score needed to advance her through to the next round of the competition. Now, let's work on some possibilities and probabilities here, because the starting list consists of 10 skiers. So obviously, it took 2 at 12 in the previous cycle to make it through to the next round of the competition. From my personal perspective, I think it's probably going to take a little bit less to advance through to the girls' slalom final, but we'll see how things turn out. Taking into consideration that the likes of Maze Jakobsen has already gotten to that level of 12 meters this early on. So there we go. That was 14.25 meters at 55K. Okay, so a correction there on the score needing to make it through to the girls' slalom final. 4.5 on 13 meters was needed there, and that's already been exceeded by one person, Maze Jakobsen, with her top score of 2 on 12. So things are looking pretty peachy for our Danish athlete right now, but we'll see how things shape up with the likes of Juliana Rodriguez, who's currently Luciana Rodriguez, I beg your pardon, with her score of 4 on 13 meters, and Vasiliki Zizopoulou of Greece with 3.5 on that same line length. And then you have scores that occupy the next 3 spots by their performances getting into 30 meters. All right, then, here we go. Let's rev it up. This is now 14.25 meters. Looking good, looking strong here. Trying to stay. Oh no! And just trying to get the outside arm onto the handle, and that basically stopped the ski cold. So our first skier out in the water from Chile, Augustina Martinez, coming up a little bit short on 14.25 meters, and that only increases the possibility of someone like Maze Jakobsen of Denmark being able to make it through to the final. There are 10 skiers in Series 2. The top 3 from that series will advance through to the girls' slalom final, because there are only 9 skiers in girls' Series 1, and we take 12 in all of the events, in each of the events, to make it through to the final. And there, Augustina Martinez sinking in, that horrible sinking feeling where you've come up a little bit short for reasons unknown. So there we go. That is Augustina Martinez. All right, as we continue on, our next skier to take to the water will be Zahali Reeves from Australia. Hopefully I pronounced the first name right. Zahali Reeves of Australia. She'll take to the water next. And a quick housekeeping call for our competitors. Please make sure that you've taken your stuff off the dock once you've completed your performance out there. If you've left the ropes and handles and skis and what have you, please make sure that you pick them up afterwards and secure them, so that it's more your responsibility to keep an eye on them rather than us. That was a message courtesy of one of our directors. Okay, Zahali Rees, 60 meters, 55K. getting in a little bit deep here. Handle up high, and oh my word, she collapses off buoy number 4 into 5, and Zahali Rees just absolutely distraught there on pass number 1 and just couldn't really get into any kind of rhythm right from the get-go. Disaster there for Zahali Rees of Australia, but so far as Maze Jakobsen and Luciana Rodriguez and Vasily Zizopoulou are concerned, their chances of making it through have just taken a huge uptick in terms of percentage. As we have a look once again, just getting a little bit of slack line, a whole bunch of slack line, and just couldn't really get her bearings on that one. So Harley Rees from Australia. Now, let's have a look at the possibilities going forward as we see Zahali Rees with the instant replay once again. It looked okay around buoy number 1. But she didn't let the ski run wide or backside the turn so much. She was more concerned about generating too much speed rather than generating more width and more space between herself and the turns. Almost got caught up on the rope, yeah. So there was Zahali Rees, 4.5 buoys at 49K is going to be her score in this competition. So, next competitor to take to the water, Malatine Morel. Malatine Morel. Okay. As I was beginning to allude to, so far as percentages and probabilities are concerned, it all starts with the amount of skiers that go through to the next round. That number is 12. It also is determined by the amount of skiers that are remaining in the competition. So after you get from Series 2 into Series 1, from that point on, there are 9 skiers left. Okay, so add 3 more skiers there to make up the 12. So you would have essentially the top 3 out of Series 2 alongside the potentially all of the skiers from Series 1 in the perfect world. So, how far down the list do we have to go to display 3 more skiers? Well, that number is 7. So, once we get down to about the 7th skier, which is Zoe Carpenter from the United States, we'll have a pretty good idea of what the bar is going to be and what it's going to take to send any potential skier through to the next round of the competition. So, coming in on 16 meters at 52K, our birthday girl from France, Malatine Morel. So, Malatine Morel, 52K, 16 meters, very wide up on the boat. Will use the swing to get herself nice and wide there on number 1. There you go. Good stuff there. That is Malatine Morel. Good skiing there. That is, I believe that was at 52K, 16 meters. She'll return at 55K. Looks like she's taken some coaching advice on the dockside in terms of what speed to go in at with a certain line length. I'm sure that she's capable of going in at 55K 16. But I tell you what, I'm seeing some intelligent skiing out there. She's not in any hurry to push the ski or to force it round and create a situation that puts her in a compromised position going into each turn. She allows the ski to run down course. If it needs more space, give it more space. Exit gates opening pass, 16 meters at 52K. All right, then. So, Malatine Morel from France. So, skier about to take to water, Claudie Komentova from Czechia. She is on the starting dock getting ready to go. Malatine Morel from France, member of their team. Looking in pretty smart shape out there, Malatine Morel. 60 meters at 55, working her way nicely to the critical run that she needs in order to make it through to the final. We don't ultimately know what that score is going to be because we're not deep enough into Series 2 quite yet to make that determination. So give that another 3 or 4 skiers and we'll have a better idea of what kind of score is needed so far as the bubble is concerned to determine who will be our 12 female slalom finalists who would in that event that will take place on Sunday. Malatine Morel from France. Let's see if I can drag out some scores maybe for this season or the past season. And looking at some of her scores, are actually been quite impressive. Most of the scores, or at least half of them, have been at 52K. Malatine Morel, who coming into this competition is age 14, and from what I understand, it's her birthday today, so she turns 15 today. Malatine Morel. Most of her scores have been at 52 kilometers an hour at her top speed, and she has gone into 11.25 meters, so she's one of those transitioning skiers that's going from the slow max to the fast max speed of 55K, and she gets the job done at 55K, 14.25 meters, and essentially needing to run through 13. And if she can get more than 2 on 12, then it's definitely going to increase her probability in terms of making it through to the girls' slalom final. As I mentioned, that is going to take place on Sunday afternoon. All right, then. Malatine Morel from France. In good shape here. Getting through 14.25 meters. 13 meters comes up next. And it's going to be a little bit of a wind in her face. It's blowing different speeds in different locations, but thankfully the general wind direction suggests that it's going to be a headwind here for Malatine Morel. Let's see what she's got. Malatine Morel. Entrance gates number 1. Takes a good hard snap off number 1. She's good to go for number 2. A little bit on the back of the ski. She's round number 3. She's there on number 4. Let's see what she's got for so far as a play on number 5. And our second skier to make it through 13 meters. There you go, Malatine Morel. Great skiing there from Malatine on 13 meters. Let's see what she can produce on the 12-meter line. Handle up a little bit high. That may have caused 1 or 2 problems right from the outset, but she stayed calm and collected and just not moving around too much in the turn that could have resulted in her coming up shorter early on this pass of 13 meters. but she gets through 30 meters now. Every buoy that she gets from here on out on 12 meters increases the probability of her making it through to the next round of the competition. I'm not sure what the actual percentages would be at this stage, but every single time, every single turn that she makes just means that she has a better chance overall. Running without, oh, look at this on 12 meters. She's there on top of the water round number 2. She makes an S turn on number 3, and the birthday girl, turning 15 today, gets a 3 buoy count on 12 meters to take the lead. That's Malatine Morel of France. So Malatine Morel got the start that she needed potentially to actually run the pass. But then she got a little bit spooked into buoy number 2 and just lost her positioning and her stack off number 2 into number 3. But thankfully she had enough in play there to get round a buoy number 3 and create a good situation for her going forward. So Malatine Morel. Now, Malatine Morel, if that score stays intact as the lead total for the next 5 competitors, after the next 5 competitors, then she will make it through to the next round of the competition. If it stays intact past the next 5 skiers. So Malatine Morel, great skiing there from Malatine. And once again, bon anniversaire. All right, next skier to take to the water is going to be Claudie Komentova from Czechia. So coming in at 55K, 60 meters, Claudie Komentova from Czechia. 60 meters. Running with Alpha 2 on the 0 off, a very common setting these days. Allows for the skier to drive hard off the turns and for the boat to react favorably in each of those situations. 55K, 60 meters. All right, working away. A little narrow on top of number 1, but it's not a big deal breaker there for her as she transitions from 16 to 14.25 meters. In anticipation of the next run, this is Claudie Komentova of Czechia. Let's have a look at some of the scores that she's produced in recent times. She's skied quite extensively, I do have to say, for the 2024 season, and has actually gotten scores as high as 2 on 12 meters, 3 on 12 halfway through the pass, and has done that in 2 instances so far this season. Every other score has been into either 14.25 meters or 30 meters. So we do have a skier that has some potential out there. So Claudie Komentova from Czechia. Let's see what she has in store. Skied at the Polk City Open not too long ago. That's where she got one of those scores at 12 meters. The other score was over in Tuscaloosa in Alabama. And looking pretty sharp out there, one has to say. This is Claudia Komentova, representing Czechia. Being towed by that wonderful Nautique towboat. Of course, you can find out more about the Nautique line of towboats by going to Nautique.com, and you can check out the aggressive styling and striking lines that make for a jaw-dropping exterior of the beautiful Ski Nautique. But on the inside, it's all about luxury and creating the best driving experience possible. One step into the interior, and you'll notice everything is right where you'd want it to be. Check it out today by going to Nautiques.com. All right there, here comes Claudia Komentova. There we go, 13 meters, needs this run. Oh, again, a little broken over off number 3, but she, and over number 4, and on the back of the ski and flipping out towards the back. Looks like it is going to be a score of 3 1/2 on 13 meters. That puts her into a two-way tie with Vasily Zizopoulou of Greece, 3.5 in a two-way tie for 4th place. Not totally out of the reckoning quite yet, but her percentage probability of making it through to the girls' slalom final on Sunday has taken a huge knock here. Good extension here, but a little bit delayed off number 3. Trying to make an adjustment into number 4 to try and get back on track, and she knows that it just was not to be after that point. So there we go. That is Claudia Komentova from Czechia. So here we are at the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships right here in the province of Alberta. It's indeed a breeding ground for some of the top water skiing talent from Canada. The likes of Ryan Dodd, multiple-time world champion, Jarrett Llewellyn himself, a multiple-time world champion, Dorian Llewellyn as well. And you know, they've produced great skiers, not only in Alberta, but the rest of Canada as well. And they certainly are proud of their achievements as we continue to highlight some of the great things about Canada and Alberta and Calgary especially. But as we continue to do that, let me remind you of one of our other sponsors, Radar Skis, was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. The passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. That means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights, followed by dawn sessions, leading us to conversations that flow to progression. That is Radar Skis. All right then, folks, let's see what we've got, who we've got out there on the water. Katharina Hafner of Austria. 16 meters. I suspect the boat speed is 55. It's at 52K. We'll get a double check on the speed by the time that's recorded from the boat driver. 52K. Sometimes all you need are a couple of numbers transmitted from the boat to give us a strong hint as to what the boat speed is. Obviously, if it's the latter portions of 17 seconds, then that's 52K. And if it's 16.95, well, it's straight down the middle for 34 miles an hour or 55K. All right, let me tell you about the Werner Oberg Legacy Fund. Vern was involved in Canadian water skiing for over 5 decades. He first became a member of Water Ski Canada in 1959 and was involved as a member of various local, provincial, national, and international committees. From 1977 through to 1980, Oberg held the position of president of the Wizard Water Ski Club in Alberta, fulfilling every role from treasurer to president. In 92, he became the president of Water Ski Alberta, and he sought to broaden its involvement at national level, becoming a member of the Water Ski Canada Officials Committee for 10 years, beginning in 86. He's been there, seen that, done the lot, and his legacy continues on to this day, the Werner Oberg Legacy Fund. Right there out in the water, Katharina Hafner of Austria. 6 buoys. Not bad at all as we continue to roll right along and skiing well with that master line, tow line, a leading name in the production of superior water sports ropes and equipment. And they are excited to sponsor the U17 World Water Ski Championships with a long-standing tradition of supporting the water ski community through innovative, high-performance products. Mastline Ropes seeks to expand its commitment to the sport's future by supporting this prestigious event, which celebrates the dedication, skill, and potential of young water ski athletes worldwide. That is Masterline. So as we look down the list of skiers and where things could potentially go in terms of positioning, we have Katharina Hafner of Austria right now. Her potential so far as her skiing is concerned, mainly around the 12-meter line. Best score this season has been at the Austrian Nationals over at Wiener Wasserski Club, one of our sponsors here during the TWBC webcast season. We thank them very much indeed. And Katharina Hafner scored 2 on 12 meters in one of the earlier competitions this season, and looking for something along that line as well. That is a 14.25 meter run there. We see Andrew Bergman at the helm of that towboat, and Candido Moss, the chair of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation Tournament Technical Committee. As we look out to see who is next in Ladina Wolfersberg from Switzerland. She's next, and we'll see how things go along with her. All right, just looking at the tail end of that pass for Katharina Hafner. 30 meters is coming up for her shortly as we continue to rock the roost here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the site of the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships. Here we go, Katharina Hafner. Round number 1, looking strong there off number 1 and number 2, continuing to flow nicely. A little bit of a head dip there around number 3, but is still early enough to get round number 4. And this is another pass of 30 meters. That's Katharina Hafner. So great skiing so far for Katharina Hafner, and but she realizes there's still more work to do. She's gotten through 30 meters. That is a start. Now let's see how far she can get into 12 meters to increase her probability percentage of making it through to the 12 skier final. Bear in mind, in Series 1 we have 9 competitors. We take 12 through to the next round, which means that we have to find 3 more competitors from somewhere, and that is the top 3 competitors after the conclusion of Series 2. So essentially, whoever's in the top 3 after the conclusion of Series 2 would make it through to the next round. Katharina Hafner of Austria. This is 12 meters now. The blue loop needs to start. There's number 1. Oh, and not in the best of shapes possible, and gets 1 buoy for that effort, which puts her in 3rd place at this time. Katharina Hafner, 1 buoy at 12 meters. It's a decent score, but one that she could have improved upon, and had she had done that, things might have worked out a little bit differently for her. So 1 buoy on 12 meters for Katharina Hafner from Austria. She's still very much in contention, but it could end up being a little ways short, and if things turn out the way that they're anticipated in doing. So, once again, welcome to those of you that are watching here from locations near and far. Welcome to the Lakes of Castingstone, the venue here for the U17 World Water Ski Championships for 2024. Next competitor to take to the water, representing Switzerland, it's Ladina Wolfersberg. Okay, working our way towards the end of Series 2 for the girls' slalom event. All right, then, here we go. Ladina Wolfersberg. .25 meters at 55K. Certainly a number of strategies are in play here between our competitors. One of them you see right there, max speed, long line. Some others want to go with a shorter line with sub-max speed. And then there's always that combination of taking in a short line at max speed. So at least three potential scenarios come into play before the skier heads out onto the water. And it's always interesting to see what decision they make on the starting dock prior to them going out there on the water, and what they feel confident in being able to execute, especially if the conditions change as they do so invariably here at the Lakes of Castingstone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Now that I've got a little bit of time, let me tell you about Ski Finlayson. The Trent Finlayson Ski School, founded by the renowned water ski champion Trent Finlayson, is proud to sponsor the U17 World Championships. Known for his comprehensive coaching methods, state-of-the-art training facilities, and Trent's unparalleled expertise, the ski school is dedicated to nurturing the next generation of water ski championships. That is Ski Finlayson. All right, let's have a look and see. On the water as it stands right now, Ladina Wolfersberg. Looking good. Looking in very, very good shape, as a matter of fact. So, Ladina Wolfersberg, whose family name, Wolfersberg, is very well known in Switzerland as being a master bakers, and they've entered competitions at international level and have achieved high placements for their baked goods and all kinds of scrumptious delicacies. So if you ever get a chance to check out the Bäckerei Wolfersberg, then check it out. Looking at some of the messages that are posted through on the live chat, Heather Lynette Bonney, always a presence there, and no matter where the events take place, day or night. Get a few others as well. Getting a few messages here for Claudina, our previous skier from Austria as well. Katarina Hafner as well, Claudia Komentova are getting messages in support of those competitors as well. And of course the odd birthday greeting there from Melatina Morel as well from France, as we now see Ladina Wolfersberg looking very aggressive, very purposeful out there and getting through 14.25 meters. We'll get confirmation of the line length and boat speed as we continue to roll right along. 14.25 meters for Ladina Wolfersberg. Getting a really, really good edge change and good power off her number two to continue on with her rhythm. Rhythm is only able to be sustained in the course if you're prepared to go with equal power across all six buoys from one to the other. And looked strong throughout that run. That is Ladina Wolfersberg from Switzerland. Big shout to Simon Boom Lifts for providing us with this perspective right here. A little bit of an orbit around our central camera position, our tower cam halfway down the shoreline. And here we go, Ladina Wolfersberg. Let's see what she has in store here. There's number one, getting a good strike on number one. Round buoy number two, this is 13 meters. Round number three is still there. We're still with the ski out in front of her. There's four, there's five. Almost lost it from 4 into 5, but managing to recover and get the pass done. Getting it done. 6 buoys on 30 meters for Ladina Wolfersberg. Ladina Wolfersberg skiing for Switzerland and competed at the Swiss Nationals earlier on this season, where she got 5 on that pass that she cleared. She'd also gone about halfway down the run at the Ski Caribs competition in Albertville. And Albertville very much in the news in recent times, having learnt that the Swiss Alps will be hosting the Winter Olympic Games in the next cycle after Milano Cortina d'Ampezzo in 2030. But looking at some of the other scores, the Funglis Pro-Am Slalom 1 on 12 meters, that represents a best score of the season. Did that 2 out of the 3 rounds. So now it is 12 meters. This is potentially a personal best setting run for Ladina Wolfersberg. If she can get more than halfway down the course, then it's game on. Ladina Wolfersberg, there's one, taking the huge snap there. She gets one, which equals her best score of the season. From Switzerland, Ladina Wolfersberg. 1 buoy on 12 meters. That puts her fairly and squarely in 3rd place right now. Okay, so that score for Ladina Wolfersberg ties her with Katharina Hafner of Austria. So represented countries that border each other in the middle of the Alps, Austria and Switzerland. Each of those skiers tying with 1 on 12 meters. Katharina Hafner and Ladina Wolfersberg. Still keeping themselves very much in contention here. But Melatina Morel is still the leader with about 4 competitors remaining. That lead is 3 on 12 meters. 4 skiers remain. So, coming back into shore from Switzerland, Ladina Wolfersberg. So now the Nautique towboat making its way back to the dock there. The Nautique towboat, the official towboat of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. And one of the unique features of the Nautique towboat is the award-winning micro-tuner technology on the Ski Nautique. It's the first ever in the water sports world. These micro-tuners deploy into the water at the transom at the hull and disturb how the water flows behind the boat. That disturbance causes water to fill in the troughs of the wake, which greatly reduces the disruption slalom skiers typically fill in those areas. Skiers can keep their ski engaged in the water while behind the boat, so they're able to load the line, generate speed, and have more time for the next buoy. You can find out more about those microtuners and indeed all the other technological elements for the Ski Nautique towboat by going to nautique.com. All right, here we go, folks. Our next competitor on the water is Zoe Carpenter, representing the United States of America. 14.25 meters. I suspect that this is at 52K. And leaving that pass a little bit to chance on 1 or 2 of those turns, but still managing to get the job done, which is the important thing. That was at 52.14. I distinctly heard a little bit of a less of a high-pitched tone from the engine to suggest that that boat was not running at max speed for Zoe Carpenter. A little on the back of the ski, even at 52K. 52K, the ski runs a little bit deeper in most instances. And for Zoe Carpenter, maybe a cause for concern going forward, but we'll see how she handles herself now that she's taken the nervousness out of her body by running a 52K on her opener. So as we continue to work closer towards the end of the Series 2, this is the score that will determine the bar, the bubble, as it were. Because currently in the lead with 3 on 12 meters is Melatina Morel. If that score is not succeeded by Zoe Carpenter, then that score of 3 on 12 meters will represent the score needed to be exceeded to put any skier through to the next round of the competition. Here we go, Zoe Carpenter. This is 55K. This is 14.25 meters. Rope stays the same. Boat speed goes higher. Once the boat speed has achieved that max speed, as long as the skier runs the pass, then the rope gets shorter while the boat speed maintains its maximum speed. So, good skiing there. So that's Zoe Carpenter. Continuing to roll out there, as is typically the case. We'll continue to mention some of our sponsors, including Caledonian Midstream Corporation, a leading entity in the energy sector with a strong commitment to sustainability and community engagement. They're excited to sponsor these championships, and this partnership signifies Caledonian Midstream Corp's dedication to supporting youth in sport and underscores its commitment to environmental conservation and sustainable practices within and beyond the energy industry. By backing this global platform for young athletes, Caledonian Midstream Corporation fosters the spirit of competition excellence, camaraderie among the youth, aligning with its corporate ethos. That is Caledonian Midstream Corporation. All right, then, let's move on. Let's continue on with the slalom event. And on the water right now is Zoe Carpenter. If she can get more than halfway down the 12-meter run, she would set the bar, but she needs to run 13 meters first. A little bit barreled in off number 4 into 5, but managing to get round all 6 buoys, so the game is on. The game is afoot, as one fictional detective would say. The game is afoot. Zoe Carpenter. Looking good. A little bit broken over off number 2, though, but she is a lefty. You'd expect turns on 246 side to not be quite as crisp or fluid as they would be on 135. Sometimes the best policy whenever you're trying to learn to slalom is to just try and set your ski up to where you can actually relax the turns on 2, 4, and 6 and let the ski free flow a little bit more rather than trying to overpower that turn. And now getting ready for the next run, Zoe Carpenter. This now is 12 meters, 55K. If she can get more than halfway down, she will take the lead, and that will be the bar. Let's continue on. There's number 1. Gets a strong start off number 1. She's round number 2, and she drops the handlebar prior to the boat wakes. That gives her a score of 1.5. That vaults her up to 3rd. It keeps her in contention, but that does not give her the ability to set the bar now, because the bar is set at 3 buoys on 12 meters, and any score above that will send that skier through to the next round of the competition. Zoe Carpenter, loose and on the back of the ski off number 1. She was in trouble right from the get-go. She was narrow off number 2, drops the handle, bringing the handle down a little low off number 2, and was unable to get her positioning back in order to continue skiing. All right, continuing on right away, we've got our next skier to take to the water. It's going to be Kirsten Colley. Kirsten Colley, another individual skier from the United States of America. Right, let me as we continue to roll on and look into the possibilities of what scores can do what in terms of placing a skier through to the next round. The one thing that I can tell you is it's going to take at least a score above 4.5 at 14.25 meters. That is the score of 12th spot for Karen Endai. Any score above that, and that moves her out of contention completely. Here's comes Kirsten Cawley. This is 16 meters. Now, the bar is set at 3 on 12 meters. Any score more than 3 on 12 meters will secure that skier a spot through to the next round of the competition. Anything less, and that would enable Malatine Morel through to the next round, and then the bar is reset to the next lowest score, and it goes on from there and on towards the end. So Kirsten Cawley, a little bit of artwork on her leg out there as I just noticed, or rather a good friend of mine just noticed. Maybe that will inspire her to do great things out there on the water with the opening pass, setting herself up. All right, so that was at 55K, 16 meters, and now we'll come back in on 14.25 meters. As we see our next skier, Cameron Waters, on the dockside there alongside her coach, Chris Travers. Kirsten Cawley. This is 14.25 meters. Needs to ski aggressively, but it's putting that aggression in the right place at the right time that's critical. There you go. That is a 6 buoy count at 14.25 meters. 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. That moves her right now into 12th spot and will continue to ascend higher, provided that she gets more than 1 buoy on the next pass. But it means that the likes of Karen Endai and Maria Spaventa and Maddie Hancock and Sevilla Pelkey and Paulina Torres and all other skiers that are below them in the slalom competition in the elimination round have all been eliminated from future contention by their current positioning as it stands right now. All right, let's see what we've got here. Girls Slalom, Series 2. 9 skiers in Series 1. We need to find the top 3 by the end of Series 2 to determine those 3 spots to be filled to add together to make 12 slalom finalists. This is 13 meters. Oh, a little loose off number 3. Oh, my word, she's in trouble here. And Kirsten Cawley. Kirsten Cawley there with getting 6 buoys on 14.25 meters and producing a score into 13 meters. I believe it was good enough for 2 at least, but we'll double check on this one. But what that ultimately means is Malatine Morel from France has just skied her way through to the girls' slalom final, which will take place on Sunday. The first of our finalists is confirmed, and that is Malatine Morel. And there we see Kirsten Cawley getting round number 3, but unable to make a play on number 4. So, with Kirsten Cawley getting 3 buoys on 13 meters, 3 buoys on 13 meters. That puts her into a 2-way tie with Izzy Cosgrove right now.
I think a few of those earlier girls outperformed their seed.
So the towboat bringing Kirsten Cawley back to the dock And I'm sure that birthday girl herself, Malatine Morel, is celebrating right now because she has seen her current placement being enough to be a part of the girls' slalom final with 3 on 12 meters. Now that one skier is through to the final, now we reset the bar. The bar is being reset to 2 on 12 meters, and that score belongs to Mads Jakobsen of Denmark. Anything more than 2 on 12 meters guarantees that skier a spot through to the next round. Anything less, and Mads will celebrate. All right, our penultimate skier in the girls' slalom Series 2. Coming to us out of Groveland in Central Florida. Her name is Cameron Waters. All right, here we go. 16 meters at 55K. Looking a little nervous out there, it has to be said there from Cameron Waters, but managing to get round 6 buoys and will breathe a huge sigh of relief as a result. So getting ready for the next run at 55K, 14.25 meters, and a lot of the problems that she had on this early part of the run was weight shift, a sudden weight shift to the tail of the ski on the entrance gate in towards buoy number 1. But she was able to make the necessary adjustment to keep that ski in the water and allow for it to turn on a dime. Cameron Waters, who trains extensively over at the Sunset Lakes water ski facility right outside of Groveland in Florida, headed up by Jack and Leilani Travers. And
that was fast. She's like, I've had enough of this. I'm ready to go home.
And those individuals generous enough to allow us to ski at their facility for the last 2 cycles of the Elite World Championships in 2021 and 2023. Cameron Waters. Here we go. 14.25 meters. Like what she's doing out there, her aggressiveness is back. The kind of aggressiveness that has seen her excel in the jump event more often than not has been applied very well to her slaloming run so far, having gotten through 16 and 14.25 meters at max speed. All right, let's have a look at the instant replay for Cameron Waters. Don't have in the much in the way of slalom results. The latest information that I have dates back to last season, where she was able to get almost 2/3 the way into 30 meters, and has occasional excursions into the 12-meter line. Based upon information that I've obtained from last season's scoring. So here we go. This is Cameron Waters. Now 30 meters, a critical pass going forward. Needs to run this. Nice start on buoy number 1. Handle up high, rearing back on the ski, but still managing to stay upright here. There's number 3. Pummeling number 4, a little flat-footed into number 4, and is inside buoy number 5. And that means that With a score of 2 on 12 meters, Maze Jakobsen has booked herself a spot through to the next round of the competition. The girls' slalom final. Cameron Waters manages to get as far as number 4 and nothing more beyond that, I'm afraid. As a matter of fact, a score of 4 on 13 meters puts her into a two-way tie for 6th place with Luciana Rodriguez. A lot can happen between now and the end of the girls' slalom elimination, especially where it references to the Series 1, which will be coming up within about the next few minutes. But right now, Cameron Waters currently in 6th spot, sharing that position with Luciana Rodriguez out of Colombia. Cameron Waters, 4 buoys, flat-footed into number 4, tried to get some power and nothing was doing there. So 4 buoys on 13 meters. That means that we have 2 guaranteed skiers through to the next round. That is Malatine Morel and Maze Jakobsen from France and Denmark, respectively. All right, then. So now we're on to our final skier to go in the Girls' Series 2. 60 meters, 55K, 52K, I beg your pardon. Deciding to go with the alternate strategy, and this is Cameron Davis. Just trying to play it cagely here at 52K, 16 meters. Just trying to get her eye in and get into a nice rhythm, nice width. Ski getting airborne a little bit at 52K, 16 meters. The wake produced can be a little higher there with the slower boat speed, with the line being at 16 meters. But good, solid skiing all the way through so far. Cameron Davis. Cameron Davis, who skis out of the eastern region of the United States, but has spent a good amount of time in Central Florida. Scores that I have for her date back to 2023, but I mean, she has been able to ski into 12 meters on at least 1 or 2 occasions. Most of her scores have been into 13 meters, so looking for something along the lines of a score into 12 meters. Now, here is the bar score. The bar score is now 1 1/2. That is the score from Zoe Carpenter. Anything more than that, and that puts Cameron Davis through. Anything less, and Zoe Carpenter will be celebrating. And Cameron Davis successfully running through that pass. So Cameron Davis getting ready for her next pass. That next pass should be 14.25 meters at 55K. She started in at 16:52, and we'll see how things will work out for her going forwards. Cameron Davies. Beautifully immaculate slalom style out there, and just allowing for that ski to just roll into the turn, and just little flat-footed in places, but actually that works to her favor in one or two instances, especially off number 3 and number 4. All right, let's see how things continue right along. This now is Cameron Davis. This is 14.25 meters. As I mentioned, the bar score has been reset to 1.5 on the 12-meter line. Remember, we have 9 skiers in girls Series 1. And we have to find 3 more skiers from somewhere else to fill up the spots for the 12-skier final. And that place is the top 3 after the initial series of 4, 3, and 2. Whoever is in the top 3 spots after the conclusion of this series, which is going on right now, are through to the next round of the competition. Cameron Davis. I'm sure that the entire Davis family is watching this competition right now. I'm sure that they have some friends that are watching on the live stream right now and commenting in on the live chat. Feel free to hit us up. The way that you can do that is by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. And after you do that, if you hit the bell icon, then you'll be informed as to the next time we go live on the TWBC YouTube channel. All right, then, let's see what we've got. Cameron Davis, 13 meters. There we go, Cameron Davis, round number 1, round number 2. Little flat-footed there on number 3, but it's good to go round number 4. She continues to use the speed to great effect here. And round 5, barely enough room to get round number 6. And that is the 6 buoy count on 13 meters. So Cameron Davis comes to us originally from Connecticut. And looking in very, very good shape there. Allowing that ski to get angle across the wake and then for it to gain width. Beautiful drone shot here illustrating that point immaculately. Round number 4 and number 5. And should have a pretty decent eye for buoy number 6. And gets it to go on 13 meters. All right, now, 12 meters. The bar score now, the bubble score, is 1.5 on 12 meters. If she gets round number 2 and skis for the wake, that will be it for her. If her entire intention is to make it through to the girls' slalom final, her target is pretty much set ahead of her. There's 1. Now does she make a play on number 2? Yes, she does. Takes the line, and there you go. Skis away through to the next round of the competition, and she enters into a 2-way tie for second place with Mads Jakobsen of Denmark. So now the first 3 skiers that have made it through to the next round of the competition have been set. Malatine Morel with 3 on 12 meters. And a 2-way tie for second between Cameron Davis and Mays Jakobsen, both of them scoring 2 buoys on the 12-meter line. 9 skiers remain, all of them in Series 1. And the bar score is still 1.5 on 12 meters. That is the score that the skiers have to exceed in order to be placed immediately through to the girls' slalom final. So let's have a look at that wonderful leaderboard. Malatine Morel from France with 3 on 12 meters. Then Mays Jakobsen and Cameron Davis in a two-way tie for second with 2 on 12 meters. Then Zoe Carpenter with that bar score of 1.5 on 12 meters, currently in 4th spot at this time. And there you see the remaining skiers on the leaderboard right now, all the way down to a two-way tie for 11th between Izzy Cosgrove and Kirsten Cawley from Great Britain and the United States, respectively. So, I'm not too sure if we're going to go straight away into Girls Series 1. It certainly appears to be the case, and if that is indeed the case, we'll transition on to the starting list for Girls 1 in just a moment. But a great effort there all the way throughout, continuing to rock and roll out there. Girls Series 1, elimination round. Our first skier to take to the water. Coming to us out of France, it's Marie-Lou Duverger. Marie-Lou Duverger coming in on the opening pass. 52K. 52, 18.25 meters, taking the lightest option possible. Barring going all the way down to 49K with 18.25 meters. But conditions out there, the wind is still very much in play, although compared to yesterday, this is just merely a light breeze compared to what we saw yesterday with the boys slalom elimination round series. Marie-Lou Duverger from France. First skier out of 9. So looking at Marie-Lou Duverger, then we'll take a look at the remaining starting order of the 9 skiers in the Series 1 starting order. All right, then. So here is your start list for the girls Series 1. Marie-Lou Duverger on the water right now. Lisa Tuva Renfors from Tuva-Lisa Renfors from Sweden is up next. Then Margarita, South Africa, third out. Kate Pinsino from Canada. Kirsty Appleton from Australia, Vittoria Sirocco from Italy, Alexia Abelson from the United States, Trinidad Espinal from Chile, and Cristiana de Osma of Peru. And nicely done. Don't see too much wrong with that. That was at 55K, 18.25 meters. Slowly but surely making a way towards the promised land of the girls' slalom final, and needing anything more than 1.5 on 12 meters to achieve that distinction. Okay, coming back in on, I believe, 14.25 meters. We're Re-establishing our communication there with the live scoring. All right, Marie-Lou Duvergier, who started in at 55K, 18.25 meters, run that and run 16, and now this is 14.25 meters, going from one pass to the next, methodically and carefully at the same time. Whoa, a little bit on the back foot there on 14.25 meters, is in all kinds of shape here. There you go, getting round all 6 buoys, and and the comments there from Andrew Bergman, our driver there, were just absolutely priceless. I mean, you can't buy that kind of level of insight into a driver without getting in the boat yourself and listening to what he has to say every time that he drives. But there we go. That is Marie-Lou Duvergier, who competed not only in these junior worlds, but also in the ones in the previous cycle as well. Getting in all kinds of shape off number 2 into number 3. But I tell you what, she has the experience of being able to take a situation like that and come up with the right kind of response. She could have easily have overturned the ski, and things would not have turned out particularly well, but she stays upright and allows the ski to rotate by itself. Now, Marie-Lou Duvergier coming back on the 13-meter line, realizing that she has got to dig deep here and come up with something a little bit more fluid from the technical point of view on 13 meters. Entrance gates, number 1. Handle up a little bit high. Now she's got to correct that. Round buoy number 2. Round number 3 on 13 meters. She has corrected it. Let's see if she can get round number 4. She's good to go round number 5. Can she make it round buoy number 6? She can, but unfortunately not able to ski through the exit gate. And by that virtue, Zoe Carpenter is now a skier in the girls' slalom final. Her bar score has not been exceeded, so her score is enough to see her through to the next round of the competition. Marie-Lou Duvergier, for her part, is now in 7th spot with 3.5 on 13 meters. So still not completely out of the running quite yet. But so with Zoe Carpenter with 1.5 at 12 meters, and we now enter the double bubble for a couple of our skiers. The double bubble that exists between Katharina Hafner and Ladina Wolfersberg. Both of those skiers scoring 1 and 12 meters. That score now represents the bar. And this could make things rather interesting, because if only one skier, if it comes down to a runoff for 12th place, then it could end up being an exciting affair, I tell you what. Now, between now and the end of this competition in Girls Series 1, let me try and break this down for you. If between now and the end of Series 1, all of the skiers exceed 1 on 12 meters, then all of them will make it through, and Hafner and Wolfersberg will be on the outside looking in. Now, if one of those competitors between now and the end scores less than 1 on 12 meters, then we could be in that runoff situation, very similar to what we had going on yesterday between Landon Stischer and Lorenzo Nelson. But on the water at this time, representing Sweden, will be Tuva-Lisa Ronefors. So running through the opening pass there, Tuvalisa runner fours, that was at 55K at 16 meters. All right, so looking at that beautiful coverage there, I mean, that camera was not moving an inch away from that towboat in relative distance. Away from the boat as it was tracking towards it. And continuing on, my name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company as we continue to roll away towards the end of Girls Series 1 Elimination Slalom. Tuva-Lisa Ronafors from Sweden. This is 14.25 meters at 55K. She's still a little ways away from the pass, from the performance that she needs to exceed the double bubble score of 1 on 12 meters. Of course, if she has aspirations for the lead, then she'll need to get more than halfway down the 12-meter line. But first off, she has to run the immediate pass of 13 meters, which will come her way very, very soon. All right, so let's see what Tuva-Lisa Ronafors can do, representing Sweden. We've just seen her run her opening 2 passes, 16 and 14.25 meters. Now this is 13, an ever-critical run here. Entrance round buoy number 1. And number 2, and 3, 4 buoys at this point. Round number, oh, and it's in trouble here. Oh my word, and she collapses into buoy number 6. That gives her a score exactly the same as Marie-Lou Duvergier of 5.5, and that means that a potential runoff situation could well be brewing here, because that score does not exceed the 1 on 12 meters, which represents the double bubble right now. So, if one more score is less than 1 on 12 meters, then that removes the need for a runoff. But if between now and the end of the slalom event in Girls Series 1 goes the way that a lot of people are anticipating, then we could have a runoff situation between a couple of our competitors, Katarina Hafner and Ladina Wolfersberg, on the strength of the performance that we've seen right now. Tuva-Lisa Ronafors on 30 meters. A little bit of an elbow slam there on number 5, and just couldn't get the ski round enough around that buoy on time. So we'll get the confirmation of the score on 30 meters for Tuva-Lisa Ronafors. For a good portion of this run, this looked really, really nice. But as she got towards the end, the anxiety just started to eat her up from the inside out. And whenever you get that situation, you're forced to make decisions split second that have not been fully thought out, including bringing the handle in early off number 5. We'll double check on that score for Tuva Lisa Ronafors. But we do know that double bubble is still very much in play so far as a runoff situation which could brew towards the end. Just waiting on confirmation of that final score there for Tuva Lisa Ronafors before we send out our next competitor from Italia, Margherita, South Africa. Okay, so 5.5 on 30 meters. That puts her into a two-way tie with Marie-Lou de Vergier with that same score. 5.5 on 30 meters for Tuva Lisa Ronafors from Sweden. 7 skiers remaining. So the two competitors that we know, actually the 3 competitors that we know that are guaranteed a spot, 4 competitors as a matter of fact, that are guaranteed a spot through to the next round of the competition on the leaderboard right now are Morale, Davis, Jakobsen, Carpenter, and we're waiting on other scores to see how much that plays into the entire situation regarding Katarina Hafner and Ledina Wolfersberg. This is going to be, I believe, the 16-meter line at 55K for our skier on the water. This is Margherita, South Africa. So making it way through on that run of 16 meters, 55K, just working her way intelligently through the opening pass, not trying to move too much on the ski in the turns. Perfect example right there on number 2. Thought about maybe putting a little bit more beef behind the boat, but discretion, the better part of valor, and just keeping the original rhythm intact and making sure that 16 meters is under her belt, and now she can start to apply a little bit more power and energy for the next line length, which is going to be 14.25 meters. All right, then. Margherita, South Africa from Italia. There's 14.25 meters. Margherita, who has competed on a number of big occasions, especially in the San Gervasio Pro-Am in the junior division, in the junior pro division. Margherita, South Africa. Dipped in the water and getting ready. Not too sure what that discussion is going on at the moment, but Margherita, South Africa right now is 2 passes to the good at 55K, 60 meters, and now 55K, 14.25 meters. She has a pretty darn good handle on the situation going forward. All right, coming back on the 30 meters. Margherita, South Africa. Now, let's see what she can do For her to make it through to the final for Absolute Surgeon, she has to score more than 1 on 12 meters. But it's ABC. She's got to get through 13 first. There's number 1 and number 2. There's Margarita on number 3 for 4. A little bit on the back of the ski now. And she's inside buoy number 5, which means that the double bubble has been burst. Meaning that Katharina Hafner and Ladina Wolfersberg have both through to the next round of the slalom competition, the girls' slalom final. That resets the bubble. And you're not going to believe this, folks, but it is a double bubble between Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuva-Lisa Runafors with 5.5 on 30 meters. That is the next score, and that represents a new double bubble. Margarita, South Africa, inside buoy number 5, and unfortunately there for her, that may not be enough to send her through to the next round of the competition. Although, having said that, she is still in contention. There's a multiple-way tie for 9th spot between Luciana Rodriguez, Cameron Waters, and the skier that you've just seen right now, Margarita, South Africa. So I don't think anyone anticipated a secondary double bubble situation coming into play. But we do know that Zoe Carpenter is through. We know that Katharina Hafner is through along with Ladina Wolfersberg. Those last 2 skiers both in a 2-way tie for 5th spot right now. Zoe Carpenter is through. Maze Jacobson is through. Cameron Davis is through. And Malatine Morel, birthday girl, she's through to the next round of the competition by way of a lead score of 3 on 12 meters. So now there is a possible situation where instead of Katharina Hafner and Ladina Wolfersberg being involved in a potential runoff, it could come down to a potential runoff between Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuva-Lisa Runafors. So they've got to be on standby now just in case. Skier on the water representing Canada. This is Kate Pinsoneau. 16 meters at 55K. And there you go, through the exit gates. Wonderful looking opening pass on 16 meters at 55K. Seems to have a good handle on this course, a good handle on the situation right now. All right, as we look over towards our enthusiastic crowd of people congregating around the big screen, which is located next to the starting dock, they'll no doubt turn around and see Kate Pinsoneau from Canada about to attempt the next line length shortening of 14.25 meters. The boat's already maxed out at 55K. Let's see what she has by way of a response to what she's seen out there right now. 14.25 meters. Gets it to go around buoy number 1. Round number 2. It's looking in good shape for buoy number 3 and number 4. And continuing to rock her way through this run. And ease about her around buoy number 5. Complete control about what she's doing right now. That is Kate Pinsoneau. So Kate Pinsonneau, let's have a look at some of her current form this season. I don't have much to go on so far as the information of scores that she's actually put out there in the season right now. But looking at her scores, they've ranged through 13, 12, all of those kinds of scores. So she's been quite consistent. But she definitely needs to dig deep here because the score that's needed to make it through to the next round of the competition is anything more than 5.5 on 13 meters. She's gone through 14.25 meters. So essentially what she's got to do is run this pass, and then that puts her into the next round of the competition, which is the girls' slalom final. There's number one. There's number two. She can't afford to play this too complacently, and she's done pretty much that. Unfortunately, she's round number 4. Can she make it round 5? Unfortunately not. So looks like the score coming through is going to be 4, and that activates the double bubble because the tied score existing between Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuva Lisa Ronafors has now put a potential runoff situation into play between those two skiers, having scored 5.5 on 13 meters. Kate Pinsonneau getting broken over there off number 3 into number 4. The last complete turn, the last complete buoy that she was able to get was that one, because I don't think the officials judged her to have gone round buoy number 5, and it would have been half a buoy short of the mark that she needed anyway to be in that triple tied situation for that spot for 7th between Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuva Lisa Ronafors. So now, certainly an intense setup here. So we're just waiting for the confirmed score for Kate Pinsonneau to come through. Okay, so the confirmed score is 4 for Kate Pinsonneau. 4 for Kate Pinsonneau, and you just never know. It could be, it could come down to a triple bubble situation, because the next tied scores exist between Rodriguez, Waters, and Pinsonneau. All of them currently tied for 9th spot right now. So Luciana Rodriguez, Margarita, South Africa, Cameron Waters, and now Kate Pinsonneau, all tying on 4 buoys at 13 meters. Next skier to take to the water, representing Australia, it is going to be Christy Appleton. Looking good. Christy Appleton getting through this run. Not looking too bad there on the opening pass. I believe that was 16 meters. Double check on that. That's, yes, in 55K, 16 meters. Or 22 off 34 miles an hour. So, the drama continues right along, not only with the skiers that are hitting the water right here during the regulation round of Elimination Series Slalom skiing among the girls competitors here, but also the potential of runoffs should that eventuality rear its head. Here we go. Coming in. This now is Christy Appleton of Australia. 14.25 meters. Nicely done round buoy number 1. Excellent on number 2. 14.25 meters is early and is wide, but is rocking on the back of the ski a little bit on number 3. Can't afford to do that too much too often. And there you go. That is 14.25 meters for Christy Appleton. Looking in great shape there for the majority of that pass. Christy Appleton of Australia. There are 4 skiers after her. So plenty of drama could take place between now and the end. So still the possibility of that runoff situation coming into play between Marie-Lou Duvergier and two Valisa runners. So they've got to be on standby on the dock to see if they have made it into that potential situation. In about 2 or 3 skiers, it could end up being a situation where both of those competitors might not need to run off at all if scores come up short of 5.5 on 13 meters. So Christy Appleton, in order to make it through to the next round of the competition, needs to essentially run 13 meters. Look at her go. Driving hard off buoy number 2, almost taking too much speed into number 3. Is a down course off number 4. Round number 5, round number 6, and she's through to the next round. Christy Appleton of Australia through to the next round of the competition, vaults herself up into 7th place at least, and is within about 1.5 buoys of vaulting herself into 4th place. If she gets past number 2, then it puts her into 2nd place outright, and if she gets more than halfway down course, then she'll take the lead. So the possibilities are abound, and they all present themselves on the next pass of 12 meters. Christy Appleton of Australia. Certainly not the easiest to pass on 13 meters that she will ever run during the course of her career, but effective enough to get round all 6, and now has a chance, an opportunity to place herself wherever she wants. She knows that she'll be a part of the girls' slalom final. The question is, when will she get to a chance to get out onto the water in the Sunday final? Will she be the first skier out? Or will she be halfway down? Or will she be the last skier off the dock? Those questions could all be answered with a few turns here on 12 meters. Round number 1, round number 2, and round number 3. She's still there. Oh, my word! Just absolutely got launched off number 3 into number 4, but a great, great effort there for Christy Appleton. She's through to the next round of the competition. And we'll see if the judges, what they come up with so far as the judgment is concerned. Does she get 2.5, or does she get the full 3 buoy count? If it is the full 3 buoy count, then she goes into a tie situation for the lead. If it's anything less, like 2.5, then that vaults her up into second. And the score has come through. It's confirmed as 3, which means that she is in a 2-way tie with Melitine Morel of France. So It could come down to a coin toss ultimately to decide whether she will be last off the dock if the score of 3 on 12 meters ends up being the top score in this competition in the Elimination Round Series in girls slalom. Handle up high, and then she just really drove it hard there into number 3. Know exactly where she wanted to go, where she needed to be. And the handle popped as she went halfway between number 3 into number 4. So there we go. That is Christy Appleton. Skier on the water representing Italy. This is Vittoria Sirocco. Vittoria Sirocco looking good at 55K. That was at 16 meters. And looking good. Don't see too much wrong there as the wind continues to be a present factor in this event. Tailwind opening pass of 16 meters at 55K. It'll be a headwind return pass at 14.25 meters. And just looking at this unique shot here of Vittoria Sirocco as she drives on through early as you like on 16 meters. Just using some great power and great technique combined with the excellent boat driving of Andrew Bergman. Looking extremely good out there. All right, so let's have a look at the leaderboard, shall we? We have Morel and Appleton in the tied lead with 3 at 12 meters. Then we see Cameron Davis with 2 on 12 meters in a two-way tie with Maze Jakobsen. 1.5 on 12 for fifth place right now. Katarina Hafner and Latina Wolfersberg, they're through to the next round of the competition as well with their particular score of 1 on 12 meters. This is 13 meters for Vittoria Sirocco, already into the pass that she needs to run. Now she started on 14.25 meters rather than 16. And look at her go. Look at her go. She gets round buoy number 6 and she puts herself through to the next round of the competition and could have the potential of going up higher and determine herself what position she would want to ski in the girls' slalom final. So Vittoria Sirocco skiing like a pro out there. 14.25 meter start, 13 meter return, and Vittoria Sirocco is very much in the conversation now so far as getting the score that could potentially take the lead. A little bit of a slide down course on number 4, but nothing that she hasn't experienced enough times in her skiing career. So that is Vittoria Sirocco from Italia. Coming to us out of the northern Italian city of Milano, the host city of the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. Here comes Vittoria Sirocco. Vittoria Sirocco, the winner of the Junior Challenge at the San Gervasio Pro-Am earlier on this season. But I tell you what, this is 12 meters. She's there on number 4 and number 5. Here she comes, Vittoria Sirocco. Takes the lead and then some. So Vittoria Sirocco, with 3 other skiers to go after her, will be starting no later than 4th off the dock going into the girls' slalom final. She could end up as slaloming a little bit later, depending upon the scores yet to come, of course. But she's definitely put herself into a great position here. 12 meters And a best score of the season, as a matter of fact, is one buoy on 11.25 meters. So she is within one buoy of that promised land going forwards. So Vittoria Sirocco looking extremely strong out there. And certainly is sending the cat amongst the pigeons right now as we see Alexa Abel getting ready to take to the water. So Alexia Abelson, I beg your pardon, as we continue to rock our way through towards the end. We've got Trinidad Espinal, penultimate skier, then Cristiana de Osma in the mix as well. And all of those competitors, I believe all of those competitors have featured in the San Gervasio Junior Challenge at one time or another. There we go. Vittoria Sirocco, there's one, there's two, S-turns. A best score of the season, 2 at 11.25 meters. Who knew? Vittoria Sirocco. So Vittoria Sirocco, with 3 competitors remaining, has now vaulted herself up into the lead. It's relegated Morel and Appleton down to a two-way tie for second place right now. There is a two-way tie for fourth between Jakobsen and Davis. There is a sixth place outright for Zoe Carpenter with 1.5 on 12 meters. There's a two-way tie for seventh between Hafner and Wolfersberg with 1 on 12 meters. And there is still a two-way tie for ninth between Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuvelisa Ronafors. So we still got 3 competitors to go, and an awful lot can happen between now and then. So it's high drama, folks, continuing to rock, and the bar score is still very much intact. 5.5 on 13 meters is what's needed from any of the remaining skiers to make themselves a present force in the girls' slalom final on Sunday. Here we go. This is Alexa Abelson. So this is 14.25 meters. Just trying to play this cagily here with a 6 buoy count at 14.25 meters. Still a little ways, a little bit of work that needs to be done between now and the end to put herself in the frame for the girls' slalom final. There's still the specter of possibility of a runoff situation between Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuvelisa Ronafors. But the possibility of that runoff becoming a reality is completely out of their hands. So, Alexa Abelson, representing the United States of America. We'll see her in the other 2 events in this competition. One of our brilliant overall skiers. And as we see the leaderboard, Sirocco in the lead with a season's best score of 2 at 11.25 meters. And Melitine Morel and Christy Appleton tying for a second spot right now to represent the top 3 positions at this time. 13 meters, Alexia Abelson. She went in up 14.25 meters to open up her account. This now is 13. If she can get past number 5 and make an effective play on number 6, like she's doing now, then she will ski in the girls' slalom final. So their destiny in the slalom final, essentially for this skier and the remaining 2, can be achieved with the second pass being completed, under the assumption that they go in on 14.25 meters, of course, at max speed. So Alexa Abelson. Looking good, looking in very, very good shape there. Just calm and cool, calm and collected here. Not putting too much pressure on herself, not getting overawed by the situation. Rocking that new good slalom ski that she's been riding on for a good portion of this season. So, Alexa Abelson. Now, she's through to the next round of the competition. That much cannot be denied. Now, let's see how far up the running order she wants to go. 12 meters. Entrance buoy number 1. Gets the good hard start there. There's number 2. Realizing that she was down course and she needed to make something happen here quickly. Oh, and she makes a play on number 5. I think she does. She gets the ski outside number 5, but unfortunately unable to get round number 6. So it's going to be a 5 buoy count there on 12 meters. It's good enough for second spot right now. But there we go, Alexia Abelson. Continuing to excel well at junior level competition. Just getting a slingshot there off number 1 into number 2 and just rocked on the back of the ski. Now this is where things are starting to go a little bit sideways on there for her, with 3 into number 4, trying to take too much of a load there off number 4. Round number 5 gets round number 5 into the wakes. But that puts her in a decent enough position and will result in her being in second spot right now with 2 skiers remaining. So I'm sure that she gets plenty of cheering and applause from her fellow compatriots from the United States of America. Alexia Abelson, there's 5 buoys on 12 meters. And Vittoria Sirocco still in the lead with a season's best score of 2 at 11.25 meters. All right, so moving on to our penultimate skier representing Chile, Trinidad Espinal. All right, making the turn round the starting dock end on the Stadium Lake here at the Lakes of Casting Stone at Predator Bay. Here we go. This now is Trinidad Espinal, 14.25 meter start. I'm sure she's fully aware of the situation, what is expected of her, and what she needs to do in order to get to the girls' slalom final. Trinidad Espinal, to the best of my recollection, made it onto the podium in the last cycle of the Junior Worlds. That Junior Worlds girls slalom title was won by Daniela Kretzmer. Aged out for these championships, Daniela Kretzmer, but handing over the Chilean torch of Chilean girls slalom excellence to Trinidad Espinal, who's also competed in a number of high-level junior events around the world, including the U.S. Masters that took place this past May. And that Masters competition, like this one, pulled by the Nautique towboat. So continuing on here, with more records set than any other ski boat on the market, the Ski Nautique is the highest performing water ski boat in the world. Want to experience it for yourself? Contact your local dealer and schedule a test drive. And to find out more, check out nautique.com. Our final skier about to take to the water is on dockside right now. That's Cristiana de Osma, our penultimate skier. This is Trinidad Espinal. All right then. All right there. So that second run there for Trinidad Espinal is getting her through, got herself through to the next round of the competition. She's gotten through 30 meters and now is looking to try and place herself high enough in the rankings here in the girls' slalom final. She's able to get through 14 and 13, so her destiny is assured in terms of making it through to the girls' slalom final, and that is a Trinidad Espinal. So, Vittoria Sirocco still in the lead with 2 at 11.25 meters. Lexi Abelson with 5 on 12 meters, currently in second spot. Then we have that two-way tie for 3 for the third spot, with Malatine Morel and Christy Appleton with 3 on 12 meters. But those are merely targets right now for Trinidad Espinal on 12 meters. There she goes. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Looking good round number 4. And number 5. And our second skier to make it through 12 meters is Trinidad Espinal. Now this opens up some possibilities there for Trinidad Espinal. She knows that she won't be off the dock any earlier than third from last off the dock, by the sheer fact that we have one skier remaining. Trinidad is on the water, and there is one other position that is above her at this time. That is the score of Vittoria Sirocco. So, skier on the water, Trinidad Espinal, has now moved herself ahead of Lexi Abelson, whose score on 5 on 12 meters is now relegated from second through to third. Vittoria Sirocco is still the only target that is ahead of her right now. The 2 buoys at 11.25 meters. Trinidad Espinal out of Santiago de Chile. Let's see what she's got. Trinidad Espinal needs the start here if she wants to make an impact upon that score. There's number 1. There's number 2. Can she make a play on number 3 to take the lead? Yes, she can. Can she make a play on 4? Yes, she can. Is she a little bit too late for number 5? Is inside number 5. And she takes the lead here with a score that we believe to be 4 and 11.25 meters from Chile. Trinidad Espinal skis into the dock, meaning that the very worst position that she can be in terms of the running order in the girls' slalom final is second to last out. She could end up being the last person to ski off the dock in the girls' slalom final. But I tell you what, looking good, looking determined, 11.25 meters inside buoy number 5. But I tell you what, her destiny was assured in terms of making it through to the girls' slalom final about 2 passes ago. So anything here is basically playing with house money. A little bit of lagniappe if you want to use that to South Louisiana verbiage. Something a little bit extra. Looking at the tail end of this performance there from Trinidad Espinal. And as Cristiana de Osma makes her way in towards the course for her opening pass of 14.25 meters, let's have a look at the possibilities going forward. We could actually have a potential runoff, but in order for that to happen, disaster has to ensue. But so far as Cristiana de Osma is concerned, her fate in terms of making it through to the girls' slalom final is very much in her hands right now. She's gotten her first pass under her belt. Her second pass needs to be completed, and if she does that, then that takes the potential runoff situation almost completely off the table. Okay, as we continue to roll right along, working out the numbers, working out the possibilities, and I see that there is a potential runoff situation in play. Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuvalisa Runafors, they're both getting ready. They have a tied score of a 5.5 on 13 meters. So what that essentially means is both of those competitors are tied for 11th right now. Cristiana de Osma needs to run 30 meters in order to make her way through to the next round of the competition. Here she comes. Cristiana de Osma. There's one. There's number 2. She needs to continue on with this. There's number 3. There's number 4. And she's through to the next round, and the runoff situation is in play. So, that is Cristiana de Osma. She's through to the next round of the competition. Her smile is visible for miles around, and she's through to the next round of the competition, the girls' slalom final. It therefore means that Marie-Lou Duvergier and Tuvalisa Runafors are currently in a tied position for 12th. And we take 12 through to the next round of the competition. So we'll go into a runoff situation as soon as we get done here with regulation skiing in the girls' slalom competition. So now it comes down to 12 meters there for Cristiana de Osma. Cristiana de Osma has seen 2 other skiers before her go through the 12 meters. Would she want to join that club? I'm sure that given the opportunity, she will take it with gusto. Here she comes, Rambui number 1 on 12 meters. There she goes. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3, and number 4 right here and now. That is Cristiana de Osma, our third competitor to run through 12 meters. So now she has some viable targets in front of her right now. Cristiana de Osma, her season's best so far is 1 at 10.75 meters. So she is capable of running this next pass coming up. As it stands right now, Cristiana de Osma with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. She could potentially be as late as the third skier from last off the dock, and depending upon how deeply she gets into the 11.25 meter run, if she can get past 2, she would be the penultimate skier off the dock in the final. If she gets more than 4, she will be the last skier off the dock in the girls' slalom final. But as it stands right now, she can't start off any earlier off the dock than third from last off the dock. So let's see how she positions herself right here, right now. 11.25 meters. 6 on 12 so far. Here she goes. There's number 1. Takes the snap off number 1. Round buoy number 2. She's currently tied with Vittoria Sirocco. There's number 3 and is inside buoy number 4. That means that she'll be the second to last skier off the dock in the girls' slalom final on the strength of her score of 3 on 11.25 meters. And Trinidad Espinal takes the lead and the overnight lead into the girls' slalom final, which will take place on Sunday. So Christiana de Osma, a 3 buoy count on 11.25 meters. And what a top 3. We have 4 buoys for the lead, 3 buoys for second, 2 buoys for third. And then then it gets really, really complex from there on in with the remaining skiers making their way through to the next round of the competition. Currently in 4th spot right now is Lexi Abelson with her score of 5 on 12 meters. Then there is a two-way tie existing between Christy Appleton and Melitine Morale, currently in a two-way tie for 5th. Cameron Davis is in a two-way tie for 7th between herself and Maze Jacobson. In 9th spot, Zoe Carpenter right now. And then there is a two-way tie for 10th. But this is the runoff situation for the 12th and final spot. Last completed pass each of these skiers goes in at. Marie-Lou Duvergier, 14.25 meters. Essentially needs to run this to really put the pressure on her other competitor in this runoff situation against Tuva-Lisa Ronefors of Sweden. This is to determine the 12th and final spot in the girls' slalom final. Marie-Lou Duvergier looked a little nervy towards the end of the opening pass of 14.25 meters. So looking smooth, relatively speaking, keeping the handle down and just trying to manipulate her way through this run. Little tail heavy off number 5, round number 6, and there we go. That is Marie-Lou Duvergier from France. Now, she is going to set the bar here. It's going to be the target that Tuva-Lisa Ronefors of Sweden has to attack and exceed for her possibilities of making it through to the girls' slalom final, which will take place on Sunday. 12 skiers will only be allowed to ski in the girls' slalom final, and this is a runoff for 12, much like yesterday. Marie-Lou Duvergier on 13 meters. Gets it to go round number 3. Has to pull long for number 4. Right about here. There's number 4 into number 5. Inside buoy number 5. And a little bit of difficulty once again in getting to grips with that run. So it looks like it's going to be a 4 buoy count on 30 meters. It's going to be the target for Tuva-Lisa Ronefors for her to attack. And she, too, will be going into the course on the last clean pass, which is 14.25 meters. We'll have a look at the instant replay for Marie-Lou Duvergier, who came into this runoff situation with 5.5. On the 13 meters and just couldn't get much of anything going there off that turn round buoy number 4 and inside number 5. So now this runoff situation continues towards its conclusion. Tuva-Lisa Ronefors of Sweden. Tuva-Lisa Ronefors getting ready to come into the course on 14.25 meters. Critical that she runs the opener. Rolling in. Round buoy number 1. Just has to play this carefully here. Can't afford to do too much round the turns and to destabilize herself. And I tell you what, she's doing exactly that, and it's reaping the reward. There you go. Tuvalisa Runafors with a 6-buoy count on the opening pass. We see the rather nervous-looking face there of Marie-Lou Devergier. So the tie-break score, the current score that Tuvalisa Runafors is aiming for right now, anything more than 4 on 30 meters. This next pass coming right up. Nicely executed look-in pass there on 14.25 meters. Now 13 meters. Anything more than 4 will do the trick for her. Anything less than 4, and Marie-Lou Devergier would be through to the next round of the competition in the 12th and final spot. It comes down to this effort, folks, to determine the 12th and final spot in the girls' slalom final. Tuvalisa Runafors, she's round buoy number 1. She's still, she's there on number 2. She has to pull long. Looking good for number 3. She's good for number 4. Can she make a play on 5? She's through to the next round. And Tuvalisa Runafors will ski to the dock and take her spot through to the girls' slalom final. That takes care of the runoff situation for the tied 12th spot. Tuvalisa Runafors, congratulations for her effort. She gets round all 6 buoys on 30 meters and will be the first skier off the dock in the girls' slalom final, which will take place on Sunday. We've still got plenty more skiing to come. We'll bring the leaderboard up for you very, very soon. But we've got jumping in the first few series of the boys' jumping competition. Series 4 and 3, I believe. But Tuvalisa Runafors took the pressure, converted, and got the necessary buoy count to ensure that she is through to the next round of the competition, the girls' slalom final. So that takes care of that, as we have a look at one last shot at the instant replay. The pass that determined the 12th and final skier. So, congratulations to her, and indeed to Ledina Wolfersberg, Katarina Hafner, Zoe Carpenter, Mays Jakobsen, Cameron Davis, Melantine Morale, Christy Appleton, Lexi Abelson, Vittoria Sirocco, Christiana de Osma, and finally Trinidad Espinal. Those are your 12 skiers that will make it through to the girls' slalom final. And we'll take a quick look at the leaderboard momentarily to confirm what we have determined as being the 12 skiers that have made it through. And there is your girls' slalom leaderboard. In 12th spot, Tuvalisa Runafors with 5.5 on 30 meters. Two-way tie for 10th between Christiana Hafner and Ledina Wolfersberg with 1 on 12. Zoe Carpenter in 9th place, all on her own with 1.5 on 12. A two-way tie for 7th between Mays Jakobsen and Cameron Davis. Two-way tie for 5th between Melantine Morale and Christy Appleton. 4th place on her own, Lexi Abelson. 3rd place on her own with 2 on 11.25 meters, Vittoria Sirocco. 2nd place on her own with 3 buoys on 11.25 meters, Christiana de Osma. And your leader after the Elimination Round Series in the Girls Slalom Championship of the World with a score of 4 at 11.25 meters from Chile, Trinidad Espinal. All right, that concludes that section of the competition. We've got boys jumping to come. You are watching continuing action of the 2024 IWWF U17 World Water Ski Championships. We've got a few minutes wait, so make sure you grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and get ready for some boys jumping action. And all that is to come right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
So excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2024 U17 Championship of the World. The remaining events on our schedule for today are up there on the left-hand side of your screen, Series 4 and Series 3 jump. We have 9 skiers in the series of jumps that we will bring to you first. But let's get you up to speed with the girls' slalom leaderboard. There was a runoff for 12th spot between Tuva-Lisa Runner-Fours and Marie-Lou Duvergier, with Tuva-Lisa Runner-Fours prevailing with her runoff score of 6 on 13 meters, having initially tied with 5.5 on 13 with Marie-Lou Duvergier. So then there was a two-way tie for 10th between Austria's Katharina Hafner and Switzerland's Ladina Wolfersberg with 1 on 12 meters. Then in 9th spot with 1.5 on 12 meters is Zoe Carpenter. A two-way tie for 7th exists between Cameron Davis and Mays Jakobsen with a 2 on 12. A two-way tie for 5th exists between Christy Appleton and Morel Malatin with 3 buoys on 12 meters. Then Lexi Abelson in 4th place with 5 on 12 meters. 5 on 12 meters for 4th place, all on her own. Vittoria Siracco from Italia with 2 at 11.25 meters. Then 1 buoy more for Cristiana de Osma of Peru. 3 at 11.25 meters. And then the top score going into the girls' slalom final, 4 at 11.25 meters. That is courtesy of Trinidad Espinal. All right, so now we go into the U17 boys starting list for Series 4. Daniel Botero will be our opening jumper, our leadoff athlete, followed by Cristobal Miranda, then Noan Burrell, Noe Osorio, Lorenzo Nelson, Samuel McKenzie, Carter Millwood, Tori South Africa, and Sam Brown. And our first skier is hit the water right now. Okay, so Graydon Swanson is going to be our forerunner. We're testing our systems, the splash ice system from the brains of Donald Conley, and he's also testing a brand new system that he's experimenting with. And this takes jump distance measurement up to a whole new level. He's looking to actually a system incorporated into a drone that flies statically above the jump ramp, or pretty much anywhere that he chooses to fly it to. And we'll see how that system works. It's completely in its developmental phase, but one system that certainly isn't and is absolutely withstood the test of time is the Splash Eye system, courtesy of Donald Conley. So,
can you say my name, Alexia A?
all right, so looking good on the jump number 1. Just problems with. All right there. So we've got our forerunner out there. So it looks like we're getting information that Noam Burrell is going to be a scratch. And our forerunner out there testing the system and getting a jump of about 25.9 meters. Just rocking out towards the back. But managing to ride out and do that effectively. So, good solid skiing there. Good solid effort. And I think he'll do one more jump at least. You know, he's out there purely to ensure that the official systems are in good working order. Graydon Swanson on the water right now, are a forerunner. He's going to do a three-quarter cut. I would suspect that this jump would be longer if he hangs on to this one. And nicely done. That is going to be close to about maybe a 30 or 31 31 meter jump out there. We measure metric. Our forerunner doing a fine job here. Hitting the jump and looking in very good shape there. Getting a little bit of press off the jump. And it was actually 33 meters, 33.0 meters. So credit-worthy effort there, and now he's going to come in for a third and last jump. We'll see if he can push this one out a little bit further. Graydon Swanson, one of our good friends here for the Predator Bay Water Ski Club here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. Here we go. Graydon Swanson. He's going to give us one last jump at the very least. Yep, sending it out there and trying to get a little bit more in the way of distance. Try and give us a different score out there on the splash ice system. Jumped a little over 25 meters on the opening jump. Backed it up with a 33 and 32.8 there to round off his effort. I'm sure we'll be pretty pleased with that distance. But there you go. That is Graydon Swanson. As I say, one of our good friends here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. All right, so we've got a whole slew of jumpers about to take to the water. Noam Burrell, we've just heard, is a scratch, so means that we got one less jumper in this series. And the skier about to take to the water from Colombia is going to be Daniel Botero. All right, Daniel Botero. Okay, so Daniel Botero, information that I have about his skiing dates back to last season, where he was able to jump 20 meters exactly over in Colombia. So we will see what he can conjure up with the 3 attempts that he has in store for us. So, Daniel Botero getting round the island. And we'll make a decision from here how he approaches jump number 1. All right, here comes Daniel Botero, just waiting on that boat to get up to speed. And from this vantage point, it looks like he's going to take a straight up a single cut here. Ramp height 5 foot high. Lands and rides out our first jump of the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships. In our first jump event in these World Championships, Daniel Botero. Just getting a decent edge all the way through. The jump distance coming up is going to be 22.6 meters, the equivalent of 74 feet. 22.6 meters or 76 feet. So let's see what he's got by way of an encore. All right, here we go. This is Daniel Botero getting into a little bit of a pickle there with the landing, but he's already got a jump of a little over 22.6 meters on his opener, which is about a 76-footer. Just didn't look all that stable across the wakes going in towards the jump. And just couldn't get that outside hand on the handle by the time the rope tightened up, so unable to ride that jump out. But 22.6 meters or 74 feet is his best and only jump up to this point, and he has one more attempt at that jump ramp. So making his trip down towards the extreme end of this stadium lake here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. So great to see this facility host another IWWF World Titled event. The last time they did that was way back in 2009. Here we go. This is Daniel Botero. Keeping everything in check here. Turns in a little bit loose with the edges. Up and over. Does he ride it out? Yes. This time a little bit more successful, and I think that jump could actually be one of his better ones. He's already exceeded last season's best jump to the tune of 22.6. He had a best last season of just a little over 20. And the distance from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is definitely an improvement, and using the three-quarter cut to achieve that aim, it's 24.9 meters or 82 feet. 24.9 meters for Daniel Botero. And if I know anything about the heritage of this young man going forward, I would say that that jump distance is going to be an easy target for our next competitor, because he's aged, I believe, either 9 or 10, one of our younger skiers in this event. And this is going to be Cristobal Miranda. Just a little bit of snippets of advice there from one of the world's top professional water ski jumpers, and certainly from Latin America, one of their best ever competitors, Toti Miranda. This is Cristobal Miranda. I can start to hear the Chilean cheering crowd, the cheering section as he gets ready for jump number one on those rather short pair of Goodman's jump skis. Short compared to much of what they typically produce so far as jump skis are concerned, but for Cristobal Miranda, just exactly the right size that he needs. He doesn't need anything approaching like an 86-inch pair of jump skis, and he can do pretty much all that he needs to do out there on a pair of sub-80s. We'll see what he can do and what his approach is going to be on jump number one. How aggressive does he go? Does he go for safety on jump number one, or does he go after it right from the get-go? I tell you what, from the looks of things, it looks like he's going to go for a three-quarter cut here, right off the gut. Lifting his ski up, trying to get wide, and here he comes. This is Cristobal Miranda. Oh, yeah, good speed and nice landing there, and he's pumped about that. Yes, absolutely no two ways about it. Absolutely pumped on jump number one. Last season, Cristobal Miranda jumped a distance of 18.6 meters, his best jump of last season. Maybe a combination of being pumped or being a little bit frustrated there with jump number one. Cristobal Miranda with a jump of 22.8 meters or 75 feet to open up his account. All right there, so Cristobal Miranda lists as his main rival Ridge Kruger. And Ridge Kruger recently became the youngest competitor to ever jump in excess of 100 feet. And I'm sure that Ridge is looking out on the live stream and on the live chat and trying to enter into the conversation a little bit here. Cristobal Miranda. Let's see what he's got by way of jump number two. He's got to bring this down a little bit later if he wants some more speed prior to his hitting the jump. Oh, this is late, though. Up and over and lands and rides that one out. Cristobal Miranda. Now, that jump is going to be a little bit further. I would say a whole bunch further than his previous one. Opens his account with 22.8. and just took in a whole bunch of speed here. He's about 2 meters shy of the lead that has been put out there by Daniel Botero. And how about that for consistency? 22.8 meters on jump number 2, the equivalent of 75 feet. That splash eye system across the way with the scoreboard and the numbers not moving an inch between one jump and the next. So he's got one more attempt to go, and we'll see if he's got another 25 feet left in him to really put the heat on someone like Rich Kruger the next time that they go at it in a jump-in situation in tournament. Here we go, Cristobal Miranda. Let's see what he's got on the third and last jump. A little bit earlier on this one, has a little bit more ramp to play with, and I think a little bit of a combination of pleasure and frustration there. I would have liked a little bit further off that attempt. And having trouble slowing down before hitting the steps, mind you, he's just filled to the gills with adrenaline. The distance coming through should be a little bit further there for Cristobal Miranda. We'll get the score for him very, very soon. Flies in for the landing. And the distance is released as 23.6 meters, 23.6 meters. That puts him 1.3 meters or 4 feet shy of our current leader, Daniel Botero. So No Osorio is our next competitor up, and he comes to us out of Colombia. Noe Osorio getting into a little bit of difficulty here.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yep, now he's ready.
Ready. Go.
A little bit of giddy up there from the boat there for Noe Osorio. So we were expecting Noah Burrell from Switzerland to take to the water, but nothing was doing there. And Noe Osorio, his best jump from as far back as last season was 26.5 meters, 26.5. And this should be a pretty good place to do it. Course record is well in excess of 70 meters, and that was produced by one Freddie Kruger in the World Water Ski Championships. Actually, a little bit more recently than that, 2014, he jumped 70.9 in one of the shootout events that took place here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. All right, here we go, folks. This coming in right now. This is Noe Osorio. Single cut, opening jump. Rocked back on his skis a little bit and didn't get much in the way of height or pull into the jump as a result. The jump is going to be on the low side of the 20-meter mark, I would suggest. And the jump is going to be 21.6 or 71 feet. 21.6, 71 feet. That currently puts him at this time in the third place after 3 competitors on the leaderboard. Daniel Patera still in the lead with 24.9 meters. Here is the remaining portion of our schedule. If you look on the left-hand side of your screen, boys series 4 and 3 jump elimination round. We'll continue on with the remaining portions of that event tomorrow being Saturday. And then by the time we've done everything that we needed to so far as all the events preliminary rounds are concerned, then we will have our 12 finalists in each of the 3 events and in each gender as well. Up and over will land and look in very, very good shape there. So, didn't look too bad on that one. That three-quarter cart allowed him to pick up a little bit more speed and get some more distance. But is that distance going to be enough to take the lead? Well, the answer to that question is yes. 28.2 meters. 28.2 meters for Noe Osorio from Colombia. That is 28.2 meters as we see our friend from Mexico, Lorenzo Nelson, get ready for his 3 jumps. So one final jump it is for Noe Osorio from Colombia. He's already taken the lead with 28.2. Nicely done. A good, solid cut there in towards the jump now. Did he connect with enough of that speed to make him fly out closer towards the 30-meter mark? Probably could have used up a little bit less ramp. Comes off the turn, and then he starts to ease up a little bit off the second wake. Kind of suspect that he hit the ramp a little bit early, and there we see 26.5 meters, 26.5 on jump number 3, 87 feet. So his best jump is a 93-footer, or a little over 28 meters, 28.2 meters. Or 93 feet. So we now move on to our next competitor. Coming to us from Mexico, it is going to be Lorenzo Nelson. Okay, just as we continue on with Lorenzo Nelson, just forward thinking a little bit with the potential of ties and what have you. There are 11 skiers in boys series 1 jump. So whomever has the lead jump prior to the 11 remaining skiers of series 1, that skier would have an automatic path through to the next round of the jump event, that one next round being the final on Sunday. So, skier on the water right now, Lorenzo Nelson. Conditions absolutely splendid out there. The right kind of wind, the right kind of intensity going on right now. Headwind for all of our jumpers. All right, there. So here comes Lorenzo Nelson. Opening jump. Boat speed a little bit quicker than the previous two jumpers. And that's going to have a dramatic impact going forward. 51 kilometers an hour, which I believe is top speed for the U17s. Good balance on that right leg, and he drops the left ski just on time as he hits the jump. 23.9 meters, 23.9. So off to a scoring start there on jump number one, and I suspect that jump number two will have a little bit more of a robust approach there for jump number two. All right, here we go. This is Lorenzo Nelson. Now this is that more robust approach that we are alluding to. More speed. Oh, yeah, nice height and good flight on that one. Looking for a jump in excess of 28.2 to take the lead away from Noe Osorio. All right, this jump is definitely going to be a lot further. That much we know. How much further? Well, it's about a jump of about 6 meters, a little over 6 meters further than what he did on the previous attempt for an exact distance of 30 meters on the nose. 30 meters exactly on that jump. 30 meters, the equivalent of 98 feet. So Lorenzo Nelson getting ready for his one final jump here. The next competitor to go will be in New Zealand's Samuel McKenzie. Here he comes, one last jump. Oh, this is a late one. Taking off and keeping the direction going, keeping some good line tension off the jump. Right, once again, seeing the instant replay, and I believe this jump is going to be around about the same kind of distance. Getting a little bit twisted in the air, it has to be said. We'll get the jump through any moment now on the scoring graphic when that will pop up. That jump is 31.8 meters, a little bit further than that, 1.8 meters further than his previous jump, or the distance of 104 feet. There we go. That is the distance for Lorenzo Nelson. So moving right along, we're about over the halfway stage of the Boys Series 4 jumping competition. Our next competitor is Samuel Mackenzie, coming to us out of New Zealand. All right, looking over at our table next to the starting dock, and now looking out towards the jump lake and seeing Samuel Mackenzie get ready for the first of 3 jumps that he has at his disposal, going with letter L at 51K. Trying to stay out wide here and using that additional width to get more speed, but unfortunately coming into the ramp and determined that he was way too early to take the jump, and going into the jump early is almost dangerous, if not more so, than hitting the ramp late. Because that change of direction could make you do things that you don't instantly anticipate for. And but for Samuel Mackenzie's part, he refuses on jump number 1, and he has 2 attempts remaining. Here we go. Samuel Mackenzie working his way towards the extreme bottom end of this facility here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. A site here that's situated on 80 acres of land, and much of the gravel that was used to build the Deerfoot Trail, which is one of the main arteries going through Calgary. Named after Deerfoot, a late 19th century Siksika Nation runner known for his speed. The freeway is a critical artery which facilitates both local and regional traffic, effectively serving as the backbone for Calgary's road network. Let's see what a jumper can do here with a jump. Oh, very, very late there on the second attempt, taking in a lot of speed. But the control and the timing could do with some work. And the distance coming through very, very soon. No distance on jump number 1. And coming through any moment now, 28.5 meters or 94 feet. Yeah, for Samuel Mackenzie, just a skosh behind our lead score of 31.8, 104 feet, so 28.5. That slots him in between Noe Osorio as well, who jumped 0.3 of a meter less. All right, one final jump to come. 28.5 meters to his credit. And he's still trying to get a little bit wider here and try to hold his width off the turn. And he's real late there into the bottom right-hand corner. But let's have a look at this instant replay and maybe even slow it down a little bit to see how close he was with the bottom right-hand corner right there on the jump number 3. Oh, my word. He only had about maybe an inch and a half, maybe about less than 5 centimeters to work with when he hit the jump with that amount of speed and that kind of timing. However, it does yield a better jump because it is 30.4 meters or 100 feet. 30.4 meters for Samuel McKenzie. And that slots him firmly into second place right now. Only our second competitor to jump into triple digits so far as the feet and inches measurement is concerned. Samuel McKenzie, 30.4 meters. Still in the lead, Lorenzo Nelson with 31.8. Skier about to take to the water next. It's Carter Millward, also from New Zealand. Jumping here on this facility. The lakes are cast in stone towards the dockside end of this lake is the Bow River that it begins in the Canadian Rocky Mountains and winds through the Alberta foothills into the prairies where it meets up with the Oldman River. The two then forming the South Saskatchewan River. The First Nations have made various use of the river for sustenance before settlers from European origin arrived, such as using its valleys in the buffalo hunt. The name Bow refers to the reeds that grew along its banks and were used by the First Nations to make bows. The Blackfoot language name for the river is Makaban, meaning river where bow reeds grow. A little bit of a tidbit of information there about the area. And we certainly give reverence to the good folks around here that form part of the First Nations for allowing us to first of all create this site here at Predator Bay. The lakes are cast in stone, but also for their continued support going forwards as they continue to welcome the world to events such as this one, the U17 World Water Ski Championships. All right there, here comes Millward Carter. Here we go, jump number 1. Oh, whoa, hello. That left ski was about to go into orbit and leaving him at ground level as he comes off the second wake into the jump. It'll be interesting to see them off the turn. We'll take a look at this once again. Turns in. That left ski, actually it was the right ski that started waving a little bit coming off the second wake. And he was already far enough back on the jump skis to start off with. So he certainly didn't need anything more in that vein. So he starts off with a 0 score on jump number 1. And we'll see what he can do with the remaining 2 efforts here in this jump elimination round. So as we continue on, let me tell you about Calgary. It's situated where the prairies meet the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. It's a vibrant city known for its dynamic blend of Western culture, stunning natural beauty, and bustling metropolis life. It earned recognition by hosting the 15th Winter Olympic Games in 1988, an event that crystallized the city's development and brought international acclaim for its winter sports facilities and community spirit. The hallmark of the 88 Olympics, Canada Olympic Park, which still exists today, remains a monument to the city's sporting legacy, serving as a training ground for aspiring athletes and a recreational hub for the public. Canada's Olympic spirit continues to live on, inspiring the community and athletes around the world. And certainly I had one of the first memories that I had of an Olympic Games was actually here in Calgary in the 88 Olympics. Eddie the Eagle Edwards providing us with a tale of inspiration going forwards. But here we go. An inspiration of another kind. Up and over the jump there. Lands and rides that one out. Good, solid jump in there. Jumper on the water, Carter Millward from New Zealand. Jumps, took a 0 score on jump number 1, and on this second jump, it is 26.8 meters or 88 feet for Carter Millwood. So he's slotting himself into 4th place right now with 2 jumpers to remain in this series. Autori, South Africa, and Samuel Brown from Italy and Chile, respectively. Of course, anyone that remembers the film Cool Runnings, that was based upon the true events that took place around the time of the '88 Winter Olympic Games that involved the first ever effort from the Jamaican bobsled team to create a world-class bobsledding culture for itself. And another highlights included performances from Alberto Tomba, from Katarina Witt, and also the numerous records that were set on the Olympic oval for speed skating. Some of those records only been recently broken within about the last decade or so. But there you go. That is a good-looking jump there for Carter Millwood from New Zealand. Looking good, looking strong there on that jump, and I suspect that having given himself a little bit more room to work with and applying a better technique, he puts himself in a position where he can jump a little bit further. 26.8 on jump number 2. We'll get a bigger jump coming through, and it's the equivalent of 29.7 meters or 97 feet. That puts him about 2.1 meters behind the 8 ball here, or about 7 feet, and it means that Lorenzo Nelson is still our lead competitor on 31.8 meters, or the equivalent of 104 feet. All right then, folks, continuing to roll along. Next skier to take to the water, Itori, South Africa, from Italy. And you see the skier bibs. So Itori, South Africa, from Italia, coming in. And you notice so Itori making his way down towards the end of the lake and getting set up for his jumps. And the color scheme for our bibs is certainly no accident. As a matter of fact, it replicates the color scheme for the CFL team that plays out of Calgary. They're called the Calgary Stampeders. They play in the Western Division against the likes of the BC Lions, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and the Edmonton Elk, and certainly one of the more storied franchises, and are a cornerstone of the Canadian Football League. And the CFL season plays it starts in the early part of the summer and works its way towards the October, where the Grey Cup is typically played to end off the season. Here we go, coming in. Oh, and early approach on jump number 1. Didn't like the look of that, so passed up and threw the handle away and skied around the bottom left-hand corner of the ramp. So no distance recorded on jump number 1. And Itori, South Africa, from Italia, getting ready for the 2 remaining jumps that he has. Coming off the wakes, looking up at the ramp, seeing that that there was more white from the left side of the jump than there was a surface directly in front of him. Never a good sign whenever you see more white than red. So there's your leaderboard right there. Lorenzo Nelson with a jump of 31.8 meters. So Ettore Serafrica from Italy, getting ready for his second of 3 attempts. He'll bring this cut down a little bit later, I'm sure, giving him the opportunity to effectively push off the turn and come into the ramp with a lot more speed. Now, there are limits to that, of course. You don't want to go too late and hit the bottom right-hand corner, or even worse. But let's see what Ettore can do with jump number 2. Let's see what he's got. A little bit close together with his skis coming off the second wake into the ramp there, but comes in with a good amount of heat. The distance coming through very, very soon there for Ettore Serafrica. Distance coming through right now, it's 29.9 meters, or the equivalent of 98 feet. That is 29.9 meters. For those of you watching us stateside or anywhere else that has a better appreciation for feet and inches rather than metric, it is a 98-footer. He is our penultimate skier in the U17 Boys Series 4. And we've already had competitors in earlier series that have achieved a great amount of success. There's Joe Nakamura from Japan, who started off the tricks event yesterday, and his score of nearly 5,000 points was good enough for the lead until the very last of skiers to go, and certainly a great effort there from Joe Nakamura. We'll look forward to seeing him in that final. We'll also look forward to seeing him jump tomorrow as well. He's one of our top seeds in the jump event representing Japan. But our jumper there, Ettore Serafrica from Italia, looking good, looking strong, and skiing all the way back to the dock, having refused one jump and taken the remaining 2. The jump distance should be a little bit further, but is it going to be enough for the lead, we wonder? Yeah, got his edge set up, and yes, it is enough for the lead. It's 32.2 meters, 32.2. Good direction off the jump there, resulted in better distance, and you know, the landing looked pretty spot on as well. Just absolutely just stomped the landing and rode that one out in a wonderful, wonderful jump set there for Ettore Serafrica. So, next competitor to go from Chile, Samuel Brown. So Samuel Brown, whose jumping performances have been quite good. He's put distances of around 32.7 meters and backed it up with 32.6 in successive events towards the end of the last calendar year. Haven't seen him perform too much so far as this 2024 calendar year season goes. So let's have a look and see right here, right now. Samuel Brown out of Chile. Here we go with the boat speed at a little over 51K in the letter L. hitting the ramp flat and just waiting for the ramp to hit him rather than push hard to attack the ramp and get more in terms of height and distance. But that's not uncommon with the first jump, feeling the conditions out and looking to come away with a better jump distance with one of the two of the remaining jumps. Distance should be posted very, very soon. It's 29.1 meters or 91 feet. 28.1 meters. That is for Samuel Brown. So good effort there on the first attempt for Samuel Brown. 92 feet, and he's got 2 attempts remaining. Right, they're just taking in the view from the jump with our ramp cam here at Predator Bay. Here comes Samuel Brown, still selecting a both path for split and not making any changes to the zero off. Good speed there, and a whole lot later on his approach into the jump. The direction off the ramp there was pretty dramatic too. And with a little bit more direction, certainly he'll get more in the way of distance. 29.1 meters on the opener, and this second jump should be a little bit further, could be a whole lot further. But unfortunately, it would have been a heck of a lot better if he didn't crush so much with the left leg. However, 29.9 meters or 98 feet. Puts him into 4th place from 5th right now. So he's got one more attempt to go, and that would conclude this series 4 of boys jumping. We'll go into series 3, and then once we get done with that, then we're done with today's proceedings. We would then return at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to conclude the remaining elimination round series events, and then that will give us the remaining finalists for the outstanding events. Here we go, coming on in, jump number 2. This is actually jump number 3, I beg your pardon. So 29.9 meters is his best jump so far, and I suspect it's not going to be much further than that with the third and last attempt. Sam Brown from Chile. We'll see what the jump distance is, and it is 29.2 meters being flashed up on your screen. 29.2 meters. His best jump is 29.9 or 98 feet. And here is your full leaderboard coming right up, and this is going to give us our top 3. Ettore South Africa from Italy, Lorenzo Nelson from Mexico, and in third place, Samuel McKenzie. Those are your top 3. All of them jumping in excess of 100 feet in the feet and inches measurement method. And also as well, the only 3 competitors to jump in excess of 30 meters in each instance. So we're going to go on to the U17 Boys Series 3 jump-in competition. We'll lead off there with Fletcher Green, then Matteo Georges, and then we've got a trio of British competitors featuring Sam Turp, Charlie Fern, and Harley Costa. Giuseppe Acquaviva is our 6th person out, followed on by a Kiwi, Zach Bainbridge, an Aussie, Bryce Smith, and then we've got Joshua Vershegi from Switzerland, Louis Quilleret from Canada, and our last skier of the day is going to be Josh Wainwright. Skier on the water first in a series of 3 jumps. This is going to be Fletcher Green. All right, continuing right along. The current lead jump distance is 32.2 meters. That is courtesy of Ettore Serafika from Italia. Now, 3 jumps for Fletcher Green. We're following along here with our drone camera. And getting ready for jump number 1. He's practiced here during the last official opportunity to do so, so he should know every nook and cranny about this site. So timing should not be an issue, and Fletcher Green technically looking pretty impeccable out there, I do have to say. Had the speed, had the timing, and everything about that attempt looked pretty solid. And I tell you what, it could end up being the best jump distance that we've seen so far in this competition. Indeed, it is. It's 38.7 meters or 127 feet. That is Fletcher Green with 2 attempts remaining. 38.7 meters, 127 feet. So already out of the lead there. Looking at one of the characters here of this event, they're coming all the way to us from Singapore. The IWWF executive director, Mr. Paul Fong, doing a grand job with the organization as we continue to march along and see what our current skier can do. Now, can he jump over 40 meters? Now, let's see with the tail of the tape for him. He has jumped into the 30-meter range and is about as longest from the 2023 season has been around about 34 meters. So he's already outstripped that distance. Here he comes. Brilliant looking jump there. All right, Fletcher Green taking an early approach into that jump, and we're about to illustrate how early he was coming into that jump as we get to obtain the distance. A decent approach there, a little bit early, but as you will plainly see, this is how early he was. He was pretty close to the camera. And the jump distance coming through, and it is a carbon copy of jump number 1. 38.7 meters, 127 feet for Fletcher Green. He has one more attempt to see if he can get into the 40-meter range. Not too sure what his PB is, but the rate of improvement between last season's best jump and now has been quite incredible. And we'll see if he can continue on with that good rate of progress. Fletcher Green, who comes to us from Perth in Western Australia. I'm sure that there are some fans that are cheering him on, including his grandma, no doubt. Gaynor Gallissant, who lives over in the United Kingdom. And another member of that family, Mark Gallissant there, wishing him the best of luck. Try and fly far was essentially the message, and taking in a lot of speed there with that third and last jump. 38.7 meters on each of the first two jumps. And I don't think he'll have gotten quite as far as that with the last jump. Could be wrong, of course. We wait on the jump distance. It will be flashed up in just a moment or so. But Fletcher Green still out in the lead with 38.7 meters, and 37.9 is his third and last distance. That won't do much for his cause, but 38.7 is certainly a good shot in the arm there for him. That is Fletcher Green. All right, continuing on, our next competitor to hit the water is going to be a skier coming to us out of France, and it is Matteo Georges. After Matteo Georges, we'll have 10 skiers remaining after him. We've got skiers representing Great Britain, Italy, New Zealand, Australia, Switzerland, Canada. All of those countries are represented within the space of this jump series. Boys Jump Series 3 elimination round. Good portion of our folks are taking in the action with the larger TV screen right next to the starting dock, and a good portion of our judges taking in the shade there offered by our judges hut right next to the TWBC production vehicle. And the Canada's coaches on immediate standby there should their services need to be invoked. Here comes Matteo Georges, taking a good push to get outside and get nice and wide now. Good tight line, good technique. Yeah, good launch there on jump number one. Can he ride it out? Yes, he can. He scores as a result. Matteo Georges. Off to a good start there on jump number one. A good, easy first jump. Had to work hard to stay wide, though, but when it came time for him to turn his skis, he was in a pretty good position, and he jumped forward 34.6 meters or 114 feet. And for Matteo Georges, that's good enough for second place right now as he gets ready for the remaining two attempts. All right, here we go, folks. Matteo Georges. Now, let's see if he can do this three-quarter cut and go a little bit later on the push-out. That'll help his glide. He'll help him keep his skis nice and loose off the turn as he drives on in and takes an upper body crush there, and that will compromise the distance, but he came in with a lot more fire a lot later this time. So maybe the speed alone is enough to give him a little bit more in terms of distance. Matteo Georges with 34.6 meters on the opening jump. I suspect that one is going to be a little bit further, but probably not as much as Fletcher Green's best effort. But having said all of that, Matteo Georges does take the lead. He gets a jump of 40 meters even, or 131 feet. Your new leader is on the water right now from France. Matteo Georgis with 40.0 meters, or 131. All right, so he's on a pretty hot streak right now. Opened up with a jump of 34.6 and increased upon it to the tune of 5.4 feet, 5.4 meters. All right, coming in, one last jump. Here he comes, Matteo Georgis, taking in a lot of speed. Drove his left shoulder in towards the jump there to try and get a little bit more push and try and get to the ramp a little bit earlier and thus be a little bit safer. But we'll take a look at the instant replay and see what effect that dip of the left shoulder had as he came off the top left of the ramp. He jumped 39.9 meters on that attempt, so 10 centimeters further. Got a little bit squatted as he came off the jump. So resulting in the jump of 39.9 meters, which is still the same feet and inches distance, but one is 10 centimeters further than the other. And there you see an illustration of why we use the metric system, primarily for measuring jumps at the international level. It's because over the space of 1 foot, you can fit the distances from 3 separate jumps on there, and that's the way it's done, and the way it's been done for ages. So there we go. That was Matteo Georgis, and the first of a trio of British jumpers about to take to the water, coming to us originally from Gosfield Lake in Essex, representing the British team right here at the U17 World Water Ski Championships. This is Sebastian Turp. So Sebastian Turp getting ready for the first attempt of 3. As I mentioned to you just momentarily ago, skiing out of the Gosfield Lake facility in the northern part of Essex, and that site holds many memories for me personally, especially when it comes to jumping. Certainly one of the premier facilities in all of the United Kingdom for tournament water skiing. And it was true then and continues to be true right now. And let's see if the preparation that Sebastian Turp has had at that facility helps him out here, right here and now. Here he comes, Sebastian Turp. Good forceful push there. Now this jump there is a little bit too early. Comes in with a good dose of speed, and the speed element was good. The timing, not so much. As Sebastian Turp sinks into the water and gets ready for the remaining 2 jumps. Yeah, came off the second wake, realized that that his path was tracking around the bottom left-hand corner of the jump. So deciding to take the safest exit route possible, drop the line and ski around the bottom left-hand corner of the ramp. Okay, whilst Sebastian Turp is taken to the water, his compatriot there, Charlie Fern, will be hitting the ramp momentarily. All right, here we go, folks. Getting ready for Sebastian Turp, a pass on jump number 1. The lead score is courtesy of Matteo Georges with 40 meters exactly, or 131 feet. Selecting letter M. And here he comes. That's better. A lot better speed. And the distance should be there to reflect it as well. Getting a lot of good height there, and he needs that. So combined with the speed, I reckon that jump is going to be very, very close to about the 43-meter mark. We're going to get the distance at any moment now for Sebastian Turp. Missing out on getting a jump distance under his belt on jump number 1. But the second jump, this is it. This is 39.3. 39.3 meters. So I was anticipating that jump being a little bit longer, but it's still a jump that he'll take nonetheless. 39.3 meters, or 129 feet. So Sebastian Turp, in this current 2024 season, he's jumped 41.4 meters as his best jump in the Malibu midweek tournament over at Hazelwood Ski World. And he's backed that up with jumps of 37.5 meters and about 38 meters there as well. So the jump there that you're looking at 39.3 has been about average for him. But let's see if he can bust one out over 40 meters. Let's see what he can do. Good aggressive push, out nice and wide. Now flattens off his skis to glide. Now turns with some good loose line. That might be a little bit better. The speed was certainly there, but maybe he missed out a little bit on the kick through being early on that approach. That is Sebastian Turp as he works his way to the dock. We'll get the distance coming through any moment now, and the distance is about the same, 39.0 meters or 128 feet. That puts him about 0.7 of a meter behind Matteo Georges, who still maintains the lead of 40.0 meters. And there, Sebastian Turp, with his jump of 39 meters on jump number 3, settles in for a current second place position at this time. All right, next competitor up, also from Great Britain, it is going to be Charlie Fern. Waiting for the line to tighten up. There, Andrew Bergman at the helm of that towboat. Andrew Bergman pretty much knows the ins and outs of driving, including the need to actually come off the dock relatively slow, so that the skier concerned can actually wash out the soap that was needed to put the foot in the bindings. He's always thinking about things like that, and we certainly are pleased to have the services of Andrew Bergman behind the helm of that towboat, because he's certainly been in ski school and training environments, and he knows what it is to be a skier at that level as well. So with that much level and an appreciation, it's hardly surprising to see what Andrew just did there in pulling Charlie Fern off the dock. So let's have a look and see, shall we? This is Charlie Fern. Oh, he's going to go for the full double cut here. This guy means business. Let's see what he's got. Turning around the 600-foot cut buoy and pushing himself out nice and wide up on the towboat. Now let's see what he's got here. He's got some more room to attack the ramp. Here he is. The speed was there. The height was there. Is the distance going to be there as a result? Typically, when you have both of those elements working in sync, the third falls into place. Charlie Fern coming into this competition with a great deal of gusto. Distance coming through 37.7, 37.7. And I would suspect that with the wind blowing the way that it is right now, it could be more worth his while to take a later approach off the 600-foot cut buoy and maybe get a little bit wider up on the boat to get a little bit more pendulum swing off the cut into the jump. He was starting to lose his width as he got closer and closer towards the jump. And that ultimately resulted in less speed being offered towards the ramp as a result. So continuing right along, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and there is your leaderboard. We've got Matteo Georgis with 40 meters exactly. We've got Sebastian Terp with 39.3. We've got Fletcher Green with 38.7. Those are your top three as it stands right now. Now, this is a better approach. He's definitely later. He's going to send more speed into the jump now. But he still comes across this second wake into the ramp a little bit early. Still looks as if he's coming across the ramp, coming across the wakes and in towards the ramp a little bit later, but he still ends up being early off the top lip of the ramp. The distance should be coming up. It's exactly the same, 124 feet, 37.7 meters. So he's got a viable backup. We know that. So Charlie Fern currently in fourth spot with 37.7. Now, what does he do now? What armament or ammunition does he have left with the third and last jump imminent? All right, so as a few of our competitive skiers enjoy a little bit of horseplay around about the starting dock, now let's bring on Charlie Fern, third and last attempt. He's out wide. Oh, this is later. This is definitely later there for Charlie Fern, and he brings in a lot more heat into the base of the jump. The question is, will that jump distance yield a better distance as part of the three jumps that he's just taken in this section of the boys' jumping competition? He certainly had a lot more speed, but the timing could still have been enhanced a little bit. But having said all of that, Charlie Fern comes away with a jump of 38.8 meters or 127 feet. 38.8 meters, 127 feet. And if I'm looking at this correctly, that is probably one of his better jumps of this season. Certainly one of his better jumps outside of the United Kingdom. That I can confirm. And I'm sure that Charlie Fern is going to be a part of the British team as well for the European Youth Championships, which will take place about 3 weeks' time from now, and will also be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC, coming to you live from Ricciotto. All right, there. Now we're going down to our last British jumper in this series, and it is going to be Harley Costa. Now, Harley Costa has had a pretty decent season so far. He's produced jumps places such as the Bavarian Open. He jumped 42 meters exactly there this season. He's had other jumps into the 40-meter realm, including a midweek tournament at Hazelwood Ski World where he jumped 41.2 meters. So, Harley Costa, he's certainly got the potential where I've given you an indication as to how far he's jumped previously, but it's certainly a different kettle of fish being able to do it right here, right now at the Junior Worlds. So here we go. This is Harley Costa. Full double cut here, turning around about the 600. And really aggressively pursuing the width out there on the towboat as he now drives off the turn. A little bit squatted and coming off the ramp a little bit early, but still managing to get as much distance as he can muster from that kind of cut. So Charlie Costa, jump number 1. Looking great out there on jump number 1. We await the distance. It should be published any moment now. And the jump distance coming through is going to be a 36.2 meter jump, or 119 feet for Harley Costa. So coming into the ramp a little bit early and indicating that he was losing speed off the second wake, and just wanted to make sure that he got that first distance to get that first jump under his belt for starters. So there we go. This competition filled in over 25 nations. Great to have all of them involved as we see Harley Costa get ready for his second of 3 attempts. Now he's turning a little bit more beyond the 600, closer to the 500 this time. He realizes where the wind is coming from and how much of that effect he has upon the width that he brings prior to hitting the jump. More speed this time. That should be a little bit further, but how much further will it be? Will it be enough to see him over the 40-meter mark, or just have to wait? And Harley Costa, we wait the distance, and it is significantly further. It's 3.5 meters further for Harley Costa. It's 39.7 or 130 feet. He's certainly a lot later. He certainly came in with a lot more speed this time. A little scrunched over with his left shoulders. That could have cost him some distance down the line. But he'll take 39.7 meters. That is the distance of less than a foot behind the lead of Matteo Georgis. Harley Costa, therefore, is currently in second spot right now. And Harley Costa, one last attempt here, one last roll of the dice. As he turns away from the boat, he engages the line here, up and over, and that jump should be very, very close to the ones that he produced before. I wonder if that one is going to be closer to 40 meters, or he may have come up a little bit short. He's a little mildly annoyed with himself that he didn't take full advantage of jump number 3. We'll get the jump distance for him in the meantime. But Harley Costa a little bit later on this one. Oh, I tell you what, he's taken the lead with 40.3 meters, 40.3 meters for a distance of 132 feet. That is Harley Costa. We're at the halfway stage of the U17 Series 3 jump elimination round, and Harley Costa has vaulted himself into a lead of 0.3 of a meter ahead of Matteo Georges of France. All right, that's the last of our jumpers to go off the 5-foot-high ramp. The remaining jumpers in this series all go off the 1.65-meter height ramp. We'll have a quick look at the leaderboard. Harley Costa in the lead with a 40.3. Matteo Georges with 40 meters. Sebastian Turp with 39.3. Charlie Fern with 38.8. And Fletcher Green with 38.7, rounding off the top 5. And we've still got some more great jumpers. We've got another 6 to go before we end off this afternoon's proceedings. And when we come back, we will have that ramp set at 1.65 meters high, 5.5 feet for our remaining 6 jumpers. We'll be back with continuing coverage of the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships.
See you in Vienna.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
All right, then, our next competitor up as we return to live action. We've got Giuseppe Acquaviva coming to us out of Italia, whose best jump this season has been 38.1 meters, has elected to jump on the higher ramp height of 1.65 meters high as opposed to the 5-foot ramp height of 1.50 meters. We follow him around the island and see what he decides to do with jump number 1. Looks like he's going to go for the 3/4 cut here. It doesn't appear to be bold enough to do the full double at this stage, although that could change with the remaining 2 jumps if he feels frisky enough to do it. Here we go, right here, right now. This is Giuseppe Acquaviva coming in and didn't like the look of that approach. Maybe didn't feel strong enough coming off the wakes and just sank in and gets ready for the second of 3 attempts. So refusal on jump number 1 right here at the U17 World Water Ski Championships for 2024. Just let me give me a little bit of time to tell you about the Splash Adaptive Water Ski Initiative. It's an inclusive program designed to make the exhilarating sport of water skiing accessible to individuals with physical disabilities. This initiative aims to break down barriers to water sports, offering adaptive equipment and specialized training to ensure that everyone, regardless of their physical abilities, can experience the joy and freedom of water skiing. That is the Splash Adaptive Water Ski Initiative. I had the pleasure of being involved with that organization from the spring training point of view, where a number of their elite athletes, competitive elite athletes in adaptive water skiing came on down to train in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It was certainly a good time to be had, and certainly well worth the effort being put in. And here we go, up and over, and a brilliant looking jump there. Will definitely get more height off the top lip of the jump, but the question is, will that additional height translate into bigger distance, at least bigger than that of Harley Costa, who currently leads on 40.3. Waiting on the jump distance on jump number 1. Seems to have gone a little bit, good deal of press there off the top lip, and it's going to be a 38.1 meter jump, 38.1 meters. Giuseppe Acquaviva, that puts him into 6th place right now. 38.1 meters or 125 feet with 1 jump remaining. All right, let's see what Giuseppe can do. Nice and wide here, letting himself drift on a little bit and using that to generate some speed off the turn. About refusal on jump number 1, and I suspect that jump number 3 is going to be longer than 38.1. But is it enough to clear himself into the 40-meter range? Only time will tell. Distance, yes, it's 40.2. That puts him 10 centimeters behind Harley Costa right now. It is that close. 40.2, 132 feet. Same feet and inches, but 10 centimeters separates Harley Costa ahead of Giuseppe Acquaviva. First and second, respectively. Matteo Georgis, the only other competitor to jump into 40 meters and beyond, currently in 3rd place on 131 feet. All right, next skier up. Coming to you from New Zealand, it's Zach Bainbridge. I'm sure he'll get plenty of support along the shore side from the whole bevy of fans there that have traveled the incredible distances that it takes to travel from New Zealand to, well, basically anywhere. It's certainly one of the more secluded areas around the globe, but it's an area of the world that boasts some of the best weather and climate and opportunities for adventure sport activities. The likes of AJ Hackett pioneered his method of commercializing bungee jumping, along with the swing, and a number of other adventure sports activity also pioneered down there in New Zealand. And certainly if you call this an adventure sport activity, New Zealand has got you covered. Here we go. Coming in. This is the first jump there. Zach Bainbridge, and early as you like there, going into jump number 1 and passing on up. Didn't like the look of that. It's certainly easy to say that he needs to go in a little bit later, but it's a case of convincing yourself whether you can go later off this kind of turn. He certainly had the good push. Now, if it was about 20, maybe about 10 foot or so later, he might have made contact with the jump and absolutely connected with it and sending it. But we'll see if he can at least bridge that gap from where he was to where he wants to be in terms of distance. Zach Bainbridge. Quick look at the leaderboard. Shows Harley Costa still in the lead with his jump of 40.3 meters. Giuseppe Acquaviva there on 40.2. On the water as it stands right now, Zach Bainbridge passing up on jump number 1. Let's see if he can bring this cut down a little bit later and give himself the opportunity to take some more speed. Off this turn, drives in. Oh, and he passes up on jump number 2 as well. There must be something seriously wrong out there for him taking the knee to refuse not once but twice. We'll see if he's got anything by way of advice being given to him right now. I'm sure that he'll appreciate all the help that he can get at this time so far as what to do in this situation. Certainly getting a score would be advisable, but you'd want to try and get a decent score or above decent score going forwards as well. So Zach Bainbridge representing New Zealand, and we'll see what he can end up with. All right, Zach Bainbridge. Let's see if he can bring this cut down a little bit later on his initial push out. That would certainly help. There's a little bit of a headwind, not nearly as much as it was earlier, but here he comes, Zach Bainbridge. Oh, this is a later start. He's going to try and take this one up and over and lands and rides that one out. Is that going to be enough to be over 40 meters? And if it is, how close is it going to be to Harley Costa or to anyone else that has flown over that distance mark? We'll find out in a moment as we take a look at the instant replay in just a moment here. Zach Bainbridge out of New Zealand. Only four or so skiers remain after him. And he gets 38.1 meters, 38.1 meters. And 38.1 puts him in 7th spot right now as we work our way down this list, and we go from New Zealand across the Tasman Sea to Australia, where we find Bryce Smith. All right, coming in for the first of 3 attempts. Australia's Bryce Smith. Again, a lot of support around the world, and going for the full double cut on this one. Bryce Smith from Australia. Let's see what he's got. Whoa, and all over the show and out the back there on the first jump there. Struggled to make it onto the surface in a good enough position. But thankfully, he appears to be okay, a little bit perturbed, and who wouldn't be after taking a jump of that nature. But he swims over to his helmet slowly. So I don't think any part any part of his head hit the water or any of the skis or anything. So I don't think he's going to be subject to a concussion protocol of any kind. Certainly, when you have a sport of this kind, or with the dangers that it throws into the mix, you can't be too careful and you can't be too cautious. Yep, just rolling out the back and hitting the water on the middle part of his back, and he should be okay. But I'm sure he's going to feel a little bit rattled after taking a jump of that kind. We'll see if he can offer some measure of control. And here is the jump as it looks like from a ramp surface point of view. Actually tried to grab the left ski to try and force that one down as quickly as possible. So there we go. That is Bryce Smith. So here we go. This is Bryce Smith coming in. I'm also getting messages from around the world as well on my Facebook and Messenger as well. I'll try and mention a few of those as well as we continue going along. Oh, and Bryce Smith there, not feeling it right now. Taken the crash on the first jump and a pass on the second jump, so not one of his best sets by any stretch of the imagination. And Bryce Smith getting some encouraging words from Jared Faro, who is communicating with me right now on Facebook messengers, just going and just saying, "Let's go, Bryce." And there's one person out there within the world of tournament water skiing one should take inspiration from, given what he's gone through in recent times. It's certainly someone like Jared Faro, who talked a little bit about his medical struggles on a recent episode of Deal or No Deal Australia. And if you ever get the chance to watch that episode, it's easily accessible via YouTube. Just type in Jared Faro Deal or No Deal, and you should be able to see that episode. But Jared, for his part, trying to encourage Bryce Smith to go longer and further with the third and last attempt. Bryce Smith, our third competitor out of the 5.5 foot ramp height, 1.65 meters, and going for the full double cut here. It's all or nothing now as he turns round the 180 meter cut buoy, or 600 feet away. There he is, sets up well. Let's see if he drives. Better looking jump there. Does he land and ride it out? Yes, he does. There's Bryce Smith. Well, we know that he gets a score. The question is, how long will it be? So, and it looks like it is going to be a new lead score, 43.4 meters, 43.4 meters or 142 feet. Checking up that distance against what he's jumped in the past. I would even venture to say that compared against his scores that he produced in 2023, that might actually be very close to a personal best for Bryce Smith out of Australia. With a jump of over 43.4 meters, he takes the lead away now from Harley Costa, who is now relegated down to second spot with his jump distance of 40.3 meters. So Bryce Smith, 43.4 or 142 feet. A good recovery there. All right, moving right along to our next competitor. That next competitor is Joshua Venegi from Switzerland. All right, Josh Venegi, let's have a look at some of the distances that he's produced in the past. Prior to this competition, Joshua Venegi Panacea. In the jump event, he's gone as far as 48 meters exactly over at the Lacanau Ski Classic. That took place at the first weekend of July of this season. So he comes into this event with some recent form here. And he's going to take a three-quarter cut approach on jump number one. Let's see if he can maintain a little bit of speed there as he turns. Turning at a good spot there as he comes across the wake, up and over, and that jump should be in excess of 40 meters. The question is it going to be anywhere close to Bryce Smith's best jump of 43.4 meters? And just to round off the encouragement there, Jared Faro giving a big thumbs up to Bryce Smith for his effort out there as Josh Venegi jumps 41.6 meters, or 136 feet. So Josh Venegi in second place right now. So only two competitors to go after Josh Venegi Palacia. And those are Luis Quillere from Canada and Josh Wainwright from New Zealand. And then we're done for the day. And then the last elimination round series will continue on tomorrow with the remaining series in jump. And the complete roster of girls jumpers tomorrow. Let's have a look and see what Joshua Venegi from Switzerland has in store for us. Oh, almost tripping up over his right ski, coming off the second wake into the jump, and that could have been disastrous had he have taken it. But he has a good experienced head upon his shoulders and knew exactly what was going on at that time. So he decides to drop the handle and ski round the bottom left-hand corner of the jump there. Had to react quickly to what was potentially going to be a catastrophic situation. And a lot of it actually stemmed from the turn. Comes off the turn, starts to push on his skis before he gets completely into his position. And then when the boat piles on the pressure using the jump switch, he had no defense whatsoever against that little bit of push off the second wake in towards the jump. So Joshua Vanegi of Switzerland, 41.6 on the opener, no score on the second, and it's got one more jump to come if he is to stand any chance at all of overhauling the jump of Bryce Smith, who jumped 43.4 meters. Good to have each and every one of you tuned in, no matter where you happen to be around the world. My name's Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company. Here we go. Coming in. This is Josh Vanegi. Oh, almost getting pulled over his left ski off the top of the jump there, and he drops the handle, and he's going to swim into shore and will rue that error there. Coming off the base of the jump there, and he's visibly annoyed as he swims into shore, and that golden opportunity missed out there for Joshua Vanegi, who is currently in second place, don't forget, with 41.6, but not recording a distance on either of his two remaining jumps. So that will take care of him as we continue on for the remaining jumpers. We'll have Josh Wainwright of New Zealand coming up in a few minutes, but before him, Louis Quilleret of Canada. So Louis Quilleret on the water right now, looking to try and usurp the lead in the jump event on 43.4 meters. That's Bryce Smith of Australia. Of course, we've only done the first two series of a boys' jump. The remaining two series will be one of our highlight events that will take place tomorrow. For those of you wondering what the timetable reads for tomorrow, for those of you wanting to tune in at the appropriate time, Saturday, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, all the girls' Series 3, 2 and 1 tricks, the boys' Series 2, 1 jump, and the girls' Series 2 and 1 jump. And almost going down there on that push out there for the three-quarter cut. This is Louis Quilleret, but he recovers well enough and takes a good dose of speed into that 1.65 meter ramp height. So it'll be interesting to take a look at that counter cut again. Louis Quilleret of Canada on the first jump. Wow. I've seen a few people go out the back and end up horribly, but Louis Quilleret realized what was going on, and the jump distance will flash up onto your screen. It is 40.1 meters, 40.1 meters, or 132 feet for Louis Quilleret. So Louis Quilleret doing well to ride out that jump there under the after that counter cut on jump number 1. Jumper about to take to the water in a few moments. It is going to be Josh Wainwright of New Zealand. Here comes Louis Quilleret. jump number 2. He's taken a later approach here. Oh, again, oh my God, and again, and he gets completely pitted out this time. And he hasn't raised his hand. I don't know whether he's okay or not. Looks like he may actually be hurt. So we do need medical personnel on standby, please, just in case. So not only almost happened once, but happened twice now for Louis Quilleret. Just pulling up on his right arm coming across the second wake. And that just sends him careening out the back in a mess of skis and spray. And thankfully, one of his skis actually came off at the right time to avoid any twisting motion there with his knees and ankles. I don't think he's feeling particularly inclined to go jumping for the third and last time. But if he aspires to put himself in a position where he'll jump in the final on Sunday, then he's got to take this next jump at the very least. Ow. Wow, I felt that as well. I mean, I don't know about you guys watching around the world, but I tell you what, that looked pretty darn gnarly, I can tell you. Louis Quilleret getting his jump skis on and all right, so Louis Quilleret getting his bindings on and getting ready for a third and last jump. And I don't know how he's going to approach this. I mean, if for the consistency's sake, he is probably going to go with the full double cup. But then again, it might be just as well for him to do a simple 3/4 cut and trying to get as much width out of that one, because right now he's having trouble controlling his transition from left of the wake all the way to the right on the full double. And I don't know what they found in the water there. As looks like the safety guy is we're picking him up and taking him back to shoreside. That should buy Louis Quilleret a little bit more time as he gets ready to go back out on the course and go for his remaining jump. It's remarkable what some kids will do in front of camera, huh? And there are officials checking over the watch. He has exactly 3 minutes to get himself situated and get ready to continue on. Kerry Lee there, our chief judge there, giving us a little bit of a wave. And it looks like the boat is taking Louis Quilleret back to the dock now. I'm not too sure whether this is going to signal the end of his set, or whether the personnel on the dock side, our medical personnel, will give him a look up and down and follow concussion protocol. Took a pretty hard knock to the noggin there on that second jump attempt. And there might even be some equipment issues that probably started the whole thing rolling, but or maybe it's just a simple case that it's a lot easier to put your jump ski bindings on the starting dock and instead of on the back platform. Could be a whole number of things. Could be a combination of things. to be a fly on the wall for that conversation, folks, between Louis Quilleray and Matt Reaney, his coach, alongside him right now. Probably one of the things that he's conveying to him right now is the fact is where the wind is blowing and how strong it is, and whether it's wise to go with the full double cut. The wind speed currently at 13k and blowing to the and blowing towards the east. And I'm sure he's going to get a big, big cheer from the Canadian fans along the shore side. Coming to us out of Canada, Louis Quilleray. 40.1 meters on jump number 1. Currently putting him in 5th place at this time. He's got one more jump to come to try and supersede the best jump distance of Bryce Smith. That jump distance, the current leader is 43.4 meters from Bryce Smith of Australia. We'll check to see what activity has been happening on the live chat as we continue on with the jump event in the series in Series 3. Certainly a lot of earlier encouragement for the likes of Fletcher Green and let's see what he can do. Here we go. Let's see if he can get past this point right about here for the full double cut. This is better. This is signs of optimism, folks. Here he goes. Coming on in on jump number 3. Yep, and tell you what, annoyed there with that jump, to say the least. You could hear him between here and the Calgary. And just couldn't quite connect with that third and last jump. And that jump should be, I would say, in the high 30s. And yes, indeed it is. It's 36.8 meters or 121 feet. 36.8, but doesn't do anything to exceed upon his first jump of 40.1 or 132. And keeps rooted in 5th place right now with one competitor left to go. That last competitor coming to us out of New Zealand, and it is Josh Wainwright. All of his weight was on the left ski coming off the second wake, and just not getting much push or much extension off the top of the ramp there. That is Louis Quilleray of Canada. All right, Josh Wainwright, our final skier of the day. 3 jumps at his disposal. Bryce Smith of Australia still sitting pretty on 43.4 meters. We still have 2 series of jumps that will take place tomorrow. It'll be in the middle part of our schedule. Just a reminder that our timetable tomorrow being Saturday, consists of girls tricks, 3 series of girls tricks, 3, 2, and 1. In the middle portion of that schedule, series 2 and 1 men's preliminary jump. And then towards the end of the day, girls series 2 jump, girls series 1 jump, and that would conclude the elimination series here at the 2024 U17 World Water Ski Championships. Here we go, folks. Josh Wainwright. Oh, and didn't like the look on that one. Did not like the look of that jump at all. Comes across the second wake. Takes one look, then a second look, and realizes that he's overshooting the jump, so he's deciding to refuse. Might actually have been a little bit late. When I looked at that instant replay, he appeared to be later than anyone else who has turned his skis towards that jump from that angle. So maybe it was, instead of being early, a little bit too late for him to take safely. So he decides to drop the handle and take a bulk on jump number 1. He's still got 2 attempts remaining. Making the turn around the island. Our drone pilot, Jason Scholl, doing a grand job here, as he always does there, piloting that DJI drone. And here he comes. This now is Josh Wainwright. Selecting 51K, letter T, boat path of split, which is not uncommon. And taking a late approach there on jump number 2, hugging the bottom right-hand corner and taking a good, decent bit of lift and speed and direction, all of the good things that he needs to get a good jump distance under his belt. Josh Wainwright, in the 2023 season, he jumped about as far as 41.3 meters, and I suspect that this jump might actually be in excess of that distance. Indeed it is, 44.5 meters. Josh Wainwright takes the overnight lead, and he has one more jump remaining. New Zealand's Josh Wainwright, 44.5 meters. So, he's certainly got the bit between the teeth now. Josh Wainwright with 44.5 meters or 146 feet, but he knows the quality of skiers to come in Series 2 and 1. He also knows that there are 11 jumpers in Series 1, so whoever finishes out the earlier series in either 4, 3, or 2, whoever leads out of the end of number 2 will get an automatic berth through to the next round. But let's see if he can just take advantage of the situation with the wind to his favor. Here he comes. This is Josh Wainwright, jump number 3. The speed looked good, but wasn't able to get fully timed out as he came across the second wake into the jump. He knows that jump isn't quite as far as 45.5 meters or 40 or 146, but we have to measure it and give him the distance, and it's 42.9. 42.9 or 141 feet on his last jump. Just didn't quite sink in and just get the lift necessary there on the third and last jump. So that concludes the boys Series 3 jump elimination round, and Josh Wainwright has the overnight lead with 44.5 meters, representing New Zealand, ahead of Australia's Bryce Smith with 43.4, Josh Venegi with 41.6, Harley Costa with 40.3, and to round off the top 5, Giuseppe Acquaviva with a jump distance marginally behind of 40.2 meters. All right, that concludes the jumping for today. We'll continue on with the remainder of our series of jumps in midway through the schedule tomorrow. We'll continue right along with the event starting at 8 a.m. Thank you for watching, and on the behalf of the officials, the crew here at TWBC, the skiers, and everyone that has a vested interest in seeing this event become a complete success. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., it's ciao for now.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.